This is the story of Yifeng, a guy who thinks he's just a regular dude with no cultivation powers. But here's the wild part, he's actually the most overpowered guy in the entire universe. Like, we're talking one finger can wipe out a whole universe level strong. But the funniest thing? Yifeng has no idea how powerful he really is. He just goes around living his chill life, completely unaware that he's basically unstoppable. So how did he end up this insanely strong without even realizing it? That's what we're gonna find out in this video. Trust me, this manhwa is one of the best out there, no cap. So sit back, relax, and watch till the end. You're gonna love it. So the story starts in the Xinjiang continent, where people train to become immortals. One day, a bald guy showed up surrounded by broken rocks. He called himself Garbage Ash and said he discovered a weird new way to cultivate. According to him, just doing what he did for 3 minutes would make anyone obsessed with immortal cultivation. After that, the whole continent jumped into a new era of cultivation. In a small peaceful town called Jiangping City, people noticed pillars of light shining in the distance. That meant someone just had a breakthrough. One of the lights even showed that someone reached the rank of great martial master. Everyone was super excited, except one person, Yifeng. He sat back in his chair, looking bored and annoyed. While everyone else celebrated, he just wondered who got so lucky this time. Yifeng remembered what happened 5 years ago. He had been gaming for 90 hours straight, playing an immortal cultivation game. That earned him an achievement called Traversal. Basically, he passed out and ended up in this new world. When he first got there, he saw buildings and people floating everywhere. It felt like a dream. At first, he was shocked, but then he just accepted it. After all, most people who end up in another world usually get a system or some cheat power. Then suddenly something grabbed him tight. His eyes went red, and he started coughing hard. He had no idea what was happening. A weird, muscular dude appeared. He had a box on his head and a shiny needle between his legs. He squeezed Yifeng's head between his arms and said, "Glad I got here in time. Nice to meet you." He gave 2 thumbs up and said he was the thing every transversor dreams of, the system golden finger. Yifeng was down on all fours, confused. The needle sparkled in front of him while the system guy just chilled, saying it was normal for people to stare at him because he had the best figure in the golden finger world. Yifeng suddenly started throwing up rainbows. The system guy freaked out and asked, "Are you trying to embarrass me?" Then he flexed again and told Yifeng to listen up. He was about to get a system filled with martial arts, boxing, sword skills, staff techniques, palm strikes, forging, and even drawing books. All of it was top tier. Yifeng got hyped. He imagined himself floating in the sky, practicing divine powers, battling strong opponents, and finishing off anything in his way. And of course, he pictured himself surrounded by beautiful women, living that dream fantasy life. And right there, floating in front of him, it all began. The system golden finger confidently told Yifeng that he'd help max out all his martial arts skills. He even mentioned a 600 square meter martial arts gym where Yifeng could start his training. Then, just like that, the gym appeared out of nowhere. Yifeng pumped his fist, got a little teary, and said he was finally ready to begin his journey to become an immortal. But the system golden finger froze. He looked confused and asked, "Wait, what do you mean, immortal cultivation journey?" He pointed to the box on his head that said spiritual root and told Yifeng, "To cultivate, you need this." Yifeng stood there, completely still. His face went pale. He had a feeling this might be a problem. The system then said it wasn't his fault and that he had other people waiting for help. So, just like that, he said goodbye and disappeared into thin air, leaving Yifeng standing there, and his new gym already falling apart. Yifeng started sweating. He had no idea what just happened. He rushed to the spiritual root testing center in town. He placed his finger on a glowing device, and the result came in, no spiritual root. Yifeng cursed and dropped to his knees. The receptionist was speechless, staring at the device in disbelief. Then he shouted, "Everyone has spiritual roots. I've never seen someone with nothing. Are you even human?" Yifeng just stood there, frozen. Then the guy told him, politely, that the path to immortality just wasn't meant for him. For 5 years, Yifeng kept going back to the testing center, trying again and again. And every time, it was the same answer, no spiritual root. Eventually, he just gave up. He told himself it wasn't a big deal. If he couldn't rise to the top or experience crazy power like other people, that was fine. Those things weren't for him anyway. All those fancy martial titles, martial practitioner, martial master, grandmaster, venerable, king, emperor, ancestor, celestial, saint, supreme, all of them felt like nothing to him now, just titles that floated away like leaves in the wind. Yifeng sat under an umbrella in the town square, staring into space with the monument of the system golden finger behind him. He said, "None of this matters." In his head, he imagined kneeling in front of a main character, one of those chosen ones, surrounded by even more main characters. And he heard a voice say, "People without spiritual roots can never be the main character." That's when Yifeng decided he'd just be a salted fish. No drama. Then he stretched, stood up, and looked at his tiny piggy bank. He figured the only way to survive now was by doing basic basic stuff, selling books, setting up a stall, maybe recruiting a few helpers. That was his life now. Just then, a cute kid with orange hair and big round eyes appeared. She looked amazed by something at his stall. Yifeng noticed her right away. She was with a beautiful girl who had long white hair. The kid ran up, pointed at his books, and shouted to her sister, "Hey, check these out. I've never seen these before." Yifeng looked at them and thought, they're probably cultivators, definitely rich. So he stood up straight and decided he was gonna treat them like VIPs, with full gentlemanly energy. Yifeng smiled and greeted them politely, asking how he could help. The white-haired girl was surprised to meet someone so well-mannered in Jiangping City, but still thought it was a shame he was just a regular human. She looked at him with a straight face and told the little girl, Luo Li, that it was time to leave. But as she turned to go, Yifeng quickly held up the books and said, "Wait a second." He told Luo Li that she had amazing bones and rare talent, like, once in a million years level. He said she was clearly a martial arts genius, so those secret manuals he made, which usually sold for 10 gold each, he'd give them to her for half price. Luo Li's face lit up. She pointed to herself and asked, "You mean me? I'm a genius?" She grinned and said she wanted Master Ma's lightning whiplash. Yifeng was surprised, but before anything else could happen, the white-haired girl grabbed Luo Li by the hair and said they were leaving. She told her it was better to spend money on useful stuff, not random books. Luo Li kicked and dragged her feet, saying she didn't care, she wanted that book. The white-haired girl got super annoyed and asked how Luo Li had time for books when they were in the middle of a serious mission at Castle Peak Gate. But Luo Li kept yelling that she didn't care and begged her sister to buy it. That pushed her over the edge. Her forehead was twitching from frustration as she yelled that they were immortal cultivators and had no business buying regular human drawings. Yifeng, standing at his stall, cursed under his breath. He was furious but too nervous to say anything. Then Luo Li threw a tantrum and suddenly transformed. Her body got huge and super buff. In a flash, the ground cracked open, smoke shot out, and Luo Li stood there, still big and muscular, grinning while holding the tiny book in her massive hands. She waved at her sister and said they could leave now. Yifeng was frozen, his jaw basically on the floor. The white-haired girl calmly tossed some coins onto the stall and said, "Here's the money." She asked Luo Li if she was happy, and Luo Li smiled and said, "Thank you." As they walked off, Luo Li shrank back to normal size. Her sister reminded her to keep it together next time around mortals, especially because of her crazy physique. Yifeng finally snapped out of it and started yelling after them. He shouted, "Hey, that book costs 10 gold each." Then he kept going, calling them annoying cultivators and yelling for them to never show their faces again or he'd blast them away next time. Meanwhile, the two of them were already outside Jiangping City. The white-haired girl sighed and rubbed the back of her neck while Luo Li kept talking about how awesome the book was. She said it was the coolest thing ever and that they should read it together. Her sister sighed again and finally gave in. She reached out for the book and told herself, "Whatever, just deal with it." The white-haired lady flipped through Yifeng's book and looked totally confused. She couldn't make sense of what she was reading. Then suddenly, a massive wave of energy burst out from the book. Her hair flew up, and she screamed, eyes wide. What she felt was something only cultivators could sense. It was deep, like feeling abandoned by the universe one second, then surrounded by festival vibes the next. Behind her, glowing white loops appeared, kind of like a system effect, and two strange figures showed up in the image too. She didn't know what was trying so hard to fix her flaws and help her understand, but she felt it working. She let out another scream as her clothes suddenly fell apart from the impact. That's when it hit her, it was pure martial arts energy. Her face turned bright red. She fell to the ground, totally overwhelmed, sweating, and breathing hard. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought about how hard she had worked for a breakthrough. Yet just one page of Yifeng's book had taken her straight to the level of great martial master. Luo Li walked over, looking worried. She asked, "Sis, are you okay? Your face is super red." The white-haired girl was startled, and even more shocked when she realized Luo Li had broken through multiple levels too, just from that one book. An image of Yifeng popped into her mind, and she went pale. She realized he might actually be a world-class expert, so she made up her mind. She had to report this to her master right away. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the head of Castle Peak Gate, Lu Qingshan, held a spear glowing with golden energy. He was at the martial spirit level and had tracked down a wounded beast that had clearly been in a serious battle. Some of the people fighting it were already down. Just as Lu Qingshan was about to land the final strike, a flash of purple aura slammed into the beast first. He froze, stunned, as the aura finished the monster in one shot. A voice called out, saying, "Thanks for the help, Castle Peak Gate. Now I can claim the credit." Lu Qingshan's eyes went wide in fear. That voice came from Ning Xuanwu, the ancestor of the Xuanwu sect. He had just leveled up to the martial king level using the beast's power. Lu Qingshan was furious. He yelled that they had been hunting that beast for months and had lost a lot of people, and now this guy just swooped in and took it like it was nothing. Ning Xuanwu replied, "If you don't like it, come at me. I don't mind giving you a one-way ticket before the big tournament." Lu Qingshan froze, sweating. He realized they were in real danger. Ning Xuanwu had just broken through, and now his power was way beyond theirs. Ning Xuanwu stood confidently in front of Lu Qingshan, backed by his strong and uninjured sect members. Behind Lu Qingshan were only his tired and injured people. Ning pointed straight at Lu and said, "If you can beat me in a life or death match in 3 days, I'll let you go." Then he added, but honestly, it's a shame. The Xuanwu sect is gonna swallow up Castle Peak Gate either way. Lu Qingshan clenched his teeth and stared at the ground, but didn't say anything back. Meanwhile, in another place, a woman stood on a stage and made an announcement. She told the crowd that their only chance to fix the current crisis was to call for some serious help. But the audience, including Yifeng, just stared back with blank faces. The lady was panicking in her head. Cultivator drama wasn't enough to grab anyone's attention anymore. She started worrying she might lose her job. Someone in the crowd muttered, "This story's kinda mid." Another said the pacing was off. Yifeng just thought it was the usual territory battle stuff, nothing exciting. Back at Castle Peak Gate, two young disciples were training with weapons. One of them said the big duel was only a few days away. The other replied, "I don't even know why we're training. What's the point?" The first guy said their master, Lu Qingshan, was in closed-door training and probably about to break through. Suddenly, a loud, chubby old man popped in and told them to shut up. He said he'd been with Lu Qingshan for over 30 years, and every time things got tough, their master never backed down. What they didn't know was, Lu Qingshan was actually meditating nearby, and he heard everything. He stared forward seriously while the old man said, "The harder it gets, the stronger our spirit becomes." Out of nowhere, Lu bit down on his robe to stop himself from yelling in frustration. He was shaking, and tears built up in his eyes. In his head, he cursed everything and questioned himself. How am I supposed to beat Ning Xuanwu like this? He'd been stuck at the martial spirit level for years. Deep down, he knew, if things stayed like this, he was done for. Then someone called his name, saying Lan Shui wanted to speak with him. He quickly pulled himself together, cleared his throat, and said, "Come in." A few moments later, someone placed a book in front of him, Master Ma's Lightning Whiplash. It was Lan Shui, the white-haired girl. She explained everything, and Lu Qingshan was stunned. He asked her to confirm, "Wait, this book came from a mortal?" Lan Shui nodded nervously and said Yifeng might actually be a top-tier expert hiding in plain sight. But Lu Qingshan cut her off. "That's nonsense," he said. He grabbed the book and got angry. "You're supposed to be a lead disciple of Castle Peak Gate. Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you're out here getting fooled by random people on the street." He flipped through the book and said it was useless, nothing special at all. Lan Shui asked Lu Qingshan to calm down and just take a look at the book. She said if she was lying, she'd accept any punishment. Lu agreed. But the second he opened the book, something inside him snapped. A powerful energy burst out, making the pages flutter like crazy. His eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped. Then a colorful glow appeared, and a shadow of someone meditating showed up in the middle. That energy flowed through Lu Qingshan, and suddenly, he was standing in a quiet field with the sun setting ahead. That's when he realized, he was deep in enlightenment. He thought back on everything. Lately, he hadn't really been facing the pressure from the Xuanwu sect. He'd just been running from it. No one had challenged his strength in years. Then, out of nowhere, a weird dude with stretchy arms and a glowing system finger behind him started smacking him at lightning speed, shouting stuff like, "The loose gets tighter and the tight gets tighter." Lu Qingshan got hit all over. His whole body was sore. But as he sat there drooling and crying, he let out a huge shout. He'd finally had a breakthrough. Back at Castle Peak Gate, a giant pillar of light shot into the sky, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, Yifeng was chilling with a bowl of noodles and saw the light too. He grumbled, wondering who broke through this time. Then he sniffed the noodles and complained they didn't smell good anymore. Back at the sect, Lu Qingshan was reaching for Yifeng's book, which was still smoking. Behind him, Lan Shui was overjoyed. He'd actually broken through to the martial king realm. Still blushing, Lu Qingshan turned to Lan Shui and said, "This is it. Now we can finally take down the Xuanwu sect." He told her that Yifeng's skills were insane. Just being able to draw a book filled with martial king level energy was unreal. Then he told her they had to go thank Yifeng immediately and show respect. That's when Lan Shui remembered how she once mocked the idea of buying a mortal's book. She panicked, thinking about how rude she had been. In her mind, she imagined Yifeng floating in the sky, waving a hand, and wiping out the entire sect. She was terrified now and thought, if he gets mad, we're doomed. Meanwhile, Yifeng was staring at something with a serious look. An ominous vibe filled the air, but then he suddenly smiled. He was standing in front of a boiling pot. Turns out, he was just excited that the meat was finally done. He thought to himself how mortals' training methods weren't popular here, but hey, he managed to sell a book to two clueless cultivators for a single gold coin. Then he traded that for 2 chunks of meat, about half a kilo. Meanwhile, off in the distance, 3 men were chasing a purple wild dog that had stolen their meat. The dog ran with the food in its mouth and, in its head, was thinking, "Y'all are lucky. Getting your meat eaten by me is an honor." Nobody could hear the wild dog talking, but in its true form, it introduced itself as the prince of the wolf clan from the demon world. It said it was actually at the level of martial soul. If it hadn't been betrayed by its own clan and nearly drained of all its spiritual power, it would have already finished those humans off. Calling humans weak and clueless, it suddenly spotted Yifeng, who was crouching in front of his cooking pot. The dog grinned and thought, "Seriously? A mortal standing in my way? This'll be easy." Even with low power, the wolf prince charged up its aura, showed its original form, and lunged at Yifeng from behind, shouting for him to disappear. Yifeng, caught off guard, turned around and locked eyes with it. But out of nowhere, he casually grabbed the wolf prince by the head. Both of them were shocked. Yifeng smiled and asked, when did you show up in Jiangping City? The wolf prince froze, mouth hanging open, completely confused. His powers didn't work? He was furious. He blasted out a strong lightning-like aura and yelled again. Yifeng didn't even flinch, but the meat he was cooking spilled all over the ground. That's when things got serious. Yifeng's face turned dark. He stared at the wolf prince, still dangling by the head, and the poor dog was shaking. He couldn't understand what just happened. Was he scared? He told himself no way. He wouldn't be scared of a mortal, not even if 5 martial spirit level cultivators ganged up on him. But then Yifeng, now fully annoyed, pointed at him and said, you're kinda cute. Bet you taste good. The wolf prince freaked out inside. Wait, he's gonna eat me. Who even is this guy? Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui were flying across the sky. Back at the scene, Yifeng stood over the wolf prince, who was lying on the ground looking completely done, like his soul had just left his body. Yifeng tilted his head, confused at how scared this thing was. Later, at market, a little girl with injuries got thrown out of the Qingshan gate for sneaking in. Some people mocked her, saying she didn't even have spiritual roots, so what made her think she could cultivate? They warned her not to come back again or she'd regret it. Feeling crushed, the girl dropped to her knees and slammed her tiny fist into the ground. She looked up and asked the heavens if she was really just a loser with no way to change her fate. She apologized to her uncle for letting him down. Then, out of nowhere, Yifeng called out to her. He had the wolf prince tied up beside him like a prize. He looked at the girl's stance and said, yo, are you trying to sneak some of my meat? Then he added, if you want food, you gotta pay up. This barbecue is world famous. Not even your dad could get it for free. Zhongqing stood up, clearly annoyed, and yelled that even if he starved, he wouldn't eat Yifeng's food. He turned his back and started walking away, but then the smell of the barbecue hit his nose. His pride crumbled fast. Without even realizing it, Zhongqing grabbed 2 skewers, one in each hand, and stuffed his mouth full while still saying he wasn't eating Yifeng's food. Yifeng just stared at him, speechless, and shouted, hey, that's robbery. Then Yifeng's face turned serious. He pointed at Zhongqing and said, so, you got kicked out of the Qingshan sect? Still chewing, Zhongqing was surprised, like it wasn't already obvious. Then he corrected Yifeng, saying, also, I'm a boy. Yifeng looked confused. He went back to grilling his meat and muttered, with that haircut? You should have been an idol, not trying to become immortal. He shook his head and thought to himself that Zhongqing's situation kinda reminded him of his own, both not great. Once the meat was done, Yifeng looked at Zhongqing and said, you've got nowhere to go, right? I happen to need help. Come work with me. Then he casually tossed him the keys to the martial arts hall. Zhongqing caught them midair, a bit stunned. Yifeng added, I'm going to get some seasoning. You go back and watch the place. Zhongqing tried to protest, saying, I never agreed to be your assistant. But then he looked at the keys in his hand and blushed a little. He held them close and told himself to just go with it. After all, if he got a stable job in Jiangping City, his parents would be relieved. About 30 minutes later, Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui quietly entered what looked like Yifeng's home. They opened the door and called out politely as they stepped into a clean courtyard. They were immediately met with weird statues and strange paintings. Lu Qingshan's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped as he stared at the paintings. There was something powerful about them, an aura you could feel just by being near them. One painting seemed to be yelling about wanting a fight, while another was whining that its scabbard had moved and it didn't want to fight anymore. Lu Qingshan didn't really understand what the paintings were saying, but he could feel something deep in them, like they were telling stories about battles, strength, weakness, and how all of it was just temporary. Lan Shui was still taking it all in when Lu Qingshan suddenly dropped to his knees. He looked totally enlightened and said, I get it now. That's when Zhongqing, slightly out of breath and holding a feather duster, showed up. He saw the 2 guests and asked, are you here to see someone? Lan Shui gave him a warm smile, and Lu Qingshan let out an awkward laugh. They both apologized and introduced themselves as people from the Qingshan sect. Zhongqing's face froze. Oh no, he thought, they're from Qingshan? I'm done for. He immediately panicked, wondering if they were there to arrest him for sneaking into the sect earlier. Lan Shui and Lu Qingshan were completely shocked when Zhongqing suddenly dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness. He promised he'd never sneak into the Qingshan sect again and asked them not to hurt him. He even said he was super skinny, so they shouldn't feed him to the dog. The 2 were so confused they didn't know how to react. Lan Shui awkwardly reached out and said, hey, get up, what are you even doing? But before she could help him up, Lu Qingshan grabbed her hand and stopped her. He told her not to be disrespectful and explained that he once heard something about a Western Buddha testing believers to see if they had a pure heart. Lan Shui froze. Her face went pale, and sweat started dripping as she stared at Zhongqing. She noticed faint images of both Eastern and Western Buddhas behind him and started wondering if he had been sent by Yifeng to test them. Calling him miss, they finally noticed the feather duster in his hand. Lu Qingshan squinted at it, trying to figure out what it meant. In his mind, he thought, feather dusters clean dust. Dust symbolizes distraction, so cleaning must mean getting rid of messy thoughts. He turned serious and declared, this must be the first trial Yifeng set for us. Lan Shui nodded and said, got it. Meanwhile, Zhongqing just stared at them blankly, totally confused. Lu Qingshan looked determined and said, we should clean up the dust. Lan Shui added, and clear our minds. Both of them suddenly grabbed cleaning tools like they were sacred weapons and got into serious fighting stances, ready to sweep the place like it was some kind of battle. Zhongqing panicked and shouted, wait, you don't need to do that, it's literally my job. Then he looked them over and said, are you two really from the Qingshan sect? And again, I'm a boy. Later that evening at Yifeng's martial arts courtyard, the sun had set and the moon was out. Yifeng told Lan Shui not to worry about what happened earlier and thanked her for paying for the book. He smiled and invited them to stay for dinner. In the kitchen, Yifeng handed over the tied-up wolf to Zhongqing and casually said, let's have hot pot with this dog meat tonight. At the dining table, Lan Shui and Lu Qingshan sat with some fruit and watched everything. Lan Shui leaned in and whispered, do you sense anything about Yifeng? Lu Qingshan replied, I can't even read his cultivation level. His power, it's off the charts. They both kept watching Yifeng as he skillfully chopped ingredients. His moves looked simple, but the food came out so clean and perfect it was like the ingredients were being reborn. Lu Qingshan leaned in again and whispered, do you see that wolf? His face went pale, and sweat ran down his neck. The prince of the wolf clan, tied up, eyes glowing, still glaring at them, was just sitting there, helpless. That's the sky-devouring demon wolf, Lu Qingshan said, stunned. It's one of the rarest beasts in the world, and Yifeng is about to cook it like it's dinner. Yifeng picked up his butcher knife and grabbed the demon wolf by the head. The wolf instantly released a strong aura, making Lan Shui worried. She said, if we actually eat this thing, the demon race might never leave us alone. I'm scared Yifeng will be hunted for the rest of his life. Lu Qingshan leaned in and whispered, anyone bold enough to mess with a demon wolf like this probably isn't just some regular cultivator. During the God-Demon War, the demon wolves held off 30,000 Buddhas. That's what saved the demon race. Zhongqing stared at both of them like they were nuts. Suddenly, the demon wolf broke free of its ropes and let out a loud roar. Lu Qingshan pointed and said, it's going all out now. But instead of attacking, the wolf dropped to its knees and begged Yifeng not to eat him. Yifeng just smiled and patted its head. You kinda look like the pet I had back in my old world, he said. Then he offered to let the demon wolf become his pet. Lu Qingshan's jaw dropped. He was totally speechless that the legendary demon wolf surrendered like that. Yifeng walked out of the kitchen holding the demon wolf like a puppy. Hey, Zhongqing, look at the dog. Lu Qingshan turned away, shaking with emotion. Tears filled his eyes. He was touched that Yifeng didn't actually go through with it. But Lan Shui reminded him, now's not the time to get emotional. She thought about Yifeng's butcher knife and how it had just stunned a beast that powerful. She figured if borrowing a tool from a true expert could save their sect, then why not try? So she stepped forward and gave Yifeng a respectful salute. Please, with all due respect, can I borrow your knife to save my sect? Yifeng slowly turned to her with a serious face, and Lu Qingshan panicked. He slammed Lan Shui's head down and whispered, you idiot. You're being too greedy. The two stood there sweating, realizing Yifeng wasn't happy anymore. He stood still, holding the knife, wrapped in a strange energy. But then, without saying much, Yifeng casually handed them the knife and said, if you want it, take it. It's nothing special. They froze in shock, unable to say a word. Yifeng asked, why are you two just standing there? Take it. I can make 2 or 3 more in a day. Lu Qingshan grabbed the knife with shaky hands, holding it like it was priceless. He was almost in tears as he said thank you. Lan Shui cheered, and Lu Qingshan cried out, looks like heaven hasn't given up on our Qingshan sect after all. Yifeng turned away and thought to himself how sad and broken those two looked. They couldn't even afford a kitchen knife. By morning, Lu Qingshan was all hyped up. Ning Xuanwu is done for, he said. Meanwhile, over at the Xuanwu sect, someone landed in their courtyard, and the disciples scrambled to get ready for their master. Ning Xuanwu had just come out of his training retreat. Sitting half-dressed on his throne, he waved them off. No need for food, he said. Just bring me the messenger from Kaiakshan Gate. I want to see him. The rest of you, leave. A little later, in a private room at the sect, Ning Xuanwu was now fully dressed. Behind him stood a man in a dark cloak, bowing politely. I'm Yu Wuji, he said. I've heard a lot about you. Cut the small talk, Ning Xuanwu replied. Just say what you came to say. Wuji nodded. With a serious tone, he said, the thing you were worried about? It's happened. Ning Xuanwu slowly turned his head, his face tight with annoyance. The candle in the room flickered as Wuji continued, reporting that Lu Qingshan had recently reached the level of martial king. But Ning Xuanwu didn't look fazed. So what? He said. I've been a martial king for over 30 years. He's basically a toddler compared to me. He sat down and added, but I'm guessing you didn't come here late at night just to say that. So what's the real reason? Wuji's face turned more serious. Earlier today, Lu Qingshan rushed back to his sect and called all his disciples to the square, he said. Wuji explained that he was actually there when it happened. He'd even yawned and asked the Qingshan sect teacher, Zhu Yun, why they were being gathered so late. She replied, no idea. Just said it's some kind of trial. Then, as they looked ahead, Wu Ji and the others went silent. In front of them was the Qingshan sect's trial jewel, a huge, super tough stone that even magic weapons barely scratched. Everyone was standing around it, and Lu Qingshan was already there. The moment they arrived, other disciples bowed to Zhu Yun, but she waved it off and told them to skip the formalities. Lu Qingshan stood in front of the jewel, focused. Then he opened his eyes, placed his left hand on the jewel, and lifted something in his right. It was Yifeng's kitchen knife. The disciples were all confused and disappointed. "Why is he using a broken kitchen knife?" one of them said. Another sighed, "Guess the pressure finally got to him. Should we call the doctor?" Lu Qingshan overheard them. His nerves were already on edge, and their comments didn't help. He was clearly annoyed at the chatter, but even with all the doubt, he got ready to swing the knife. Right as Lu Qingshan was about to swing the knife, he paused. He figured since the knife's power was still a mystery, it was smarter to go easy at first. So he lightly tapped the giant test jewel with it. To his surprise, a small crack appeared right away. But then, it totally exploded. A massive blast of energy burst out, sending shards flying and shaking the whole place. The disciples nearby had to raise their arms to block the pressure. The aura shot straight into the sky like a flare, glowing red and lighting up the dark clouds. The shattered pieces flew out in every direction. Far away in Jiangping City, Zhongqing was holding up the demon wolf and telling it to look at the cool meteor shower. But the demon wolf wasn't enjoying the view, it was panicking. He recognized the powerful martial energy and realized these weren't just random fireworks. That kind of power came from top-tier magic weapons, and he had no idea when the cultivators had gotten their hands on something like that. Back at Yifeng's house, he was just walking by a window when the red light flooded his room. He stopped in his tracks, looked outside, and his eyes widened. He immediately closed his eyes, pressed his palms together, and started praying. "Please let me sit in a palace with tons of beautiful women, have endless money, and never lift a finger to eat or get dressed." His wish turned into a long, dramatic inner monologue. Meanwhile, back at the Qingshan Sect Square, everyone was frozen. Zhu Yun was speechless, her eyes practically falling out of her face. Wu Ji swore under his breath, trying to figure out what just happened. Lu Qingshan stared at the kitchen knife in shock. The other disciples were celebrating like their team had just won a championship. Their sect was finally safe. Lu Qingshan's face lit up too. He still couldn't believe how powerful the knife was, and he hadn't even used full force. He instantly fell in love with the weapon, but deep down, he also realized it was way too powerful for him to control. He decided he'd only use it when it was absolutely necessary. That also made him realize something else. If Yifeng had made that knife, then he had to be way beyond even the martial ancestor level. With the shattered stone still crumbling behind him, Lu Qingshan turned to his disciples and announced, "The day after tomorrow, I'll fight the Xuanwu sect head-on." His disciples went wild, cheering and shouting in support. Meanwhile, back at the Xuanwu sect, Wu Ji squinted and said, "There's no way Lu Qingshan broke through that fast on his own." Ning Xuanwu listened with his arms crossed while Wu Ji continued, "Same with that weapon. Someone must be helping him from behind the scenes." Ning Xuanwu stayed quiet, thinking hard. Wu Ji looked up at him, worried. "Should we do something?" Suddenly, Ning Xuanwu tossed him a small blue pill and said, "The poison from the ice toad's been hitting me for 3 days." Wu Ji's eyes widened as he watched the blue pill roll right past him. Ning Xuanwu turned and walked away, saying it was a reward for tipping him off that day. He told Wu Ji to keep working hard, and once it was all over, he'd set him free. Wu Ji dropped to his knees as the pill stopped in front of him and thanked Ning Xuanwu for his kindness. Not far from the secret room, a woman stood in the shadows. As Ning Xuanwu walked past her, he called her Ling and told her to come with him to the sword graveyard. She was Ling Yaoer, a disciple of the Xuanwu sect, and she looked hyped as she leaned against the doorframe and said she couldn't wait. A few moments later, at the sword graveyard, 2 disciples were talking. One reminded the other of their master's warning, never unseal the soul-dementing sword. But the other guy waved it off and told him to quit being dramatic and help open the seal. The first one hesitated but eventually gave in, saying, "Just don't regret it." But before they could even start, the seal lit up on its own. Suddenly, creepy spirits poured out, and the 2 disciples straight up panicked and ran for their lives. Everything those spirits touched got drained, birds dropped from the sky, and plants withered instantly. Meanwhile, Ning Xuanwu and Ling Yaoer hovered above, surrounded by protective aura. Ling Yaoer said she hadn't expected the weapon to be that scary. Ning Xuanwu just laughed and said it was only the beginning. After wiping out the Qingshan gate, he said, "Everyone, gods or demons, would bow down to him." Then, with a cold grin, he told her to never doubt his ambition. The soul-dementing sword rose before them, and Ning Xuanwu declared he'd fight power with power, one magic weapon against another. While the spirits kept swirling around a massive rock, 3 people showed up in Jiangping City. They were gasping for air and running around looking for medicine. One of them started freaking out. There were less than 4 hours before the battle with the Xuanwu sect. Another one started crying and said even without them, Lu Qingshan could still win. They looked ahead seriously and said this battle could affect normal people too, so it was better to escape. Any small amount of spiritual energy could be fatal for them. Meanwhile, Yifeng was hiking in the mountains, leading a group of Jiangping City folks who had their bags packed. He stopped, planted a wooden pole into the ground, and announced they'd found the perfect spot to watch the duel. Everyone cheered. They'd been waiting for this moment. Yifeng, on the other hand, was drooling, not from excitement about the duel, but because he saw a money-making opportunity. He had no idea who was even fighting, but he knew the crowd wanted a front-row view. The spot was high enough that they'd be able to see the battle from anywhere. As the crowd moved toward the cliff, Yifeng raised his voice and said, "If you want to borrow binoculars, line up. 1 gold per use, limited time only." That set off a frenzy as people scrambled to rent one. Down at the bottom of the cliff, Ning Xuanwu and Lu Qingshan stood face to face, their disciples lined up behind them. The two just stared at each other in silence. Then Ning Xuanwu smirked and said, "Didn't think you'd actually show up." Lu Qingshan clenched his jaw and replied, "It's not over yet. We'll see who's still standing by the end." As they both lunged forward, the crowd erupted with cheers. Their moves were so fast, you couldn't even see their bodies, just the glow of their auras crashing into each other. When the clash ended, Ning Xuanwu landed a heavy punch on Lu Qingshan's face, sending him flying and coughing hard. He hit the ground, and 3 of his disciples ran to help him, but he quickly got up and told them to stay back like it was no big deal. Ning Xuanwu stood tall, glowing with a powerful aura. Lu Qingshan could feel the difference. He was way behind. If he hadn't reached the martial king level after reading Yifeng's book, he wouldn't even be able to stand there right now. He knew he had only one hope left. That's when Ning Xuanwu looked straight at him and said, "I know what you're hiding. Why don't you show me that so-called magic weapon of yours?" Lu Qingshan froze. His face went pale, eyes wide, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe Ning Xuanwu knew about the kitchen knife. Behind him, Wu Ji grinned smugly. Ning Xuanwu kept talking. "Did you really think I'd let you pull off a surprise move?" Then he jumped and summoned the Soul Eater sword. Dark spirits poured out around him, swirling in the air like a storm. The Xuanwu sect disciples cheered as they saw it. Ling Yaoer grinned and said, "That sword drains spiritual energy. No weapon can hold up against it unless it's a sacred item." Lu Qingshan nervously pulled out the kitchen knife from behind him. The Qingshan sect disciples were horrified. "It's over," one of them said. "No way that thing stands up to the Soul Eater sword." Lu Qingshan raised the knife in front of him to block the incoming attack. Ning Xuanwu just burst out laughing. "Seriously? That's your magic weapon? A kitchen knife?" The Xuanwu sect disciples cracked up. Even Ling Yaoer laughed. "What's that broken thing even gonna do?" someone said. "I can't believe the great Lu Qingshan turned into some fool with a cheap knife." Lu Qingshan got pushed to the cliff's edge. Ning Xuanwu kept taunting him, daring him to prove how amazing his kitchen knife was. Lu Qingshan looked down at the knife in his hand, panicked. He cursed silently. His confidence was gone. He was terrified the knife would break, or worse, lose all its power, and he'd be left with a useless piece of junk. He had borrowed it from Yifeng, after all. His hands shook, and his nose started to run. He cried out, "Yifeng, what should I do?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. "Don't give up." It was Yifeng. He was standing at the top of the cliff with a bunch of townspeople, all using binoculars he'd rented out for gold. Yifeng waved and yelled, "How are you already thinking about quitting?" While the crowd behind Yifeng kept watching the fight with their rented binoculars, he shouted, "That was it? They wrapped it up that fast? I made a bunch of these for nothing." In his head, he was thinking about how all the binoculars were rented out, but he still had no clue what was even happening down there, who was fighting who, or how it was going. Lu Qingshan's eyes went wide when he heard Yifeng's voice. He looked up and saw Yifeng standing on the edge of the cliff, yelling something he couldn't really understand. A whole crowd stood behind him with binoculars. Lu's jaw dropped when he realized Yifeng had actually brought people just to cheer him on. A new wave of determination hit Lu Qingshan. He thought to himself how powerful those few words of support had been. He lifted the kitchen knife high into the air, feeling ashamed that he had ever doubted himself. Backing down now would have been a total insult to the honor of that blade. He planted his feet into the ground, golden aura flaring around him as he stared down Ning Xuanwu. "I got this," he told himself. Across from him, Ning Xuanwu was still floating in the air, wrapped in ghostly energy, holding the Soul Eater sword. He sneered and said, "What's the holdup? You gonna slice open a can or something?" Then he flew toward Lu Qingshan, sending the dark spirits straight at him. Lu Qingshan didn't move. He waited until the very last moment, then swung the kitchen knife with everything he had. A huge golden slash cut straight through the incoming spirits. It looked like a basic move, just an ordinary knife attack, but the power behind it was unreal. The slash kept going and hit Ning Xuanwu head-on. His eyes widened in shock as the golden energy started breaking him apart. The Xuanwu disciples were speechless. The Soul Eater sword, their ultimate weapon, had been smashed in one hit. Ling Yaoer shouted in panic for her master, but it was too late. The golden aura tore through the battlefield, slicing through rocks and carving a long trench in the ground. The shockwave made the whole area shake. Even in the middle of the chaos, Ling Yaoer stayed focused. She ordered the Xuanwu sect to fall back and protect Ning Xuanwu. On the other side, Zhiyun yelled for the Qingshan sect to attack while they had the upper hand and finished the fight. Lan Shui agreed, and the Qingshan disciples took off after their enemies. But then Lu Qingshan raised his hand and stopped them. "Don't chase them," he said. Lan Shui was caught off guard. "What? But this is the perfect chance to wipe them out." Lu Qingshan pointed to the red flag above them and told Lan Shui to look at Yifeng, who was just silently watching from the cliff. He said, "If we keep fighting, Yifeng might get annoyed." He raised the kitchen knife and said, "Yifeng doesn't care about fame or wealth, but he still let me borrow this weapon. That must mean he doesn't want either side to be destroyed. Lan Xue's eyes widened. She finally understood what Lu Qingshan was getting at. Yifeng wanted balance. Lu Qingshan looked serious as he added, Yifeng wants us to keep both sides in check, to protect the peace in Jiangping. A ray of light shone down as if to confirm it, and the Qingshan sect seemed to glow in that moment. Lu Qingshan said Yifeng deserved their respect forever, because compared to him, the rest of them were like ants. Meanwhile, Yifeng looked down at the battlefield with a bored expression. The people of Jiangping realized the fight was over, so they started packing up and going back to their regular routines. Yifeng waved and shouted, wait, there's still more. You're gonna miss the next big fight, Godzilla vs King Kong. But nobody listened. They just left, leaving him standing there with all the rented binoculars scattered on the ground. He sighed and mumbled to himself, seriously? How am I supposed to make money if they wrap things up this fast? Later, as he walked through the woods on his way down the mountain, someone called out to him. It was a girl in a cloak. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Hey, Peng Ying, he said, quickly walking up to her. He tapped her on the shoulder and asked, what's up? Are you here to meet your childhood crush or something? But Peng Ying didn't look amused. She stayed silent, pulled off her cloak, and slapped his hand away. You've got it all wrong, she said coldly. I came here on my master's orders, to find someone powerful. Yifeng was stunned. Wait, your master? She didn't look at him. You're a good person. I get what you were trying to say, but I'm sorry. She went on to explain that she had only joined the Qingshan sect because a senior helped her. With her background, she had no chance of getting in otherwise. She said it had always been her dream to train there, and she promised that senior she wouldn't get involved with any men again. Yifeng stood there frozen, his heart sinking. He watched Peng Ying walk away as she said, goodbye. We shouldn't meet again. A few minutes later, Peng Ying met up with Yu Wuji. He asked, so, do you see anyone up there? She replied, just one regular guy. Wuji clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. I told you to find an expert, not flirt around. Yu Wuji reminded Peng Ying about the promise she made to him, which made her panic. She quickly grabbed his hand and said, let me explain. Yifeng is just some random guy who runs a small martial arts hall. All he does is daydream and write weird martial arts stuff that doesn't even make sense. He's nowhere near your level. She wrapped her arms around his and added, if it wasn't for pure luck, I wouldn't have paid attention to him at all. She squeezed his arm, closed her eyes, and said, you're the only one I care about, so don't be mad. But what she didn't know was that Yu Wuji was silently judging her. In his head, he called her dumb and said the only reason anyone noticed her was because of her looks. He clenched his fists, veins popping, thinking about how he still couldn't accept that Ning Xuanwu, who once wiped out the entire Sword Clan, had lost, and all because of some unknown expert getting involved. Yu Wuji was sweating and growing more tense. He realized that if Ning Xuanwu recovered and found out how badly things had gone, he'd be furious with him. Peng Ying noticed his expression and asked, are you okay? Then something clicked in Yu Wuji's mind. The words martial arts hall and books reminded him of something. He remembered that Lan Xue had bought a book from a martial arts place in Jiangping that helped Lu Qingshan level up. Yu Wuji cupped Peng Ying's face in both hands and asked, wait, didn't you say that guy owns a martial arts hall and likes writing books? She nodded. Yeah, but he's just a regular guy. Yu Wuji jumped back, laughing. His eyes lit up with a dark idea. In his mind, he thought that if Yifeng really was a powerful expert, he would have stayed out of the conflict and let them all fight it out. So using him as a scapegoat was the perfect move. Rain started pouring as Yu Wuji whispered to himself that Yifeng had no one to blame but himself. He said fate had brought this on, and it was just meant to be. Back at the Xuanwu sect, someone suddenly shouted in rage. It was Ning Xuanwu. His arms were bandaged, and he looked furious, with veins bulging from his skin. He shouted at Yu Wuji for failing to bring any results and instead dragging more trouble to their doorstep. Yu Wuji dropped to his knees in front of him, trembling. Ling Yaoer stood by silently as he begged for forgiveness. I found out that Lan Xue and Lu Qingshan got the knife from an expert in Jiangping, he said. The guy owns a martial arts gym. That caught both Ning Xuanwu and Ling Yaoer off guard. Still sweating, Yu Wuji dropped onto all fours and added, I don't know much else yet, but if you go there yourself, you'll definitely find something. Ning Xuanwu gritted his teeth and glared at him. That's nonsense, he said. If there were any high-level martial arts experts in Jiangping, there's no way I wouldn't have already known. Ning Xuanwu said he wanted to find out which martial expert was backing Lu Qingshan. Ling Yaoer offered to investigate, but Ning Xuanwu turned her down. He said they already had someone lined up for the job. Then he called for Wu Chen. Wu Chen immediately landed on the roof of the room. Ning Xuanwu looked at him and said that even though there were usually restrictions on him, now was the time he needed to act. He asked Wu Chen if he understood what to do. Wu Chen grinned and said confidently, leave it to me. Meanwhile, everything was calm over at Yifeng's martial arts gym. A strange smell was coming from his room, and Zhong Qin walked in with a worried look. He was thinking that Yifeng hadn't come out in 3 days, so maybe Peng Ying's words had really messed with him. But as soon as he stepped inside, Zhong Qin was shocked. The room was a total mess, papers were all over the place, and something was smoking in front of Yifeng, who was sitting at the back. Zhongqing felt even worse. It looked like Yifeng was really heartbroken. He walked over and said maybe he could help, silently promising to be there for him no matter what. But to his surprise, Yifeng didn't seem sad at all. He was casually writing with one hand and fanning his barbecue with the other. When he turned to look at Zhongqing, he was surprised by the concern and said, "You came at the right time. I was about to give you some barbecue, but it looks like you want to work." Zhongqing blinked in confusion. Yifeng was whistling and acting totally fine. But Zhongqing still believed that Yifeng was hiding his pain deep down. He looked at him emotionally and asked about Peng Ying. To his shock, Yifeng just shrugged while munching on the barbecue. "She was just my childhood crush," he said. "Women only slow down how fast I make money, and how fast I can barbecue." Zhongqing stared at him, totally speechless. Then Yifeng handed him a stack of books and said, "Go sell these. I want to upgrade the carriage next month, so it's all on you." Before Zhongqing could say anything, he found himself already on the street with the books in his hands. He looked down and started reading the titles. Stories of men from 3 countries. The story of a group of women and 1 guy. 3 girls and 105 men. 4 monsters and a guy. He blinked and wondered, who would even buy these? Just then, he tripped on a curb and all the books flew into the air. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Jiangping City, someone was screaming for help. It was a man whose face was already deformed, and Wu Chen was holding him. Wu Chen called him an idiot and said, "Even if the king of heaven showed up, he couldn't save you now." The man screamed as Wu Chen pulled the spirit right out of him, leaving just a lifeless body behind. Then Wu Chen tossed him onto a growing pile of drained corpses and muttered, "Too bad he didn't taste good. I hope the guy at the martial arts gym ends up being more satisfying." Just then, someone stopped Wu Chen and told him that young folks should learn to be more forgiving. He said Wu Chen shouldn't head to Jiangping City anymore. It was an old man, clearly annoyed, who said he was on his way to visit an old friend in the city and didn't want any trouble. Wu Chen's face twitched in irritation, and he asked if the old man was joking. He was about to tell the guy to shut up, but before he could say another word, the old man launched an attack. A giant palm came out of nowhere and slammed down toward Wu Chen, with the old man yelling that it was time for him to go down. Wu Chen's face twisted in shock. He didn't expect the old man to be a realm above a martial king. The giant palm hit the ground hard, sending a blast of dust flying everywhere. The impact left a huge crater, but the old man was surprised when he realized Wu Chen wasn't there. He started to wonder how an evil spirit cultivator like him managed to escape. Then it clicked. The old man remembered Wu Chen had pulled something out right before the attack hit, something he now recognized as the sacred stone. And if the emperor's treasure had landed in the hands of someone like Wu Chen, then a small city like Jiangping might be in real trouble. Back in Jiangping City, Wu Chen was hiding and thinking how lucky he was to have the sacred stone. Without it, he'd be done for. He looked over at Yifeng's martial arts gym and smirked. He said he'd already finished off everyone in the other gyms, so this one was the last. With a creepy grin, Wu Chen laughed and said it had been super easy. Then he wondered if this plain-looking gym was really where that mysterious expert had been hiding. He mocked the expert, challenging him to come out and show what he could do. The sacred stone was a powerful artifact once used by the Xuanwu sect's founder during ancient battles. Even against people from higher realms, it could flip the odds in the user's favor. Elsewhere, Ling Yaoer looked annoyed and asked Ning Xuanwu why he didn't just send her instead. But Ning Xuanwu said Wu Chen had the sacred stone, so even if something went wrong, he'd be protected. They just had to wait for him to bring back good news. Back at the gym, Wu Chen stepped in front of it and laughed. He formed a small blue aura on his fingertip and pointed at the gym's entrance. He said the place didn't even have a proper name, so it had to be trash. Then he flicked the aura at the signboard and didn't even bother looking back. He stepped right over the threshold, already thinking about how he was going to destroy the place. But what he didn't realize was that his actions triggered something. The signboard he hit suddenly burst into flames and let out a glowing golden light. Out of the fire, all kinds of weapons formed and aimed themselves at Wu Chen. He cursed under his breath as the intense pressure surrounded him. But instead of panicking, he smirked and pulled out the sacred stone, thinking to himself, "Good thing I've got this. I can handle anything." To Wu Chen's surprise, the attack hit him straight on. Holes opened up all over his body, and all he could do was scream in pain. He had no idea what was happening. His face twisted and started fading away until there was nothing left of him. No trace, just the sacred stone dropped to the ground. Silence filled the entrance of Yifeng's martial arts gym. The dust from the blast slowly settled, and everything went still. A few moments later, Yifeng showed up with Zhongqing right behind him, who had a fresh bump on his head. Yifeng spotted the sacred stone, picked it up, and asked who had dropped it. He said it looked really nice. Then he raised an eyebrow and smiled like he got an idea. He walked over to the broken curb near the gym and pressed the stone into the crack, using it to fix the damage. Zhongqing was stunned. It fit perfectly. A little later, 2 people were playing Zeni. One of them was clearly dominating, and the other's hand was shaking, unsure of his next move. It was the old man from earlier, and he looked at his opponent, Yifeng, and said, "At first, I thought we were on the same level, but now, I can't see through you at all. Yifeng looked a bit bored and said, that's not too surprising. I'm the one who taught you chess, remember? But in his mind, he was wondering why this old guy kept showing up again and again. The old man started sweating. He had visited many times, but even now, he couldn't figure out Yifeng's real power level. He narrowed his eyes, thinking there were tons of secret techniques across the Xinjiang continent, but Yifeng was using something that made him completely unreadable. He didn't think Yifeng was bluffing. In fact, the more serious Yifeng looked, the more he realized, if someone like him really existed, he couldn't just be some random unknown guy in the cultivation world. The old man was lost in his own thoughts when Yifeng suddenly said, hey, it's your move. You're in checkmate. Huh? Wait, when did that happen? The old man asked, shocked. Then something caught his eye. He had stepped on the curb, and saw the sacred stone sitting right there, casually used to fix the crack. His eyes widened. Could it be? Had Yifeng taken down Wuchen just like that? Yifeng gave him a polite bow and said, thanks for letting me win. The old man stared at the curb, realizing Yifeng had just used a priceless treasure like the sacred stone to plug a sidewalk crack. He started connecting the dots. Was Yifeng sending him a message? Like, I can use the sacred stone however I want. What are you gonna do about it? He figured Yifeng knew the value of that thing. And yet, he still used it like it was nothing. That meant he either didn't care about treasures, or he was on another level altogether. Whether it was strategy or a chess game, the old man now understood, Yifeng was way more dangerous than he looked. He smiled to himself, thinking maybe Yifeng had been underestimating him. Then he looked at Yifeng and said, hey, come help me check something out real quick. Suddenly, he pulled out his sacred weapon, acting like it was totally normal, and asked, can you scratch my back with this real quick? Been kinda itchy. The rake in his hand gleamed with light. Yifeng looked at the rake in awe, like something had just clicked in his head. The old man lifted his chin proudly, thinking that Yifeng had finally realized how special the weapon was. After all, the old man had basically given up half his life and all his savings to get that treasure, the 7 holy rake. But then Yifeng walked over, rubbed the handle, and, with tears in his eyes, told the old man to throw it away because it looked super rusty. He said it must have been really tough to do farm work with something that old. Yifeng kept talking, saying he should have realized the old man had just been looking for someone to fix his farming tools this whole time. That's why he kept showing up to play chess and letting him win. The old man was stunned. Yifeng had just completely roasted the weapon he'd been so proud of. Yifeng gently took the rake and told him not to stress. He looked at the old man with pity and said farming wasn't easy. If that rake broke, it made sense why someone would panic, especially if it was their only way to make a living. Then he told the old man to wait a bit while he fixed it and walked inside his place. The old man stood there, gritting his teeth. He was steaming. If Yifeng really thought so little of his 7 holy rake, then he wanted to see what Yifeng could make that would be better. Inside Yifeng's martial arts gym, in the forging room, he was about to start working on the rake when Zhong Qing walked in. He told Yifeng that the old man who borrowed the kitchen knife, Lu Qingshan, was here to see him. Yifeng called him, the cook from Qingshan farmhouse, and told Zhong Qing to let them in. He said he'd join them as soon as he was done with the farm tool. Lu Qingshan arrived with Zhu Yun. She looked around and asked if anyone actually lived in this rundown place, but Lu Qingshan shut her down quickly. He told her not to show that attitude in front of Yifeng. Then he reminded her about the kitchen knife's power and warned her not to upset Yifeng, because things could get messy real fast. Zhu Yun rolled her eyes, thinking he was being dramatic. But when she stepped forward, she accidentally stepped right on the sacred stone embedded in the threshold. Her face broke into a sweat. She froze, confused and kind of spooked by the energy coming off it. Then she gasped, realizing what it was. The sacred stone, the legendary treasure from the Xuanwu sect's founder. And it was being used like a brick to fix the entrance. She crouched down to examine it more closely, totally anxious. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan had already walked inside, and Zhu Yun quickly called out, asking him to wait. She caught up to him and told him she felt like something was off with Yifeng and maybe they should just leave. But Lu Qingshan cut her off and said she was just talking nonsense. In the background, the sounds of metal clanging filled the air. Zhu Yun asked what he was staring at. Lu Qingshan just pointed to the sky. High above them, golden dragons were forming in the clouds, swirling down around the rake as Yifeng forged it. Lu Qingshan started shaking and nervously told Zhu Yun not to freak out, that it was just a small scene, but she noticed he was way more panicked than she was. Zhu Yun bit her lip, staring at the rake in disbelief. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It really was the 7 holy rake. According to legends, it had once been used by the goddess of the 9 heavens to wipe out evil on the Shenqing continent. She looked worried and called out to Lu Qingshan, who also looked tense. Then she asked him again, it's real, right? That's the actual 7 holy rake? Lu Qingshan didn't say a word, but his silence said everything. They spotted the old man again and noticed that his energy matched the same martial vibe coming from the rake. So, it was pretty clear, he had to be the owner. Lu Qingshan said, anyone who can use a sacred weapon like that has to be at least stronger than a martial emperor. The old man sat there, surrounded by a glowing golden aura, super calm but intense at the same time. As they looked at him, both Zhu Yun and Lu Qingshan thought he looked kinda like that infamous guy who once wiped out 6 towns in Xinjiang. But that guy had disappeared 30 years ago, so they figured it couldn't be him. Too much of a coincidence, right? Then the old man looked up at them, holding a drink in one hand and giving them a sharp look. He called out to them. Instantly, Zhu Yun and Lu Qingshan froze, both sweating like crazy. But just as quick, the old man's whole vibe changed. He smiled and asked if they were there to meet Yifeng. Then he invited them in for tea. Lu Qingshan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sure," which completely shocked Zhu Yun. She whispered, "Let's just drop off the knife and gift and bounce." But Lu Qingshan looked at her and said, "It's too late for that now." Just then, golden dragons came out of the forging house. Seeing that, Lu Qingshan told her to chill, it wasn't the right time to leave. Inside, Yifeng raised his hammer and slammed it down on the 7 holy rake one last time. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Finally done." The rake now looked brand new, shiny, sharp, and glowing. Yifeng felt good about it. Lu Qingshan was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yifeng had just restored a semi-holy weapon into a full-on holy weapon. Zhu Yun was shocked too. She said, "How did he even do that?" and thought to herself that with a holy weapon like that, someone could literally dominate the world. She was about to ask who Yifeng really was, but panic hit her when she saw him walking toward them with big confident steps, holding the shiny 7 holy rake. She turned to Lu Qingshan and asked, "What do we do?" Lu Qingshan told her to stay calm and pointed at the old man, who still sat there looking cool and unbothered, even though Yifeng was basically charging at him with a glowing weapon. But what they didn't know was that on the inside, the old man was freaking out. He was shaking and cursing in his head. He had just watched Yifeng take his broken holy weapon and actually upgrade it into a real holy weapon. That was the moment he realized, yeah, there's no comparison. Yifeng was way out of his league. The old man stood up, ready to receive the rake. But he was completely thrown off when Yifeng said, "It's not free, but I'll give you a 50% discount." The old man just froze. Even with the discount, he wasn't sure he could afford it. He'd already sold off everything he had just to buy that busted version of the rake. He'd even sacrificed half his lifespan to get it. And now, he couldn't afford to take it back. Yifeng looked pretty bored as he glanced at the old man and asked, "What's wrong? You broke or something?" In his head, he thought the guy was kind of pitiful if he didn't even have a single gold coin. Then Yifeng casually said, "It's just a rake. If you don't have the money, I'll just give it to you." As soon as those words came out, the 3 cultivators standing there were totally stunned. The old man suddenly jumped up, his heart clearly shaken by Yifeng's generosity. He didn't even call him brother anymore. Now it was Mr. E, and he bowed deeply to him. Yifeng was surprised. From his perspective, he just fixed a regular farm tool, so he didn't get why the old man was acting like this. The old man, Wu Yonghong, got all emotional and said, "Your kindness is etched in my heart. Maybe you won't need me, but I swear, if you ever do, I'll give my life for you." Meanwhile, Zhu Yun and Lu Qingshan were totally in shock. They now realized Wu Yonghong really was one of the 4 madmen who had once finished off 6 towns in Xianjiang. Then it started to rain, thunder cracked, and Wu Yonghong raised his hand toward the sky. He made a serious vow, calling on heaven and earth, saying that if he ever broke his promise, he'd be destroyed. Yifeng just stood behind him holding an umbrella, watching like this was all way too much. Wu Yonghong raised the holy weapon in front of Zhu Yun and Lu Qingshan, who both looked stunned. Yifeng stood on the side and thought, why's this guy being so dramatic? Dude's already on his last leg, and now he's putting on a show. To make it even more extra, a bolt of lightning actually hit Wu Yonghong after he finished the vow. Lu Qingshan was shaken. He couldn't believe he just witnessed a vow of heaven and earth in real life. Zhu Yun, confused, asked what that event was. Lu Qingshan explained that only top-level cultivators, like martial emperors, could make that kind of vow. It was like an unbreakable contract with heaven itself as the witness. And for someone as strong as Wu Yonghong to willingly make that vow to Yifeng, that said a lot about how strong Yifeng really was. Wu Yonghong then said, "The contract's locked in. I'll do whatever you want." Yifeng asked, "Really? Anything I want?" Wu Yonghong quickly nodded. Then, to his shock, Yifeng kicked him out of the forging house. Wu Yonghong was confused. He thought Yifeng was the kind of honorable guy who'd need someone like him. But the contract was already signed, so he still felt like he owed him big. Before leaving, Wu Yonghong said, "I'll repay your kindness someday. The mountains don't move, the rivers keep flowing. We'll meet again." Yifeng just thought, this guy's just a goofy middle-aged man. Zhu Yun was in disbelief. She couldn't believe Yifeng just brushed off a heaven-bound contract like it was no big deal. Lu Qingshan figured, yeah, only Yifeng could pull something like that off. With Wu Yonghong finally gone, Yifeng turned to Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun and asked why they'd come. After they explained they brought him a gift, Yifeng casually replied, "You didn't have to go that far. But hey, this glass ball's got some nice craftsmanship." Lu Qingshan started wondering if their Qingshan treasure flame orb was really just a basic ball in Yifeng's eyes. But when Yifeng held the orb and felt its warmth, he smiled and said, "Nice. I can use this as a hand warmer in winter." Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were glad he liked it, but deep down, they both felt a little disappointed. Then Yifeng turned to Zhu Yun and said, "Oh right, I just finished writing a novel. I'll give you a copy as a gift." She was surprised when she saw the title, Flying Snow Shoots the White Deer. Her jaw dropped because she knew the book was pure martial arts. Her own master had gotten promoted thanks to it. Zhu Yun quickly said, "We should head out. There's still work at the farmhouse." She thanked Yifeng and took off in a flash, leaving her master behind. In her mind, she believed this book would help her level up fast. Watching them leave all hyped up, Yifeng wondered if they were actually his first fans. Just then, Zhongqing came over and told Yifeng that the carriage was ready. As they walked outside, the coachman greeted Yifeng politely, saying it was an honor to serve him. Yifeng turned to Zhongqing and said, "I told you to find a donkey cart to save money." Zhongqing just smiled and said, "Yeah, but I got you the best ride since you're heading out." Yifeng was so irritated he started coughing up a little blood, but he let it go. "Maybe I'll come back as a billionaire," he said. Zhongqing asked, "What exactly are you going to do?" Yifeng didn't answer. He just told him he'd find out later. Back at Qingshan Gate, Lu Qingshan was mad. He scolded Zhu for taking the book without his permission. "I was just about to turn it down," he said. He told her she wasn't ready to understand the supreme pure martial arts intent inside the book. "The water's too deep," he added. Zhu pulled the book back and said, "Let go. You didn't even believe me when I told you about Yifeng." Lu Qingshan replied, "I didn't think someone that powerful would be hiding out in a small city like Jiangping." Then he explained that back in the day, Jiangping used to be where the immortal families trained. So it wasn't as ordinary a place as it looked. Zhu asked, "So what does that have to do with Yifeng?" Lu Qingshan said he suspected Yifeng was part of something big. Meanwhile, Yifeng walked into the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce with his novel in hand. His wallet was basically empty, but he hoped the deal he was about to make would finally turn things around. At the front, a middle-aged man greeted him and told him Boss Mao wanted to see him. Once inside, a man poured Yifeng some tea and said, "I read your novel. It's amazing, especially the Stardust versus part." Yifeng blinked. He didn't remember writing that part and quietly wondered if this guy even read his book. The man smiled and said, "Us big business folks respect cultured people the most." Yifeng reminded him about the promise to keep printing the book, but the man, who turned out to be chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin, he just waved it off and said, "Printing those fairy tales of yours isn't worth it." Mao explained that they were a big company with a lot of mouths to feed, and Yifeng's books just didn't bring in money. He said thinking about them gave him a headache. "Still," he added, "don't take it personally. I'm just being honest." Mao Lin offered Yifeng some money and told him to try his luck elsewhere. He said he was only helping because Yifeng once saved his life, but Yifeng stood up and quickly turned him down. Mao didn't really think much of Yifeng and still had the nerve to tell him to drop by again sometime. As Yifeng walked out, Mao scoffed and thought to himself that Yifeng's books were nothing but worthless junk. Just then, Mao's daughter Yuna walked in and asked who he'd just been meeting with. When Mao asked why she was there, she reminded him that he promised to introduce her to the author of Dream of Red Mansions. She looked around and asked, "Wait, was that him?" Yuna had been getting totally hooked on Yifeng's novels lately. Mao was starting to worry she was spending too much time reading and not enough learning business. He told Yuna that Yifeng wouldn't be publishing with them anymore. But Yuna knew that Dream of Red Mansions had brought in a ton of money, so she couldn't understand why they'd suddenly cut it off. Mao said, "He's just a broke peasant. If I didn't help him, he wouldn't have even gotten that first book out. His work is nothing compared to the real business we're doing here." Then he told her to start learning business from the chamber's senior staff. Yuna said, "I hate doing business. Even if I wanted to, reading won't stop me." But Mao shut her down. "No more arguing. This is a critical time. We're up against the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce." He told someone to take Yuna away and lock her in her room until she went through all the recent accounts. Yuna pleaded with him, but it was no use. She ended up stuck in her room. Meanwhile, on the street, Yifeng was grumbling to himself, thinking how life wasn't easy for anyone. Not long after, Lan Shui and Luo Li spotted him. Luo Li asked, "What are you doing out here?" Yifeng looked surprised, but he told them the whole story. After listening, Lan Shui said, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be the one writing all those famous novels around Jiangping City." She added, "Oh, it just so happens my uncle told us to bring you some fruit." Luo Li was about to say something else but suddenly stopped. Yifeng looked confused. "What's up?" Lan Shui quickly grabbed Luo Li's head and told her to zip it, then pinched her on the back to make sure she stayed quiet. Luo Li shifted her vibe completely and promised not to let her love for Yifeng's writing distract her again. Then she yelled at Lan Shui, "Stop pinching me already." Yifeng blinked, still trying to process Luo Li's sudden change. "You should really get that constitution of yours checked," he said. Luo Li just smiled and told him to eat as much fruit as he wanted. Yifeng, still a bit thrown off, replied, "Well, sure, I'll gladly take it." Lan Shui stared at Yifeng, still in shock that he was the author of the books she loved. She hadn't expected someone like him to be so thoughtful and balanced, caring about family, his sect, and his disciples all at once. When Yifeng suddenly turned to her, she quickly looked away. Luo Li saw the whole thing and grinned, clearly noticing Lan Shui's admiration. Then she suddenly had an idea. She wanted to help. Luo Li asked Yifeng to come with her and said she could help him get his book published. The offer came out of nowhere, so Yifeng asked if she was serious. Luo Li nodded and said, "Yep, my dad's the chairman of the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce. Publishing a book? Easy." Lan Shui thought Luo Li's move was pretty clever. She figured that Yifeng must have been keeping a low low profile this whole time, which explained why he was running into so much confusion. Then Luo Li added a small condition. She told Yifeng she'd publish his book, but only if he kissed Lan Shui. That caught both Yifeng and Lan Shui completely off guard. They both blushed and didn't know what to say. Luo Li turned to Yifeng and asked, "So, what do you think of the deal?" Yifeng said, "This is definitely a first for me." He had never dated anyone before, never even had a crush. Yifeng thought to himself, well, I've been single for years, and this might be my shot. So he decided to go for it. He said he was ready to give up his first kiss and embrace a new chapter in life. Then, trying to sound deep, he added, "Color is emptiness, and emptiness is color." Lan Shui immediately backed away. She thought that phrase meant Yifeng had reached some kind of ultimate state of enlightenment. Then she remembered a legend, something about how there were thousands of cultivation paths, and one of them involved dual cultivation, where two people connected to boost their strength together. She thought maybe Yifeng felt sorry for her weakness and wanted to help her grow stronger that way. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, she scolded herself for overthinking things. Then Lan Shui said, "Luo Li was just being silly. That was an over-the-top request. Please forgive her." She told Yifeng it was an honor just to help someone as wise as him, and they had no hidden intentions. Luo Li was confused. She could clearly see that Yifeng was actually down for the kiss, so she didn't understand why Lan Shui was suddenly shutting it down. Yifeng tried to recover. He told Lan Shui that he didn't mind the request, then tried to make it sound more respectful. He said it wasn't a big deal and he was okay with it, but Lan Shui shut it down gently. "There's no need to say anything more. I know I'm not worthy." Then she said they should just head to the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce and talk about publishing his book. Yifeng, on the other hand, was trying to convince himself it didn't matter, but deep down, he started thinking, maybe there's really no such thing as a free ride in life. Later that day, over at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Luo Li's dad greeted everyone and asked her to finally introduce him to this friend he kept hearing about. Her dad, Ying, was the chairman of the chamber, and also immortal. Luo Li ran over with her arms open, but Ying told her, "You're grown now. Maybe tone it down a little." Luo Li laughed and asked, "Is this because I messed up your floor tiles again?" Ying said the tiles had just been replaced and told her to get up before their guests started laughing. A little later, inside the hall, Luo Li offered Yifeng one of her favorite dishes, dragon beard crisp. While they ate, Ying leaned over to Lan Shui and quietly said, "That Yifeng guy, he's got something special about him." "Who exactly is he?" Lan Shui replied, "Can't say too much, but even our sect leader has to call him Mystery." Ying was shocked. He hadn't expected Luo Li to bring someone that important, a guy even the Qingshan sect leader respected. Then he turned to Yifeng and asked, "Hope the food's good?" Yifeng smiled and said, "It's great, thanks for the hospitality." Ying nodded and said, "Luo Li was lucky to meet you. Honestly, it's our family's blessing." Then, without wasting time, Ying looked at his butler and said, "Starting today, we're helping Yifeng publish his books. Everything, typesetting, printing, all of it. I'll take full responsibility if anything goes wrong." But the butler hesitated. He reminded Ying that their chamber mainly dealt with jewelry, gold, and gear for cultivators. He said they were already competing to stay ranked as a top-tier chamber, and shifting focus could give the Pingjiang chamber an opening to take their market share. Ying gave him a look and said, "Who gave you permission to teach me how to do my job?" Yifeng saw this could cause problems and said, "Really, it's fine. You don't have to go through all this." But Ying replied, "Don't worry. We're already planning to enter the culture market anyway. You showing up with a book just makes the timing perfect." Luo Li, listening in, still thought her dad was kind of making it up on the fly. But Yifeng stopped overthinking it, accepted the help, and thanked him. A few days later, thanks to the full push from the Baofeng chamber, Yifeng's new book, The Supreme Treasure and Xixia Fairy, dropped in Jiangping. The emotional love-hate journey between the main characters struck a chord with people, and the first edition sold out almost instantly. The hype spread all across the city, and even outside of it. Book fans went wild. Lan Shui, holding the book, whispered, "I love you for 10,000 years." She was totally convinced, only Yifeng could write something that powerful. Out of nowhere, one showed up and asked Lan Shui what had been going on in the sect while she was away. She had noticed the training grounds were nearly empty. Lan Shui shrugged and said, "It's probably Yifeng's book. Everyone's so into it, they've kind of forgotten about training." Wan's eyes widened. "Wait, that book's from Yifeng?" She grabbed it from Lan Shui and said, "I'm going to retreat for 2 days." Then she handed over all sect responsibilities to Lan Shui and rushed off with the book. Lan Shui stood there, confused. Zhuyan had just finished one retreat and was already running off to start another. Meanwhile, over in the Jiangping Plaza, a huge crowd was forming. The book had sparked something wild across the city, something no one had seen before. A woman in the crowd said she was waiting for her dream guy to show up riding colorful clouds and propose to her. A guy nearby joked, "Man, if I ever meet my soulmate, I'm gonna say those 3 magic words." Another guy added, "And if love had a deadline?" I'd want it to last 10,000 years. The dudes standing behind them were in shock. They figured their turn was coming soon. Out in the forest, a Qingshan sect spy named Wuji, who was already at martial master level, sneaked out quietly. His companion laughed at him, saying he'd never seen a mortal jump like Wuji just did. Wuji replied, "The mortals in Jiangping are all soft, just a bunch of lazy salted fish." But even after all their searching, they still hadn't found any clues about Wuji. His companion told him to be realistic and stop wasting time, but Wuji wasn't so sure. He felt like the old man might still have another move left to play. Back in the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, things were getting tense. Only one chamber could be ranked first in the city, and the review period was coming up fast. Thanks to Yifeng's book, the Baofeng Chamber's income had jumped 20% higher than Pingjiang's, and their popularity was skyrocketing too. A man sitting across from Mao Lin said, "If we don't stop this soon, we're gonna lose the top spot." Mao Lin realized that he had messed up. The chance he ignored had been picked up by Baofeng, and now they were winning. He knew people were probably laughing behind his back. The man across from him said he'd heard Yifeng had actually approached Mao Lin first with the book deal, but got turned down. He added, "That one bad call is costing the whole chamber. If we don't turn this around, you might even lose your seat as chairman." Before he could finish, Mao Lin cut him off and said, "I'm still the chairman. I've got my own way of handling things." Then Mao Lin ordered his staff to prepare a gift. He was going to visit Yifeng in person. At the martial arts gym, Yifeng was in the kitchen with Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing reminded him that he'd promised they'd eat meat if the book sold. Yifeng replied, "That's why I'm trying to make this tofu taste like meat. I'm hoping Baofeng Chamber doesn't end up being stingier than Pingjiang." He started getting a little nervous, wondering if maybe he had gotten ahead of himself. Right then, someone at the door announced the arrival of the Yin family's butler, representing the Baofeng Chamber. Yifeng looked up and said, "Wow, it's like I summoned him with my thoughts." He told Jiang Qing, "Remember, cooking is about creativity, not just ingredients." Then he turned to the butler and said, "You came just in time. I was about to start cooking." Yifeng looked around, wondering where the money was. If the butler didn't have a money box, he figured he'd at least have a money bag, or a string of coins. The butler, a little startled, thought Yifeng was scolding him for showing up too late. The butler quickly apologized to Yifeng and handed him an exclusive deposit card from the Chamber of Commerce. He told him it already had 100,000 gold coins inside from last month's book sales. Yifeng froze. He couldn't believe it, 100,000 gold coins. Just like that, it felt unreal. He started getting excited, thinking, if this is monthly income now, I'm set. The butler noticed Yifeng's strange expression and started wondering if maybe the amount was too low. He quickly excused himself and said he didn't want to bother Yifeng anymore. On his way out, he made a mental note to report Yifeng's reaction back to Chairman Ing. Yifeng just waved him off and said, "Take care. Drop by to hang out sometime." As soon as the butler left, Yifeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He grinned ear to ear and gave both Jiang Qing and the demon wolf a kiss on the cheek. 100,000 gold coins in 1 month? For him, it was like living a rich person's dream. He called his friends to celebrate and even asked the light man to put "Rich Man" up on the big screen. But just then, Mao Lin showed up. Yifeng was stunned to see him. "What are you doing here?" Yifeng asked. Mao Lin apologized for showing up unannounced and also for how he acted during their last meeting. Then he pulled out an offer, 1,000 gold coins. Mao was pretty sure Yifeng would accept it. After all, 1,000 gold coins was a full year's salary for a normal person. But Yifeng cut right to the point. "What do you really want?" He didn't trust Mao Lin and figured he was planning something shady. Mao Lin went into full sales mode, talking about a cultural renaissance and how the Pingjiang Chamber needed to grow with the times. He said they wanted to work with Yifeng again and promised full support for future book publishing. Yifeng reminded him, "You literally told me there was no value in my book, and now suddenly it matters?" Mao Lin tried to cover for it, saying he'd just spoken poorly and Yifeng shouldn't have taken it seriously. "Oh, I definitely took it seriously," Yifeng replied. "And yeah, I am stingy." Mao was annoyed and asked him to speak a little more kindly. He tried again, saying, "Without our help, your book wouldn't sell for much anyway." Yifeng shut it down. "If you've got nothing else to say, then leave. I've got better things to do." Mao tried to save face, saying he was just bad with words and didn't mean to offend. Then he asked, "How much would it cost to work together?" Yifeng replied, "Stop trying to pressure people in broad daylight. Doesn't really suit your image." Mao pulled out a bigger offer, 10,000 gold coins. He said, "You probably wouldn't make this in 10 years. If this isn't enough for you, your appetite must be too big." Yifeng laughed. Then he pulled out the top-tier deposit card he'd just received and held it up. "Seriously," he said. "You think 10,000 is a big deal?" Mao Lin's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yifeng to act like 10,000 gold coins were pocket change. Then it hit him. Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had actually given Yifeng a top-tier deposit card. That meant there was at least 100,000 gold in there. Yifeng casually told Jiang Qing and the demon wolf to see the guests out. Back at the martial arts gym, Yifeng kept celebrating his big payday. Meanwhile, over at the Xuanwu sect, Ling reported to Ning Xuanwu that their people had searched Wu Chen in Jiangping City but couldn't find any trace of Wu Chen. She said something definitely felt off. Just then, Wu Feng suddenly appeared. Ning Xuanwu told him to go down the mountain, find Wu Chen, and report back. Ling looked worried and asked if they were sure nothing would go wrong. Ning Xuanwu replied that with the cloak of swiftness on Wu Feng, no one could catch up to him. Even if someone noticed him, they wouldn't be able to see what he was really doing. Back at Yifeng's place, he asked the demon wolf, Wang Kai, to watch the house while he went out for a celebration party. Yifeng told him, I'll bring you some bones when I'm back. Wang Kai was speechless. He couldn't believe he was being treated like a dog. I'm a heaven-devouring demon wolf, he thought. If I wasn't injured, no way I'd be stuck here like this. Deep down, he was also worried Yifeng might suddenly decide to cook up a dog hot pot. Yifeng smiled and said, You're awesome. I love you, bro. Wang Kai flopped over and pretended to be dead. He wanted to run, but he had followed Yifeng this long and still couldn't figure out just how powerful he really was. Those divine weapon paintings Yifeng casually drew? They had such crazy energy that barely anyone in this world could mess with them. Still, Wang Kai couldn't help but feel annoyed that he was the one stuck guarding the place. Suddenly, he felt something strange. A powerful pressure was headed toward them. Out on the street, Wu Feng had just been blocked by an old man slowly pushing a candy cart. He waited a bit, but quickly lost patience. Then, frustrated, he broke the candy cart and snapped at the old man, calling him a useless mortal. After sensing traces of Wu Chen's energy inside Yifeng's martial arts gym, Wu Feng assumed the one they were searching for had died. But he was still convinced that the person he was after had stayed in that place. He made up his mind, he would destroy the gym and finish whoever was inside. Wang Kai sensed danger and bolted. He knew he couldn't take Wu Feng in his condition. Wu Feng shouted that he'd finish everyone there and that no one would be left behind. But right then, one of Yifeng's divine weapon paintings lit up with a golden glow. The figures inside the painting came alive. Their hands reached out, locking onto Wu Feng. His eyes went wide. He screamed in shock as the golden light poured down on him. He couldn't even fight back. Whatever that light was, it started eating away at him instantly. In just a few moments, Wu Feng was completely gone. All that was left behind were some bones and pieces of the cloak of swiftness. Wang Kai stood there, frozen, staring at the floating figures. He couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. His body shook as he tried to hold it together, but he was so scared, he couldn't help it. He started crying. Wang Kai finally got it. He realized Yifeng's martial arts and cultivation were way beyond anything he could understand, probably even at martial god level. Now it made sense why Yifeng had always protected him in tough situations. Wang Kai figured Yifeng left him behind to help him recover and grow mentally stronger. He told himself, if I can't even handle being a dog, how can I ever be king? Wang Kai decided to stop complaining and just be a good dog. He believed Yifeng was training his mind through all the weird stuff he made him go through. Watching the door for Yifeng? That was now the biggest opportunity of his life. He was fully committed. Meanwhile, at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, one of the owners said it was time for the chamber's ranking. He pointed out that having Yifeng with them was a total blessing. The money, the fame, the influence, it was all thanks to him. He said they absolutely couldn't afford to upset Yifeng. As long as Yifeng stayed with them, the Jiangping Chamber of Commerce didn't stand a chance. Ying agreed. He said their butler had told him that Yifeng seemed kind of hesitant about even accepting 100,000 gold coins. So just to be safe, he was thinking of raising Yifeng's cut. The fat guy next to Lan Shui had an idea. He said they should only take 10% of the profit to cover costs and give the rest to Yifeng. Lan Shui gave a small nod when Yingqin looked at her, and that was all he needed. He agreed right away. Lan Shui had actually been told by her master to keep a good relationship with Yifeng. She thought this deal couldn't have been better. Elsewhere, Wu Ji was still trying to find any trace of Wu Chen but had no luck. He also knew the guy who went to check out Yifeng's gym hadn't returned. Wu Ji started worrying that Ning Xuanwu would be mad if this whole thing dragged on. At one point, Wu Ji stopped to buy something, and the shopkeeper told him it would be 103 taels, but said he could just pay 100 flat. When he asked if Wu Ji would pay by cash or check, Wu Ji got mad. He threw the abacus and picked the shopkeeper up, threatening to hurt him for overcharging a cultivator. The shopkeeper panicked and quickly offered to recalculate. Right then, Wu Ji heard someone call out. It was Peng Ying. She told Yifeng that it was better if they never met again. Yifeng, who was just walking by on his way to a banquet, replied, I wouldn't have seen you if you didn't stop me. Peng Ying was clearly irritated by how casually he said that. Wu Ji looked at her and asked, why are you still hung up on your past? Haven't you been with me for long enough? Peng Ying snapped back, I'd never fall for someone like Yifeng. He's just a broke, low-level nobody. I'd rather disappear than be tied to him in any way. Wu Ji suddenly used his martial arts and told Peng Ying not to explain anything. He'd just finish off Yifeng himself. Right then, Lan Shui showed up next to Yifeng. He was so shocked he couldn't even react. She quickly told him not to do anything. Lan Shui was scared that if Yifeng fought, the entire Qingshan sect might disappear. She slapped Wu Ji with a palm strike. He cried out, saying it hurt, and was kind of glad she stopped there. But when he looked up, his eyes went wide. There was a giant woman standing in front of him. It was Luo Li. She smacked Wu Ji straight into the ground. Peng Ying rushed over to check on him, calling his name, but he didn't respond. Luo Li and Lan Shui apologized to Yifeng for scaring him. Yifeng said he was lucky they showed up just in time to save him from a huge mess. Peng Ying and Wu Ji were stunned. They couldn't figure out why the personal disciple of the Qingshan sect leader was being so respectful to a regular guy like Yifeng, and even fought to protect him. As Lan Shui asked for Peng Ying's name, the butler stepped in and asked Yifeng to wait a little longer, saying Chairman Ying would explain everything properly soon. But Lan Shui didn't wait. She cast a spell to force the answer out. Peng Ying finally said she was a disciple from the outer sect's Shuan Hall and was under Elder Feng. She had only joined the Qingshan sect a month ago. Lan Shui was shocked and asked who had the guts to let someone like her join without approval. Then she flat out said Peng Ying wasn't qualified and was kicked out of the sect right there. Peng Ying asked, "Wait, you're expelling me because of Yifeng? He's just a regular guy." Lan Shui slapped her and warned her, if she ever messed with Yifeng again, especially under the Qingshan name, she'd erase her from the world. Peng Ying was devastated. She had spent so much just to get into the sect, and now she'd lost everything over the same man she had dumped. She couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, over at the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu and Ling Yaoer were meditating. Ning said meditation was key to enlightenment. When he noticed Ling Yaoer's breathing was off, he asked if something was bothering her. Ling Yaoer reminded him that they had sent Wu Chen and Wu Feng to investigate the expert in Jiangping City. She still believed the Qingshan sect had set up a decoy. She pointed out that the divine weapon Lu Qingshan had revealed was insane. If someone had helped her build it, Wu Chen and Wu Feng would have rushed in and tried to finish that person on the spot. That's when Ning realized what she meant. Those two weren't even close to being strong enough to deal with whoever made that weapon. Ling Yaoer asked if she could go investigate in person. Ning agreed and reminded her to be careful. The next day, Ling Yaoer disguised herself and went to a restaurant in Jiangping. When the waiter came over, she pulled him closer and said, "I heard you know everything that goes on in the city." Ling Yaoer asked the waiter if he knew the guy who wrote books and ran a martial arts gym. The waiter said that kind of info wasn't easy to get and definitely wasn't free. But the moment Ling Yaoer stabbed a dagger into the table, his whole vibe changed. He quickly revealed the guy's name was Yifeng, and then asked if she wanted him to show her the way. Meanwhile, Yifeng was walking back to his gym, happily singing to himself. As soon as he saw Wang Kai, he said, "Check this out, I brought you something." He unwrapped the food and told Wang Kai to enjoy it. But just as he reached out to pat his head, Wang Kai suddenly bolted. He barked, like he was trying to tell Yifeng something. A few moments later, Wang Kai returned, holding a bone in his mouth. Yifeng stared at it and wondered if his guess was right. Maybe Wang Kai didn't eat the food because he had already swiped some meat from somewhere else. He even asked out loud, "Did you leave this bone here just to get me to praise you?" Wang Kai thought Yifeng had figured it all out. He started panicking, thinking Yifeng wanted him to see the remains of Wu Feng just to remind him what happens if he doesn't behave. Zhong Qing pointed to a ripped-up piece of cloth and asked what it was. Yifeng looked at it and casually said it was just a rag. He told Zhong Qing the house hadn't been cleaned in a while, so he was gonna use it to wipe the dust, especially the plaques and pillars outside. He figured it was better that Wang Kai brought in junk than destroyed something important. Wang Kai was emotional. He felt like he finally understood Yifeng's true intentions. In his mind, guarding the house was the greatest honor of his life. Yifeng picked up the bone. Instead of tossing it away, he threw it like a toy, wanting to play fetch with Wang Kai. But just then, someone else caught it mid-air, Ling Yaoer. She was struggling with Wang Kai, both of them pulling on the bone like it was tug-of-war. Yifeng stood there wondering what the heck was going on. Ling Yaoer suddenly coughed up blood and let go of the bone. Yifeng rushed over, asking if she was okay. He invited her inside and said he had some herbs ready. He told her that while he wasn't a pro doctor, he knew a bit about medicine and could check her pulse if she wanted. Ling Yaoer refused, saying she was fine and didn't want to be a bother. Yifeng said he had figured it out. From the way she fought so hard for that bone, it must have belonged to her family. He figured she got so upset because it was the only one left. Ling Yaoer knew it was Wu Feng's bone and felt completely exposed. She looked at Yifeng in fear, thinking he must be a monster, since only a single bone remained. Yifeng, still thinking it was just meat, offered to pay her back. "Is the market price okay?" he asked. But Ling Yaoer was already running away. Yifeng shouted after her, "Hey, if something bad happens, someone's gotta pay for it. I'll put it on your tab." Yifeng told Zhong Qing that Ling Yaoer seemed totally fine. After all, she ran off fast enough. Wang Kai couldn't believe it. Just one look from Yifeng had been enough to see right through Ling Yaoer's disguise, and it messed her up so badly that her energy and breathing got out of control. Wang Kai figured that Yifeng's power ran way deeper than anyone could guess. Later that day, back at the Xuanwu sect, Ning Xuanwu lost it. Ling Yaoer reported that there was a powerful expert in Jiangping City, and that both Wu Chen and Wu Feng had been finished off by him. Ning Xuanwu slammed the armrest of his chair and told Ling Yaoer to explain every detail, word for word. Ling Yaoer said Wu Chen didn't even even leave bones behind. As for Wu Feng, the only thing left was one bone, and the expert had turned it into a dog toy. Ning Xuanwu snapped. He crushed a nearby pillar with his bare hands. He thought this expert wasn't just strong, he was mocking him and trying to make a fool out of the whole sect. He was furious. Wu Feng and Wu Chen were supposed to be the next leaders of the sect, and now they are gone. He felt like the expert was trying to erase their entire future. Trying to calm him down, Ling Yaoer told him more. She said Yi Feng had taken his heaven-devouring stone and used it to build steps, and the legendary cloak of swiftness? Yi Feng had turned it into a cleaning rag. Ning Xuanwu's aura burst out so hard the entire hall shook. The elders quickly begged him to stay calm. Then he laughed, a loud, crazy laugh. He said this expert was even more savage than he was. Ning Xuanwu asked for more details. Ling Yaoer replied that Yi Feng was super sharp. Even with her best disguise, he recognized her right away. She said Yi Feng didn't hurt her, though, he just told her to pass along a message. If someone does something bad, they have to pay for it, and that he had written it down in his records. Ning Xuanwu's eyes went cold. He wasn't about to sit around and wait for this expert to take them all out. He gave a direct order, gather all the top disciples and elders, they were going down the mountain. He said he'd handle the expert himself, take back their treasures, and erase the shame their sect had suffered. The next day, Jiangping City got really crowded. The Xuanwu sect had shown up in full force. Ling Yaoer presented a soldier named Jiang to Ning Xuanwu. Jiang bowed and said he'd follow all orders. Ning Xuanwu told Jiang to check out the martial arts gym, find out who ran the place and what was going on inside. Ling Yaoer warned Jiang to be extra careful. She said even she couldn't figure out how strong Yi Feng really was. She told Jiang not to act aggressive, because even one breath from the expert could take him down. She reminded him that the gym itself gave off major danger vibes, and if he ignored her warning, he might end up just like Wu Feng and Wu Chen. Jiang nodded seriously. He got the message. Suddenly, Ning Xuanwu felt like something had slipped his mind. Then it hit him, the terrifying blade in Lu Qingshan's hand. That might have also been made by the expert. Ning Xuanwu started thinking that maybe this mysterious expert was way stronger than a martial king. He got worried that if anyone ticked the guy off, things could get really bad. He told Jiang, if you don't make it back, the Xuanwu sect will take care of your family. But if you try to bail, we'll send all of you to the afterlife together. Ling Yaoer thought to herself that Ning Xuanwu was finally starting to understand just how dangerous this opponent really was. Jiang asked, and what if I make it back alive? Ning Xuanwu promised, you'll become a direct disciple, and you can choose any elder in the sect to be your master. Meanwhile, over at Yi Feng's martial arts gym, he was chilling on a reclined chair, saying how nice life felt when you had no stress. Wang Kai was lying on the floor, muttering something about being enlightened. Yi Feng saw Zhong Qing happily cleaning up and appreciated how helpful he was. Yi Feng said, it was super damp yesterday, so we should take down the 18 paintings from the front hall and let them dry in the sun. Just put them out in the yard so they don't blow away. He figured the paintings didn't look valuable or anything, but they were still good enough to hang around the place. Then someone called out from outside the gym. Zhong Qing offered to go see who it was so Yi Feng could keep relaxing, but Yi Feng said, we haven't had business in forever. I'll check it out. You should rest, you've already done a lot today. Outside, Jiang was checking out the martial arts gym and thought it looked pretty average. He even felt like it wasn't as fancy as most other gyms he'd seen. As soon as he stepped in, Yi Feng greeted him and said, I can see from your eyes that you're a martial arts genius. Perfect timing, we've got a registration discount going on. Jiang didn't say anything at first, so Yi Feng thought he had him hooked. But then Jiang nervously blurted out, how do I get to the Xuanwu sect? He instantly regretted it. He remembered that Yi Feng and the sect weren't exactly on friendly terms. He was sure he'd just signed his own death sentence. As soon as Yi Feng started talking, Jiang started sweating, and it felt like his soul nearly left his body. But instead of hurting him, Yi Feng just gave him directions. Yi Feng sighed and said, so you really just came here to ask for directions? Jiang was stunned. He couldn't figure out if Yi Feng was playing some slow psychological trick or if he just didn't care enough to finish him off. At that point, Yi Feng was just thinking his gym must really suck if even some random guy was treating it like a joke. Looking into Yi Feng's eyes, Jiang started to wonder if maybe all those warnings from Ning Xuanwu and Ling Yaoer were overhyped. Maybe Yi Feng really was just a regular dude. To be sure, he decided to test it out for himself. Jiang looked around and said, man, this place is totally empty. I guess you don't have many students, huh? He thought if Yi Feng really was some big expert, he'd react to that. But when Yi Feng just stared at him without saying a word, Jiang figured, yep, definitely just a regular guy. Then Jiang joked, you should just turn this place into a restaurant. Probably get more customers. Yi Feng still didn't say anything, just pointed in a direction. That sealed it for Jiang. He spun around and left in a hurry, thinking, this guy's totally harmless. He was already dreaming about his promotion, thinking Yi Feng was just some clueless guy pretending to be a martial artist. Right then, Wu Yonghong dropped in front of the gym with 3 old martial arts legends, Ancestor Chu Shikuang, Ancestor Sun Zhuge, and Ancestor Li Mo Xie. Wu Yonghong greeted Yi Feng and said, we're just here to show some respect, hope we didn't bother you. Yi Feng said, no worries, come in. As they walked in, Yi Feng thought to himself that the folks Wu Yonghong brought along definitely had that legendary master look. Suddenly, Shirkwang grabbed Wu Yonghong and said, seriously? This Yifeng guy has no cultivation. How's he worthy of our visit? Li Emosia also asked, where's that signboard you said had pure martial intent? Wu Yonghong warned them, careful what you say. I already showed you my holy rake. I didn't drag you here for nothing. If you're just here to complain, leave. Sun Juga spoke up, guys, calm down. We're over 1,000 years old. Let's not act like kids. Then he pointed to a stone step and asked, wait, isn't that the heaven-shattering stone? Everyone froze. That stone was a legendary treasure, something even ancient martial ancestors guarded carefully. But here, someone used it just to patch up some steps? Li Emosia was shaken. He thought, this Yifeng dude is terrifying. They went inside and saw the cloak of swiftness hanging out to dry. Wu Yonghong whispered to Li Emosia, that cloak is another imperial-grade treasure. He added, with stuff like this, Yifeng could literally buy a few mountains and start his own sect. Shirkwang couldn't hold it in and asked, where'd you find all this amazing stuff? Yifeng casually replied, oh, that? It's just a rag. It looked kinda old, so I used it to wipe the place down. The four old men instantly stood straight and gave Yifeng a respectful bow. Please don't be mad at us for dropping by unannounced, they said. Yifeng smiled and told them to chill. We all live in the same city. No need to be so formal. But in their minds, the four old men were freaking out. This guy has imperial-level treasures and treats them like junk? He's gotta be a martial saint or something even higher. Meanwhile, Zhongqing was almost done hanging up the last of the paintings. As soon as he finished, a golden aura exploded out from the artwork. The four old men stared, jaws dropped, as the powerful energy rushed past them. They were so overwhelmed they started imagining wild stuff, like floating in space with an astronaut, a dinosaur, and some golden spirit figures. Shirkwang even pictured himself casually high-fiving one of them. Yifeng looked at the old men and thought, why are they so hyped up? Then he guessed maybe they'd been rejected too much in life because of how they looked. He invited them to come chill in the front hall. Sorry if it's a little messy, we just finished cleaning. When they reached the front hall, Yifeng told the old men to make themselves comfortable. Then he walked off to grab a chess set and asked Zhongqing to boil some water and make tea. As soon as they were sure Yifeng was out of earshot, Shirkwang and Li Emosia let out their shock. Shui Kwang said he'd never seen martial intent that powerful before, and Li Emosia felt like the barrier he'd been stuck at for hundreds of years finally loosened, like the heavens themselves were giving him a boost. Wu Yonghong nodded and said, Yifeng has to be an immortal warlord or something. I didn't expect to meet someone at that level of cultivation. Sun Juga agreed, saying, that's probably why we couldn't sense his power. He's probably from the upper world. They all looked around the gym one last time before leaving. The martial intent in there was just too much. They felt like if they stayed longer, they might actually lose their minds. As they walked out, people on the street stared, confused, wondering why these old, legendary-looking guys were coming out of Yifeng's low-key martial arts gym. Shirkwang sighed and said, man, what a missed opportunity. Wu Yonghong quickly warned him, don't get greedy. Just stepping inside that gym was already a huge blessing. A few minutes later, Yifeng walked out of the house and saw the four old guys just standing outside. He asked them what they were doing there. Shirkwang said they came in such a hurry that their feet were still muddy, so they stayed out. The other three nodded and agreed. Yifeng didn't make a big deal out of it. He figured they were just honest farmers, so he let it go. Then he said he was gonna make lunch and told Zhongqing to hang the signboard and help the elders if they needed anything. As soon as Zhongqing finished putting up the sign, the elders just stared at it, all emotional. They thought Yifeng was super thoughtful for using a sign with a softer energy since he knew they wouldn't understand the intense martial vibes inside the hall. They were seriously impressed. People walking by looked at the elders crying and were like, okay, y'all crying makes you look even more rough. Meanwhile, over at the Xuanwu sect, a messenger told Xuanwu that the soldier he sent out had come back alive. Xuanwu was hyped. He didn't expect that. The guy, Zhang, reported that the dude in the martial arts gym had no crazy powers. He said he was just a regular guy. Xuanwu didn't buy it at first and asked if Zhang was lying, but Zhang swore he wasn't. He said he provoked Yifeng, but the guy acted just like a normal person the whole time. Zhang also said that if Yifeng really was some martial arts master, there'd be no reason to pretend like a regular guy. That info totally shook Xuanwu. Then Zhang said he didn't think Wu Chen and Wu Feng were actually dead. Probably just a misunderstanding. But even before seeing Yifeng in person, Xuanwu was already annoyed. He thought Yifeng was just trying to look tough. Zhang said they should make Yifeng beg for mercy to prove a point. Ling Yaoer offered to go check things herself, but Xuanwu told her not to bother. If Wu Chen and Wu Feng weren't dead, they were probably hiding inside the gym. So now, Xuanwu wanted to see what was really inside the place, and if it could actually finish someone, he wanted to find out if it could finish him. Then boom, everyone in the Xuanwu sect grabbed their weapons. Following Xuanwu's command, they all charged toward Yifeng's martial arts gym. They ran through the streets, shoving people and flipping tables. Regular folks ran off screaming. When they got close to the gym, Ling Yaoer told Xuanwu to look. The four old men at the gate might be part of some trick. But Xuanwu just said the arrows were already loaded. No turning back. He told her to stop talking and said he'd lead the charge. Then he ordered his people to watch closely and make sure no one got out alive. Then Xuanwu straight up attacked the 4 old men, yelling that they must be Yi Feng's relatives. He said they were dumb for not backing off when death was literally right in front of them. He even threatened to wipe out the gym along with them. But one of the old guys, Wu Yonghong, got annoyed and snapped back, asking who had the guts to ruin their chill time. When Xuanwu got a better look at him, he paused, like, wait, who is this crusty-looking dude? As Xuanwu got closer, he suddenly felt a cold sweat. He could feel it, these old men had serious martial energy. That's when he realized who they really were. They weren't just any old guys, they were legendary martial ancestors. There was Limo Xie, who had this crazy sacred abacus. Then Shikuang, a total psycho who wiped out his own sect and wore their skulls like trophies. Sun Zhuge was born with broken energy paths but learned dark arts and flipped his whole destiny. And Wu Yonghong? Bro lost it after being scammed and straight up leveled an entire city. Nobody could stop him. Xuanwu completely freaked out. He had no idea why these legendary old madmen were guarding a random gym. Before he could figure it out, Sun Zhuge grabbed his leg. Seeing that creepy hand, Xuanwu thought, yup, this guy's insane. Ling Yaoer noticed something was off and rushed in to help, but slammed into an invisible wall. Xuanwu's eyes went wide. His people couldn't reach him. Sun Zhuge spoke up, calling the Xuanwu sect members weaklings for trying to mess with a gym that Yi Feng just cleaned. Then things got wild. A floating skull showed up and started releasing gas. Ling Yaoer freaked out. She knew that stuff was bad news. As the gas spread, her clothes got shredded and the people behind her started melting. In seconds, the weaker sect members literally crumbled into dust. Ling Yaoer got lucky with just some damage inside. Xuanwu nervously laughed and bowed. He tried to play it cool and asked what the elders were doing here. But instead of answering, Wu Yonghong asked him where he got the nerve to even try attacking them. Xuanwu quickly panicked and said it was all just a big misunderstanding. He swore he meant no disrespect. Then he admitted he just wanted to take down Yi Feng's little gym, that's all. Wu Yonghong and Shikuang just stared at him, their killer energy rising fast. Shikuang said, Xuanwu couldn't be forgiven for trying to destroy Yi Feng's place. Xuanwu freaked out. He begged them to chill, saying they were just young and dumb. He swore they never meant to mess with them on purpose. Just as the 3 old guys were about to end him, Wu Yonghong stopped them. He said sure, they could destroy Xuanwu and his crew easily, but that would leave a mess, and Yi Feng just cleaned the place. He added that Yi Feng would definitely get mad if he saw all that mess. Xuanwu started thinking. The guy the old men were talking about had to be the real owner of the martial arts gym. Then Limo Xie told him straight up, they could have ended him on the spot for disturbing their enlightenment, but they wouldn't do it, because they were standing on Yi Feng's ground. Xuanwu quickly admitted his mistake, trying to stay alive. But now he really wanted to know, who was this Yi Feng guy? Shikuang asked him to confirm if he was really Xuanwu from the Xuanwu sect. Xuanwu said yes. Then Shikuang told him, even if his ancestor Xuanwu Jiashan were still alive, he wouldn't dare mess with this place. He asked Xuanwu if he really thought he was stronger than his own ancestor. Then out of nowhere, Yi Feng casually walked out of the house. Turns out he remembered eggs were on sale next door. Then Shikuang looked at Xuanwu and told him to wipe his dog's face clean so it wouldn't hurt his eyes. The old men respectfully greeted Yi Feng. Yi Feng just said he was headed out to buy ingredients and joked that a clean face would get him a bigger discount. Xuanwu was shocked. These legendary old men were calling Yi Feng Mr. Feng. Wu Yonghong tried to explain why Xuanwu came, but Yi Feng cut him off and said, no need, I already know. Now Xuanwu was seriously confused. These old legends were acting like Yi Feng's students, but Yi Feng still looked like a normal dude. He couldn't figure it out. Yi Feng said he already knew everything, and the old men admitted they were just talking too much. Yi Feng said it was fine. He even related to Xuanwu, reminded him of that one time when an old guy kept nagging him for not giving up his seat on the bus. Then Sun Zhuge asked Yi Feng what he wanted to do with Ning. Yi Feng was confused, like, why were they asking him? Xuanwu smiled nervously. He realized his life was now in Yi Feng's hands. Sun Zhuge said Yi Feng had the final say since it was his gym. Yi Feng didn't really want to deal with it, but since they insisted, he said Xuanwu had to face the consequences of his mistake. Still, he added that the younger generation deserves a shot. Maybe Xuanwu would learn something from this. After that, it was up to fate. Then Yi Feng said he was in a hurry and literally just ran off, telling the old guys to take care of the rest. Yi Feng felt good about dipping before things got messy. He knew old folks were the toughest to argue with anyway. Xuanwu stood there in shock. He couldn't believe Yi Feng just let him live. The 4 old men thought Yi Feng was giving them a signal, like, watch Xuanwu for now, but don't take too long. They also thought it was Yi Feng's way of showing he was kinda mad. Xuanwu had no idea what was going on and wondered if he was allowed to leave now. Then Limo Xie suddenly said they almost messed up. He reminded them that Yi Feng had been chill with them, so they shouldn't embarrass the younger generation too much. Shikuang said they went a little overboard and that all Yi Feng really wanted was for them to teach the younger generation a proper lesson, not go full beast mode. Then Wu Yonghong told Xuanwu to hand over his storage bag. Xuanwu didn't argue. He gave it up right away, thinking, as long as I still have my last treasure, I can bounce back later. He told Wu Yonghong that the bag had all the Xuanwu sect's resources and hoped it would be enough to make up for what he'd done. Wu Yonghong took it and told him to get up and leave. So Xuanwu bolted, saying he didn't want to interrupt their meal. But just as he turned to go, Sun Zhuge stretched out his hand and sent out a cloud of black mist. It hit Xuanwu's arm and sank into it. Xuanwu freaked out. Sun Zhuge told him it was celestial poison. He said it would spread through Xuanwu's whole body in 3 days. And since that was the only arm Xuanwu had left, yeah, panic mode. Sun Zhuge explained that Yifeng had spared his life on purpose. Now his survival was up to fate. Then Sun Zhuge landed a brutal punch, and Xuanwu coughed up blood. The punishment was done. Sun Zhuge told him to get lost. Back at the Xuanwu sect's main hall, a loud crash echoed. Jiang tried to say it was all a misunderstanding. He begged Xuanwu to hear him out, but Xuanwu wasn't having it. He got even more pissed and kicked Jiang hard. To Xuanwu, it felt like Jiang was blaming him for everything. An elder stared at Jiang's lifeless body and asked what they should do now. There were barely any of them left. He asked if Xuanwu still wanted to go after Yifeng's gym and get back the Cloak of Swiftness and the Heaven-Shattering Stone. But with only one poison arm left, Xuanwu was done. He said right there that the feud between them and Yifeng's gym was over. That was the end. He warned everyone, if anyone dared to mess with Yifeng's gym or the people inside, they'd end up just like Jiang. Then Ling Yaoer asked him what was even in that martial arts gym. She said their disciples got wiped out in seconds. If she didn't have a high-level cultivation, she'd be gone too. Xuanwu told her the truth. Inside that gym were 4 martial ancestors, and possibly a martial saint who might even be a martial emperor. Xuanwu told everyone that when someone's way stronger than you, there's no point holding on to hate. He said the real threat was the Lu Qingshan sect. But Ling Yaoer didn't get what he meant. Xuanwu sighed and explained, the Xuanwu sect and the Lu Qingshan sect had been rivals for like, forever, and things were always balanced between them. But recently, some hidden power claiming to be immortal just dropped into their city. And now that Lu Qingshan had made friends with Yifeng and even got a legendary sword from him, Xuanwu said if they didn't do something, their whole sect might get wiped out. So, he told Ling Yaoer they needed to get close to Yifeng, like, real close, just like Lu Qingshan did. Then he straight up told her to use her looks and charm to win him over. Even though he'd always treated her like his own daughter, he said he had no choice. Their whole sect's future was riding on this. Ling Yaoer said it's not that she didn't want to, she was just scared that Yifeng wouldn't like her. Xuanwu got serious and said he never taught her to be scared. If she really wanted to achieve something big, she had to be brave. He reminded her she's always respected strong people. He said this wasn't a bad deal for her, but if she couldn't think big, he couldn't trust her with the future of the sect. Ling Yaoer closed her eyes, thought hard, and finally agreed. Meanwhile, over at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin was sitting in his room with a dark look on his face. Yuna walked in and asked why he called her. Instead of answering, Mao Lin asked what she thought about the author of The Dream of Red Mansions and the Supreme Treasure. Yuna said she never met the guy, but just from reading, she could tell the author was probably some handsome dude. Mao Lin smiled and told her that sales of Yifeng's book The Supreme Treasure were blowing up, and the first-level Chamber of Commerce evaluation was about to start. He said, as her dad, he wanted her to get close to Yifeng. He messed up earlier, and now, this was his only shot to fix things, by basically offering his daughter to Yifeng. Yuna said he didn't have to explain. She understood, and she was down for it since Yifeng seemed like a good guy. Back at the Xuanwu sect, Ling Yaoer was thinking the whole honey trap idea was actually kinda smart. Whether it worked or not depended on if Yifeng liked her or not. Then Yifeng came home. Zhongqing greeted him and said the 4 old guys had left some stuff for him. Half of it was a thank you gift, and the other half was for fixing that rake earlier. Or Wang Kai looked at all the stuff, super rare treasures, and thought, this guy Yifeng is really built differently. He hadn't even lifted a finger but was still out here collecting treasures like it's nothing. Yifeng looked disappointed. He said the old man should have just given him money instead of leaving him a bunch of useless junk, stuff even Wang Kai wouldn't want to play with. But then, Yifeng unfolded an old umbrella, and froze. It looked familiar. Wang Kai started sweating. He had no idea why Yifeng reacted like that. Then Yifeng said something random, like Basajuan trained in a cave for 1,000 years and became immortal. Zhongqing was super confused. Wang Kai just stared at Yifeng, totally impressed. Yifeng got embarrassed real quick and told them to forget it. He said, you wouldn't get it, it's called cosplay. Then he told them to help him move the stuff into the utility room. Later, while Wang Kai was staring at the door, he suddenly freaked out. Ever since Yifeng went inside, he'd been feeling some super scary energy coming from that room. Yifeng just patted his head and said, good boy. Wang Kai was like, bruh, why doesn't this man care? He kept wondering what was inside the room, but it was locked up tight, and honestly, he didn't feel brave enough to even try. A little while later, Lan Shui and Ying showed up at Yifeng's martial arts gym. Ying asked if Yifeng was there, then said he came to give him an invite for the yearly poetry conference. Lan Shui warned him to chill with his words, said Yifeng had been in Jiangping City studying mortals and planning something big. Those two things? Total no-go zones. Ying said not to worry, he knew what he was doing. When they went in, Yifeng asked why he was personally delivering the invite when usually the event was too elite for him to even get in. Ying replied, dude, your book The Supreme Treasure blew up. Everyone loves it. You're a whole celebrity in the Jiangping literary scene now. He said if Yifeng showed up, it'd be a big deal for the poetry world. Yifeng was like, cool, I'll come. Let's see if your culture's got more heat, or if my 5,000 years of heritage still wins. The poetry conference kicked off on the riverbank in Jiangping City. All the young literary talents pulled up. No one cared about family background or power here, just pure writing skill. Then someone shouted, yo, the 4 talents of Jing are about to perform. They started dropping verses like, friends from far away are like rare pearls. There's a way to heaven, but if you don't walk it, you'll never grow. My love for you is like the ocean, deep, wild, and unbreakable. It was all about passion, wisdom, and vibes. Yifeng heard those lines and looked kinda confused, but the people behind him went wild, saying the poems were amazing. One guy asked if those 4 dudes were really the top talents of Jiangping. Yifeng grabbed him by the collar and yelled, wake up, man. As Yifeng walked off, some other guys started reciting love poems to a girl. One said, out of a million stars, you shine the brightest. Another said, love is like a river, it keeps flowing and makes dreams come true. But the girl, Ling Yaoer, just ignored them. She had been checking out Yifeng's habits so she wouldn't mess up his goal of living a normal life. She even disguised herself as a regular person. When she got close, she pretended to trip just to get Yifeng's attention. Nobody had ever ignored her charm before, so she thought Yifeng wouldn't either. Yifeng looked at her, kinda worried. Ling Yaoer smiled, thinking it was working. But instead of helping her, Yifeng dodged and ran off. The 4 talents of Jiangping caught Ling Yaoer instead. One of them wondered how anyone could resist someone like her. But Ling Yaoer was annoyed and kicked all 4 of them. They told her not to worry and promised they'd take care of her. Then she looked at Yifeng again, eyes wide. That's when another girl walked up to Yifeng. She said she was happy to finally meet him and introduced herself as Yuna, daughter of the chairman of the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. But Yifeng just kept walking and said, hey. He didn't like that she was from the chamber. Yuna tried to stop him, but another woman jumped in and said Yuna had no right to talk to Yifeng after everything she did. Yuna clapped back, asking who this woman even was. The woman replied, I'm someone you can only dream of being. You're not worthy of getting close to Yifeng. Then someone in the crowd was like, why are 2 gorgeous girls into this guy? He's not even that good looking. And suddenly, a guy with a sour expression started reciting, lemon fruit on the lemon tree. You and me under the lemon tree. His buddy hyped him up, and he looked proud. Out of nowhere, a woman yelled, Yifeng, you jerk. It was Peng Ying. She asked why he always followed her and told him to back off. She said if Yu Wuji saw them together again, all her hard work would be ruined. Peng Ying blamed Yifeng for the way Lan Shui embarrassed her, but Yifeng didn't care. He just said there was nothing left to talk about. Peng Ying thought Yifeng was acting all self-righteous and told him not to think too highly of himself just because he wrote a book. She said he was just a regular guy, and Lan Shui from the Lu Qingshan sect wouldn't always be around to protect him. Then she called him trash who would never be good enough for her, a cultivator from Lu Qingshan. Yifeng stopped walking. He said her speech was decent, but he still wasn't gonna turn around for her. Then he told her the mountain's high, the river's long, so they should just stay out of each other's way from now on. But Peng Ying didn't stop. She got even more mad. She said she hated how he acted innocent like he was better than her, and that someone like him was only good for guarding his broken-down martial arts gym. She also said no girl would ever look at a guy like him. Yifeng had enough, but before he could say anything, someone slapped Peng Ying. It was Yuna. She stood in front of Yifeng, staring her down. Peng Ying got heated. The people with her were shocked that a regular girl dared to slap a cultivator. Yuna quickly hid behind Yifeng, nervous that Peng Ying might attack. But Peng Ying was too busy thinking about how her powers could crush them like bugs. She didn't even see another slap coming. This time, it was Ling Yaoer. Peng Ying yelled and asked who she was. Ling Yaoer just said she was a fan of Yifeng. That made Peng Ying even more annoyed. To her, Yifeng was just some guy who wrote a book, so she didn't get why these girls treated him like a legend. Then Peng Ying smiled like she lost it. She said even a pretty girl was still a nobody without cultivation. She made fun of mortals for being weak. A red aura started forming into a sword in her hand. Ling Yaoer looked at Yifeng and said, let me handle her. This is girl stuff. Yuna rolled her eyes. She knew Ling Yaoer was just using the moment to show off. Peng Ying thought Yuna was talking to her and snapped, saying Yuna was the one who started all this and deserved a bigger punishment. Yuna turned pale and said, I wasn't even talking to you. But Peng Ying said it was too late. Since Yuna hit her, she wanted her to kneel down. Yuna shook as she said no. Peng Ying slashed her sword in the air just to scare her. Seeing Yuna freak out made Peng Ying laugh. She said, an ant's just an ant. Then she turned to Ling Yaoer. Since her slap hurt more, Peng Ying thought she deserved even worse. She charged at Ling Yaoer with her sword, but from the look on her face, things didn't go how she expected. Peng Ying couldn't believe Ling Yaoer actually caught her sword. Then Ling Yaoer twisted it, making it hurt so bad that Peng Ying had to let go. The sword flew into the tile behind her. Ling Yaoer asked if her own sword was really that hard to handle. Then she said, if a 9th level martial artist can't even hold her sword, are you sure you deserve to be called a cultivator? Ling Yaoer raised her hand and started slapping Peng Ying over and over, asking if she was even worthy. Peng Ying didn't answer. She just asked who Ling Yaoer was. Ling Yaoer stopped and asked again, do you really think you're a cultivator with that weak level of skill? Peng looked dazed and finally said, I don't deserve it. Right when Peng said that, Ling Yaoer kicked her in the face. Watching it all happen, Yifeng thought to himself that girl fights were brutal. Peng landed in the river with a big splash. Ling Yaoer turned and greeted Yifeng right after. She said she was glad he remembered her. Yifeng thanked her for the help. He thought back to when Ling Yaoer first showed up at his gym. He found her kinda weird back then. The second time they met, she did some strange moves too. But now, he figured maybe she really was just a fan of his book. Ling Yaoer got flustered. She didn't expect Yifeng to talk to her like that and couldn't even get her words straight. She thought maybe that's why he had been cold to her before. Seeing her struggling to speak, Yifeng told her it was fine and she didn't need to worry. Then he thanked Yuna too. Ling Yaoer, deep down, thought that even the entire Xuanwu sect wasn't worthy of Yifeng's attention. Yuna said Yifeng was being too polite and that she didn't even help that much. But Yifeng told her not to be so humble. As a thank you, he offered to treat both of them to dinner. Ling Yaoer and Yuna agreed right away. The guys in the crowd couldn't believe what they were seeing. Then Peng came crawling out of the river, crying her eyes out. Yuji showed up and walked over to her. But when Peng turned her face toward him, he got freaked out by how swollen she looked. He straight up punched her, thinking it was someone else wearing her clothes. Peng tried to explain it was really her and begged him to get revenge. She said Yifeng and his fans beat her up. But Yuji just glared at her, then kicked her away. He said there was no reason to help someone whose face was already messed up. He even said it was a shame he hadn't had a chance to use her yet. Then he called her bad luck. After that, Peng felt like everything around her was fake. She thought everyone saw her as worthless. First Lan Shui, then Ling Yaoer, and now Yuji, they all looked at her the same way. Just then, a whirlpool started forming in the river. Peng sat there wondering what she did wrong. All she wanted was to live her life, grow stronger, and be respected. She asked herself, was that really too much to ask? Yuji was totally caught off guard when Peng suddenly jumped at him. I mean, he'd treated her like trash, walked all over her. But Peng told him straight up that she was sticking to him forever. No escape. As they both got swallowed up by this giant whirlpool, Peng swore that if there's an afterlife, everyone's gonna pay. Then we switch scenes. Yifeng walked into his martial arts gym and saw Wang Kai just staring at the utility room, looking super spooked. Yifeng noticed he'd been acting weird lately and asked what was going on. Wang Kai barked, yeah, literally barked, and Yifeng started sweating. He looked at the room and could still feel this creepy, heavy vibe coming from inside. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes lit up like he just had a realization. He told Wang Kai to chill and make himself at home, saying he'd figure something out. But deep down, he was sweating even more, cause he thought Wang Kai was, in heat. Anyway, later on, Zhongqing asked Yifeng how the poetry conference went. Yifeng said, forget that, it's way better to play Fight the Landlord with the girls over at Yong Academy. Then he realized it's been a while since he saw those girls, and since it was still early, he decided to go find them. Holding a broom tight, asked if playing Fight the Landlord was actually fun. Yifeng just said, you wouldn't get it, because Zhongqing always walked by the ladies' place and saw them doing stuff. And now Zhongqing thought he knew what that game really was and low-key wanted to try it too. By the way, the card game? Totally a new thing there. Yifeng brought poker to that world and taught it to the girls himself. Without him, they wouldn't even know how to play. Later that day, during sunset, Ling Yaoer showed up at Yifeng's gym. Every dude on the street was checking her out. Even though Yuna was kinda dumb, she still looked decent, so Ling Yaoer had no idea who Yifeng would be into more. But Ling Yaoer wanted to beat Yuna to the punch. She stood in front of the gym, looking at the sign. Nothing had changed, except now, Yifeng wasn't her enemy, he was her target. She remembered what Xuanwu told her. This dinner with Yifeng was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. She had to make him fall for her. The future of her sect depended on it. After hyping herself up, Ling Yaoer called out loud, saying she was honored to meet Yifeng and came to show respect. Wang Kai sneezed. Her scent wasn't your average makeup smell. It was something way different. Zhongqing came out and told her Yifeng wasn't home. He said he'd let Yifeng know she stopped by. Ling Yaoer was confused and said they just met, so she figured he'd be here. Zhongqing told her Yifeng had gone to Yong Academy to play Fight the Landlord with the girls. Ling Yaoer was like, wait, what even is Fight the Landlord? Zhongqing didn't want to say anything at first, but Ling Yaoer kept pushing, so he blurted out that fighting the landlord was just a thing between guys and girls. Ling Yaoer said he didn't need to explain, she already got what he meant. Then she told him she'd hook him up with someone someday. Zhongqing just said, let's talk later. He told her to head back since he needed to practice his moves. Ling Yaoer was a little worried that Yifeng might be too clueless when it came to love. But based on what she learned from Zhongqing, she figured Yifeng might not be as sweet as he looked. When she saw the cloak of swiftness, her whole vibe changed. No one was around, so she quickly used her skill to grab it. But right as she picked it up, she heard a wolf howl. She was confused, and then boom, Zhongqing came out yelling at her for trying to steal. He said he didn't expect someone who looked that good to do something like that. Ling Yaoer tried to play it cool and asked if she could just have the cloak, but Zhongqing wasn't having it. He told her to drop it. Ling Yaoer looked at him like, bruh, you're just a kid, and figured he couldn't stop her anyway. But when Zhongqing pointed a kitchen knife at her, the pressure was so intense it made her drop to her knees. She cursed under her breath. The cloak of swiftness and heaven-shattering stone were powerful, but that kitchen knife? Way crazier. She started wondering if it was some kind of holy level weapon or higher. She handed the cloak back and said she'd never do it again. Zhongqing told her never to try stealing anything from the martial arts gym, not even a rag or a hair from Wang Kai. That gym was his home, and he'd protect it with everything. Even though Zhongqing sounded super serious, Wang Kai thought the speech was kinda cringe. Then Zhongqing warned her again, if she ever tried that again, he wouldn't go easy on her. Ling Yaoer promised not to mess up again. Wang Kai looked at her and thought, she totally deserved that. He didn't care how Zhongqing handled her, but no way was he gonna let her give him an attitude. Ling Yaoer glared at him, and Wang Kai instantly used a technique to shut her down. A light shot out from his forehead and hit her right in the chest. She couldn't believe she got taken out by a dog. She fell back, coughing up blood. Then she realized something. Wang Kai wasn't just any dog. He was the legendary heaven-devouring wolf. At that point, Ling Yaoer finally understood how wild that martial arts gym really was. And the only way to fix this? She had to win over Yifeng. Tonight, over at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Mao Lin handed Yuna a bottle of something called spring flower dispersion. He said it was perfect for sparking love, and tonight was the best time to go all in if that's what she wanted. After meeting Yifeng earlier, Yuna realized he was that guy. She decided to make her move before Ling Yaoer could steal him away. Meanwhile, at Yong Academy, one of the girls stretched and told Yifeng she was ready. She asked him to be gentle because it hurt. Yifeng stepped in and said what he had might be too much for her. The girl just told him to stop capping and show it already. Suddenly, another woman busted in, yelling that the ladies at Yong Academy only sold their skills, not their bodies. She wanted to see who was breaking the rules. One of the card girls told her to chill and pay 300 yuan for breaking the screen. After the card game, Yifeng started overthinking. Should he act cool and distant, or stay nice and friendly? Since the girls seemed like his fans, he thought maybe he should keep that idle vibe going. Out of nowhere, a guy showed up and told Yifeng to step aside. He said it looked like Yifeng was waiting for a girl. The guy introduced himself as Wang Xuan. He said they were basically the same. His girl was super hard to date, and it took him 3 months just to get her to say yes. But with how pretty she was, he said it was totally worth it. Then a woman walked in, and Wang Xuan quickly waved and called her Xiaoyu. He told Yifeng he wasn't flexing, but no one in Jiangping could compare to her looks. When Xiaoyu asked if he knew Yifeng, Wang Xuan said, nah, he's just a dude waiting on someone. He told her he said Yifeng could admire her from afar, cause she wasn't basic, she was like a stream of flowers. Then the shop owner suddenly noticed someone else walking in and got all excited. It was Yuna. He welcomed her, saying she lit up his place like flowers and lights. Then he saw Ling Yaoer and said she clearly wasn't just any random girl either. Yifeng waved at both of them, and when the shop owner saw that, he realized they were Yifeng's VIP guests. He told them Yifeng had booked the best seat in the whole place, which totally matched their status. Wang Xuan saw all this and realized, yeah, he and Yifeng were not on the same level. Later, inside the room, Ling Yaoer got a little tense when she saw Yuna offering Yifeng some food. But when she realized it was just food, she smiled. She thought, tonight, I'll show her that being cute means nothing when I've got the charm. Ling Yaoer leaned in and offered Yifeng a glass of wine. He grabbed it and drank it all in one go, thinking, you gotta respect the table once it's served. Ling Yaoer thought that now that he drank her wine, Yifeng would totally be hers tonight. But then Yuna slid in again and asked Yifeng to try the food once more. She told him to drink slowly and not get too tipsy, so nobody could take advantage of him. Yifeng told Yuna not to worry about it and said she didn't have to help. He felt like he was about to get hypnotized by a fairy, so he tried to snap out of it, blaming the long walk for making him weak. Then Ling Yaoer asked if she could give him a shoulder massage. Yifeng felt like his blood was gonna catch fire. In his head, he was like, Amit Ba, God bless, hallelujah. Then Yuna suddenly grabbed his foot and said she knew a massage trick too. She promised she'd make his blood burst, in a good way. Yifeng tried to stop her, but she told him to chill and just enjoy it. He was like, if I scream, I lose, so he held it in. But the pressure was too much. After a second, he pulled his foot back and screamed. He yelled at both Yuna and Ling Yaoer, asking if they were done messing with him. Ling Yaoer didn't get why she was being yelled at too. Yifeng quickly told them not to take it personally. He said he didn't mean it and that he just wasn't used to this kind of stuff. Then Ling Yaoer got his attention and asked him to fight the landlord with her that night. Yifeng was like, wait, you've done this before? She said no, it'd be her first time doing it with him. Yifeng said fighting the landlord could get addicting and that one night might not be enough. He told her, as long as she promised not to cry no matter how intense it got, they'd get a room and keep going until they were satisfied. Ling Yaoer got flustered, but she was clearly into it. Then Yifeng said doing it with just the two of them would be boring. He told her they needed 3 people. Then he looked at Yuna and asked her to join. Yuna didn't want to leave them alone, so she agreed. Ling Yaoer was confused and asked if he really meant 3 people. Yifeng said yeah, that's how you fight the landlord. He added that if there were 4 people, it'd be even better. Ling Yaoer was like, Yifeng, you're really good at this. Yifeng told Ling Yaoer it wasn't a big deal, just something he did every day. Then he asked the waiter to get them a room and to send someone to his martial arts gym to tell Zhongqing to bring the stuff they needed to fight the landlord. While Yifeng was chatting with Yuna and saying he'd teach her, Ling Yaoer was silently thinking that Yifeng didn't look special, but she could feel he was hiding hiding some real power. She was glad she wasn't the only one noticing it. Later, when Yifeng went to the bathroom, Ling Yaoer explained to Yuna what fighting the landlord actually meant. After hearing it, Yuna told Ling Yaoer they should drop their drama and just have fun with Yifeng. Around midnight, Yuna poured some spring flower drink into a cup and said she wanted to share it with Ling Yaoer. While Yuna was talking to a messenger, Ling Yaoer burned a talisman. At the same time, back at the Xuanwu sect, another talisman started burning in Xuanwu's hand. It had Ling Yaoer's message. She planned to connect deeply with Yifeng that night, and after that, the Xuanwu sect would rise again. Xuanwu started laughing and said he didn't care what tricks Lu Qingshan had used to earn Yifeng's trust. He was gonna be the one who won in the end. A chubby elder asked why he was so hyped, and Xuanwu said Ling Yaoer already had a grip on Yifeng, and after tonight, she'd be his girl. He said if Yifeng had a great time with Ling Yaoer, then all their past beef would be squashed, and their sect would gain major benefits. The other elders got excited too, saying that if this plan worked, they'd become the #1 sect in all of Jiangping, and Lu Qingshan's crew would be done for. Meanwhile, at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, there was a meeting going on when a messenger came in asking for Mao Lin. He quietly told him that Yuna had used the spring flower drink, and the next morning would be their big win. One bald elder sighed and said no one in their group had any idea how to fix their problems, and if this continued, they'd lose their top spot as the #1 Chamber of Commerce. But after hearing the messenger's news, Mao Lin suddenly yelled out. One of the elders asked what made him so excited. The other said unless he had figured out how to beat the Baofeng chamber, they might need to find someone new to lead. Mao Lin just gave them a look and said they were joking if they thought he couldn't handle one guy like Yifeng. Then he dropped the bomb. He said Yifeng was about to be engaged to his daughter, and soon, Yifeng would have to call him father-in-law. The elders were shocked and didn't believe it. But when Mao Lin asked why he'd lie about something like his daughter's future, they all went quiet. The elders told Mao Lin that since Yifeng had become his son-in-law, it was totally fine for him to work with Mao Lin in the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce. They praised Mao Lin, saying he was super wise and the chamber was counting on him for the future. They even joked that he should have told them earlier instead of making them stress for nothing. Meanwhile, Yifeng and the girls headed into the room the shop owner had set up. Yifeng checked the table and thought, yup, this is strong enough, they won't be able to lift it. Then he called the girls over. When the action started, Yuna asked, wait, are we really doing this fight on the table? Yifeng just replied, where else would we do it? Yuna and Ling Yaoer were totally shocked by how chill and direct he was, but they sat on the table anyway. Yuna asked, so, how do we start? Yifeng told them to scoot over and said, rules are simple. Then he pulled out a deck of cards. Yeah, he was talking about playing cards the whole time. The girls just froze, mouths open. They totally misunderstood. They thought something else was about to happen, and now they were just sitting there, super embarrassed. Like, can the ground just swallow us right now? Yifeng said gambling like this was kinda boring, so he told them to place bets. Nothing too crazy, just something decent. He dropped his favorite dagger on the table. Ling Yaoer couldn't tell what it was exactly, but she could tell it was way above an imperial grade item. She started feeling the pressure, especially since their storage bag was gone. So, she brought out her twin sabers, a big deal, like a last hope kind of treasure, and placed them on the table. She asked Yifeng, is this bet good enough? He said, yeah, that'll do. She started wondering if Yifeng really just saw all weapons as toys, like he didn't care if he won or lost. Even though the whole plan kinda flipped, Ling Yaoer and Yuna still thought it could work out. They just needed the drug to kick in. Ling Yaoer focused up. She was thinking, if I win the dagger, I'll make my master proud. Yuna pulled out a piece of copper and asked Yifeng if she could use it as her bet. She figured if the others were throwing down daggers and twin sabers, she had to bring something solid too. The copper had a strange energy, and she guessed it might be a key to some kind of secret realm. Ling Yaoer wasn't sure if Yuna was clueless or just acting dumb on purpose. But either way, she was sure she'd end up with all the items on the table. Yuna, on the other hand, thought the copper wasn't useful to her, so if she could trade it for 2 treasures, that was a win. Fast forward a few hours, the sun came up and a loud bang scared off a chicken. Yifeng dropped his cards on the table like a boss. He'd been winning all night and honestly forgot how many times he'd beat them. Ling Yaoer started panicking. If she lost, she couldn't go back to her sect with nothing. And Yuna was biting her lip, realizing she might be about to lose the top treasure from her group too. Yifeng stood up and told them to take a break. He'd be back in a bit. But the girls were already struggling. The spring flower drink they took earlier was starting to kick in hard, and it was only getting stronger in daylight. Yuna looked at Ling Yaoer and said, whether you're human or immortal, no one escapes basic human nature. They knew if they didn't make something happen with Yifeng that night, things were gonna get real bad for them. Just then, Yifeng came back and casually said they should keep playing since it was almost dawn and he was tired. When he reached for the treasures, the girls both tried to grab theirs first. But Yifeng asked, what, you can't give it up? They quickly said, we lost, we accept it. Yifeng nodded nodded and said the stuff was whatever, they could always win it back next time. He told them that winning streaks are sacred, and if he broke it now, no one would take him seriously later. Yuna grabbed his arm and said he'd been playing so long, he hadn't even had a sip of water. She offered him a drink. Yifeng poured water for everyone and told them not to be shy. Ling Yaoer and Yuna were surprised but didn't hesitate. They drank, thinking maybe this would help them impress Yifeng. At this point, they figured they were halfway in, so they just had to wait for the rest to play out. Yuna asked if teaching students all week didn't tire him out. Before Yifeng could answer, Ling Yaoer jumped in and asked if there was anything else he wanted, saying they didn't need to pretend anymore after playing cards all night. Yifeng started feeling weird, hot, dizzy. He took off a layer. Seeing that, the girls got hyped, thinking this is it. Ling Yaoer grabbed his shirt, held it up to her face, and said it smelled nice. Yifeng noticed how red her face was and asked if she had a fever. Then Yuna stepped in and said, "You know the saying, one spring night's worth 1,000 coins, and that his breathing had totally given him away." Yifeng was shocked. He didn't think they'd figure it out. Yuna pulled his hand toward her and thought, this is where I win or lose it all. Ling Yaoer gave her a look, thinking if Yuna pushed it too far, she'd take her down with her. Yuna wanted to prove herself to Ling Yaoer, but she froze when Yifeng suddenly grabbed her shoulders. He whispered that he actually needed to use the bathroom again, even though he just went. He said it was some kind of health thing, and he couldn't hold it anymore. Then he told the girls, believe it or not, I gotta go. It's serious. He walked out, saying he had to answer nature's call. Yifeng thought he should always explain stuff like that so people don't get the wrong idea. The girls were too shocked to stop him. Yuna asked Ling Yaoer what they should do next. The effects of the spring flower mix were starting to hit hard. Yuna was nervous. She didn't know what would happen if Yifeng didn't come back soon. Then suddenly, Ling Yaoer grabbed her hand and kissed her. Yuna was stunned. Ling Yaoer backed off and said she didn't mean to, it was just the effect of the drink. Her body felt like it would explode if she didn't let it out. Yuna got scared and told her to hang on until Yifeng came back. But Ling Yaoer laid her down on the table. She knew she shouldn't, but her body wasn't listening anymore. She started losing it. Her brain was saying, don't do it, but her body said, whatever. Yuna tried to push her away. Wine spilled all over them. Yuna tried to explain that she didn't mean for that to happen, but Ling Yaoer didn't care. She didn't say a word and kept going. They just let the wine keep pouring out of the bottle. While Yifeng was out using the bathroom, Ling Yaoer and Yuna ended up kissing and doing things. After letting everything out, all three of them felt kinda free. Yifeng came back and froze the second he saw what was happening. He stared with wide eyes, mouth open. Then he quickly turned around and left the room, apologizing for walking in. Still in shock, he thought to himself, there are so many beautiful girls in the world, but none of them were his. So he just went home to take care of the dog. Later, at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, Min heard Yuna's report and literally coughed up blood. Mao Lin couldn't believe Yuna not only failed her mission, but also gave away a valuable treasure, and had her first time with a girl. Yuna told her she didn't expect it either. Mao Lin fell into total despair, thinking everything he worked for was ruined. At the same time, over in the Xuanwu sect, Xuanwu heard about what happened and was like, wait, all Ling Yaoer did was hook up with a girl? When he asked her about the twin-star dark sabers, she admitted she lost them in a fight with the landlord. Xuanwu punched his chest out of frustration. While laughing like he lost it, he said all their efforts were pointless. He started coughing up blood, and the elders told him to chill. Then, he told Ling Yaoer to go to Xuanwu Cliff and reflect on her mistakes. For a whole year, she wasn't allowed to leave. Meanwhile, over on Shanhao Mountain, birds were just vibing and building nests. Behind the mountain, 4 old guys were walking through a canyon. Shirkwang asked Limo Xie where the treasure was. Limo Xie said it was super close and that Shirkwang should have noticed it by now. Then Sunjuga said that even though the canyon looked calm, it was actually pretty sketchy. Out of nowhere, thick green vines shot out from the canyon walls. They wrapped around a rectangular spell that Limo Xie activated, trapping Shirkwang, Wu Yonghong, and Sunjuga. As Wu Yonghong's 9-tooth holy rake got snatched away, he yelled at Limo Xie. But Limo Xie just thanked him and said, any treasure I see? It's mine now. Limo Xie told them the spell wasn't just natural, it was from a battlefield 30,000 years ago. Back then, all the big powers were fighting, and this formation was one of their secret weapons. He even added 2 more layers to it, saying it was now so strong that even the immortal couldn't break it. He told them screaming was useless. Wu Yonghong asked why he was doing this. Limo Xie said they never really knew him, even after all those years. Then he told them the real treasure wasn't out in the world, it was Yifeng himself. That's when the 3 lost it. They asked how he dared disrespect Yifeng. Limo Xie looked right at them and said, why wouldn't I? He said the stuff in Yifeng's martial arts gym meant everything to him, and if he activated his secret move, he could drain Yifeng's luck and take him off his pedestal, even if Yifeng was basically immortal. The 3 were confused, so Limo Xie reminded them that tomorrow was a rare celestial event, lunar year, lunar moon, and lunar sun everyone all at once. Shirkwang suddenly realized what Limo Xie was planning, the Heavenly Yin Grand Formation. That formation had been lost for thousands of years, and now Limo Xie had it. Anyone under the level of immortality who entered it, they'd lose all their powers without even realizing it. Wu Yonghong told Limo Xie that even though the Heavenly Yin Formation was strong, it messed with the natural order. And if he went ahead and used it to trap Yifeng, he'd get hit with some serious heavenly punishment, like eternal death, no reincarnation. Then Limo Xie casually said he also knew the fate-seizing technique. Wu was shocked. Limo Xie said Yifeng's cultivation was so deep, no one could tell if he was a martial supreme or a saint. And since Yifeng had a ton of insane treasures, Limo Xie figured he had some wild destiny. So Limo Xie wanted to steal it and basically claim the way of heaven for himself. Wu was like, bro, that's crazy. Why are you biting the hand that fed you? But in his heart, Wu knew, even if he died trying, he'd still try to break that formation just to warn Yifeng. Then out of nowhere, a violet light pierced the formation and Wu's chest. Sun Zhuge was in disbelief. Limo Xie had destroyed Wu's energy core, without even touching his own cultivation. Now Wu was just a mortal. A few days left at most. That's when Shirkwang realized Limo Xie wasn't even human anymore. Limo Xie told them straight up, you all have to die. I'm the oldest here, I know my time's almost up. I had to do this. He thanked Wu for introducing Yifeng to him. His plan? Steal Yifeng's fate and power, and use it to buy himself more life, maybe even hit the peak of martial arts. And since everything was going smoothly, Limo Xie was feeling real good about it. Meanwhile, over at Lu Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan finally stepped out of his seclusion room and felt the sun. Lan Shui ran over and told him that Master Lu Dashing, the top alchemist in Nancha, had been waiting at the door for 2 whole weeks. Lu Qingshan was like, wait, what? Why didn't you tell me? Lan Shui said she didn't want to interrupt his training. Suddenly, some music started playing and Lan Shui had to cover her ears. Lu Dashing wasn't happy. He said the Lu Qingshan sect had been making excuses about Lu Qingshan being in seclusion just to avoid him. Lu Qingshan quickly apologized, saying he didn't know Lu Dashing had come. He called him a legend and asked for forgiveness. Lu Dashing accepted it. Then he told Lu Qingshan he needed to borrow the flame orb to make a 5th grade medicine for a top martial master in Nancha. He said if Lu Qingshan lent it, both he and the martial master would owe him a favor. But Lu Qingshan said the flame orb wasn't theirs anymore. He'd already given it to his benefactor. That benefactor was Yifeng. Lu Dashing told Lu Qingshan to take him to Yifeng. He wanted to ask for the flame orb directly, thinking Yifeng would probably give it back out of respect. But Lu Qingshan didn't want to risk upsetting Yifeng. Lu Dashing said he didn't care if Lu Qingshan was telling the truth or not. He gave him 7 days to bring the flame orb back, even if it was already given away. Lu Qingshan said it really wasn't that simple. He asked Lu Dashing to name any other request, and he'd handle it. Lu Dashing noticed how respectful Lu Qingshan was and asked who Yifeng even was. Lu Qingshan told him that Yifeng was the savior of the whole Lu Qingshan sect. He said Yifeng's strength was so deep, it felt like he didn't even belong in the mortal world anymore. Then Lan Shui added that Yifeng didn't like being bothered. She said he came down to the mortal world just to experience regular human life. Everything they said only made Lu Dashing more curious. He told Lu Qingshan, straight up, that even if he didn't want to, he had to take him to see Yifeng. While Lu Qingshan was trying to explain why that wasn't a good idea, Lu Dashing suddenly attacked. He said he was getting the flame orb, so was Lu Qingshan gonna help or not? Lu Dashing claimed he didn't mean any harm. He just wanted the orb. But when Lan Shui told Lu Qingshan not to do it, Lu Dashing grabbed her by the neck and made her cough up blood. Lu Qingshan started sweating. He didn't want to give in, but Lan Shui's life came first. So he agreed. Lu Dashing told him he should have just said yes from the start. Then he apologized to Yifeng in advance, hoping he wouldn't be too mad for disturbing him. Meanwhile, over at Yifeng's martial arts gym, Wang Kai was sitting near the utility room, shaking. The energy coming from the room was so intense, it freaked him out. Yifeng thought Wang Kai was acting weird, cause of, some personal urges. So he decided to just remove the root of the problem. But controlling Wang Kai wasn't gonna be easy. Yifeng braced himself. Then Wang Kai suddenly ran off. Since following Yifeng, he had leveled up like crazy. He was now a martial king. But even at that level, the energy from the utility room still terrified him. He stared at the door, waiting for something to come out. He had no idea if it was a monster or something way worse. Then, snap, the lock broke. The door slowly opened, and that crazy energy flooded out. Yifeng cursed, clearly annoyed. Wang Kai? He started crying. The first thing he saw was a skeleton leg. Then the full body, a small humanoid skeleton, stepped out. Wang Kai's soul practically left his body. He hid behind Yifeng's leg while Yifeng just stood there, staring. Even though the skeleton looked lifeless, Wang Kai could feel that it was dangerous. Like, really dangerous. He didn't get how a dead thing could move or give off that much pressure, but it did. The skeleton pointed at Yifeng, trying to say something, like it was calling him some kind of weird thing. Yifeng didn't even flinch. He just punched it and told it to quit creeping him out. Then he started yelling at the system, saying it was trash for not teaching him how to make money or level up, and that the reward he got was just a broken piece of junk. He went on, saying all the skeleton did was float around like a ghost, laughing and screaming, scaring the daylights out of him. Yifeng said, "No point talking to me, man. You got a half-working brain or something. It was locked before, and now it's just wandering around." Wang Kai watched, shocked that this creepy skeleton he was once scared of was now getting tossed around like a toy. After Yifeng got tired of beating it up, the skeleton tried to talk, but it was just random noises and nonsense. Yifeng told it to speak clearly and punched its head off. The skull rolled away, and when it tried to put it back on, Yifeng pointed out it was backward. The skeleton quickly turned it around and fixed it. Then suddenly, a cloth dropped over it, and it let out some strange sound like it was surprised. Yifeng sighed, saying this day sucked. He told the skeleton to wear the cloth and stop going around scaring people. The skeleton made a sound like it agreed. Since the weather was super nice, Yifeng told Wang Kai and the skeleton to chill in the yard while he went to the door to enjoy the sun. He had no idea what to do with this skeleton. At first, he thought about leaving it as a decoration, but then remembered it actually moves. Then he thought about cooking some walnut dishes to vibe with the weather. Seeing that even the skeleton couldn't handle Yifeng's punches, Wang Kai still couldn't figure out why Yifeng kept it around. But when Yifeng thought about walnuts again, he remembered the skeleton and decided not to cook anything. The skeleton felt kinda abandoned, again. Meanwhile, up on the roof near Yifeng's martial arts gym, Limosia was watching. He had set up a whole ritual with formations, chakra gates, and all that. He looked pumped. He said it was the perfect time, place, and setup. He stared at Yifeng and said, "Sleep as much as you want now, cause you're gonna be out cold after this." Then the weather changed. Clouds rolled in, thunder started, and it began raining. People grabbed their laundry and ran home. Limosia started chanting his spell. Heaven and earth responded, light burst through the sky, and evil got cleared out. Everything switched to the Yifeng side. The sun came up, the moon dipped, and even the stars looked like they were reversing. Big beams of light shot down and surrounded Yifeng's gym, and at that moment, Limosia began sealing Yifeng's cultivation. Limosia said that even if it was a full power strike from a top-tier martial expert, without any cultivation, Yifeng would have been toast. When the sword was almost fully formed, Limosia dropped it straight at sleeping Yifeng, ready to end him. He thought once Yifeng was gone, all the treasures would be his. Yifeng was knocked out cold and didn't even notice the sword coming down. Then, Limosia felt how crazy powerful the heavenly Yin formation was. Since Yifeng didn't move at all, Limosia assumed his powers were totally sealed. He got hyped, thinking there was no way Yifeng could dodge. But the moment the sword touched Yifeng's skin, it just rippled. The sword didn't even wake him up. Limosia was shaking. The sword, his strongest move, just vanished like it was nothing. It looked like Yifeng had just absorbed it. He couldn't figure it out. If Yifeng's cultivation was really sealed, how did he stop the sword? Even if the formation had a flaw, there should have been some reaction. But nope, the sword just faded on contact. That really messed with Limosia's head. Then it hit him, if Yifeng wasn't a martial supreme, he had to be at least a martial saint. So even without his powers, his body was still tough as heck. Limosia said he liked that kind of fight. Taking out a strong guy was way more satisfying than stepping on a weak one. So, he spit out this nasty death goo, thinking that no matter how strong Yifeng's body was, this stuff would eat through it. He said once it got inside Yifeng, even if he got his powers back, he was done for. But suddenly, boom! Yifeng woke up, clapped his hands, and straight up erased the death goo. Then he looked around and said, "Where did these annoying bugs come from, messing with my nap?" Limosia turned pale. He remembered Wu Yonghong's warning. If he used that formation to mess with Yifeng, he'd get hit with eternal punishment. No afterlife, no reincarnation. And just like that, Limosia coughed up blood. His gut told him to get out of there, fast. He fled to a floating island and took a break, still trying to process what just happened. He couldn't believe it. The formation should have worked. Yifeng's powers should have been locked. But clearly, they weren't. Limosia was shaking. His plan totally backfired. Even without powers, Yifeng somehow slapped his death goo like it was nothing. That death goo was known to be unbreakable, even top-tier martial artists couldn't damage it. But Yifeng did it casually. Limosia figured Yifeng's fate must have become so strong that nothing could shake it anymore. Since he lost, Limosia tried to dip. But then, boom, some cloaked figure popped up in front of him, just floating there. Not wanting to mess around, Limosia asked who he was. The cloaked guy just grinned and said, "You trying to leave?" Limosia couldn't see his face, but the pressure was unreal. He thought maybe Yifeng had come for round 2. Limosia decided the only move was to run. But just when he thought he got away, the cloaked guy popped up in front of him again. He asked the same question, but got no reply. That freaked him out. He thought, if it's really Yifeng, why the mind games? So he attacked, yelling that he was the strongest martial artist of his generation and that whoever messed with him should be ready to pay for it. Then, boom! Huge explosion on the floating island. Far away, Lu Dashing sensed the energy and rushed over, leaving Lu Qingshan behind, who just thought, bro's way too hyped to join the party. Back on the island, Limo Xie started laughing, thinking he'd won. He bragged about how strong he was. But then the dust cleared, and the cloaked dude was just standing there, not even scratched. Limo Xie freaked. If his strongest move didn't do anything, there was no point fighting. He turned to run again, but out of nowhere, a giant black hand smacked him hard. He screamed, asking, "Why are you doing this? I don't even know you." The cloaked guy said, "You really think we got no beef?" Limo Xie asked what he meant. Now he was starting to believe this really was Yifeng. But the guy said, "I'm not the master. I'm just the servant." Limo Xie just stared at the cloaked guy, mouth open, eyes wide. He couldn't believe someone that strong was just Yifeng's servant. He said Yifeng might actually be an immortal. But the cloaked guy replied, "My master's not an immortal." Limo Xie quickly agreed, saying immortals don't show up in small places like this. Maybe the formation messed up. But then the cloaked guy revealed his face and said, "My master's above the immortal." Limo Xie was like, "No way, above the immortal control the laws of heaven and earth. Even immortals are like ants to them." He just couldn't believe the real above the immortal would even show up here. Then the skeleton popped in and said, "Why not? I'm also above the immortal, and I'm just his servant." Limo Xie said he was full of it. "You think the immortal are just lying around like cabbages?" He thought the skeleton's bones were just a disguise. But then the skeleton grinned, bam, lightning struck Limo Xie out of nowhere. And it didn't stop there. His whole body started freezing. It snowed, then lava burst from the ground. Then a tornado spun him through the air and slammed him to the ground. Limo Xie shouted, "Was that the law of nature?" The skeleton didn't answer. He just said, "If you don't believe me yet, I have more to show you." Then the skeleton used a regression spell. Limo Xie started flashing back. He saw the girl he loved confess she liked someone else. He remembered bragging about wanting to be rich, and how shady people tried to raise him as a weapon because of his spiritual roots. Then, fast forward, he aged instantly. His young hands turned old and wrinkly. That's when he finally believed the skeleton could use time, and that meant he really was above the immortal. Bored, the skeleton decided to end it. Limo Xie's body started falling apart. Right before he faded completely, he apologized and wondered how he'd been dumb enough to try and rob above the immortal. Right after, Lu Dashing saw everything. He watched the skeleton wipe out Limo Xie like it was nothing and totally freaked out. He tried to run, but the skeleton appeared right behind him and asked, "You think that was funny?" Lu Dashing panicked. "Nah, bro, I was just passing by. I'm the top pill refiner in Nancha. I make imperial level pills." Lu Dashing begged the skeleton to spare him. He even offered to work for it. The skeleton looked at him and asked, "You really think I need some high-tier pill?" Lu Dashing realized how dumb he sounded and apologized fast. Then the skeleton told him, "Slap yourself 100 times or you'll regret it way worse." Without thinking, Lu Dashing agreed and started slapping himself like crazy. He was like, "Bro, who did I just mess with?" He came to watch the fun and ended up being the joke. Right then, Lu Qingshan showed up and was like, "Yo, what did you do to deserve this?" But Lu Dashing didn't explain. He just said, "Get lost." Lu Qingshan figured something weird was going on in the family and dipped. Later, Yifeng woke up from a long, chill nap and noticed the weather was sunny again. He asked Zhongqing, "Where's the skeleton?" Zhongqing said, "Last I saw, it was inside the gym." Yifeng's face dropped. He knew the skeleton was out causing chaos again. Meanwhile, over in Jiangping City, a bunch of women were out shopping and trying on beauty stuff. Then out of nowhere, a strong breeze blew up their skirts. The skeleton zoomed through the crowd, eye socket glowing gold. It actually took off its skull and held it under a woman's skirt like a total creep. The skeleton felt like his eyes were getting blessed. He even reached out, hand shaking, about to touch her. But right before he did, Yifeng showed up and kicked him hard. "Shameless freak," Yifeng yelled. People nearby were like, "Yo, is that dude beating up a skeleton?" Yifeng picked it up and just ran off. One of the women told her friend, "I felt hot all over," then it stopped. Her friend said, "Probably the wind, right?" Later that day at Yifeng's gym, he said, "That skeleton's like a cockroach. I've trashed it, buried it, even locked it up. Nothing works." But now he had one last trick to finally get rid of it. He said, "Today we'll see if either this thing dies or I go insane." The skeleton slowly peeked out from under a cloak, made some weird noises, and tried to act cute. Yifeng punched the skeleton and said, "Let's see how you escape if I break your body apart." The skeleton raised a hand like it was saying goodbye, then flipped him off. Yifeng got even more mad. Just then, Zhongqing showed up. He said some people from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce were outside with a palanquin. They claimed Yifeng's old book Dream of Red Mansion still had money tied to it and wanted him to collect it. Yifeng said it was probably one of Mao Lin's tricks. He told Zhongqing to just ignore it and act like the money was gone. But Zhongqing wasn't having it. He said, "That's not right. We shouldn't let anyone look down on us." He reminded Yifeng how hard it had been running the gym and taking care of everyone. Even if Yifeng didn't want the cash, Zhongqing said they should still use it to help people. Yifeng Yifeng called him silly for being too honest and said he worried that Zhongqing might get taken advantage of. But Zhongqing said he wasn't going anywhere. He said he'd protect Yifeng and the gym for the rest of his life. Yifeng noticed he had grown taller and finally let him go get the money. He told him, grab it and leave. Don't get involved. Different paths don't walk together. Later that day, as the sun went down, Yifeng told the skeleton that if he kept letting it roam free, it would cause chaos. So he split up the skeleton's parts and hid them in different buildings. Yifeng said, in the name of justice, I'm sealing you forever. No more sunlight for you. Then he kicked the skeleton's skull into a well and sealed it for good. Right after that, a man rushed in. He told Yifeng something bad had happened. Zhongqing had been attacked. He said it looked serious and told Yifeng to follow him fast. Yifeng didn't ask questions. He just ran. When they got there, the man asked the crowd to make space. Zhongqing was bleeding on the ground, and the people who ambushed him were nearby. Someone in the crowd asked why Yifeng only showed up now, just to pick up the body? Yifeng rushed to Zhongqing's side. Even though he was in bad shape, Zhongqing was still conscious. He told Yifeng, I don't think I can keep my promise anymore. Yifeng checked his pulse and panicked a little, but he quickly got it together and told Zhongqing not to talk. He promised, I won't let you die. Back at the gym, Yifeng dumped out all the pills and medicines he had. While searching for one specific pill, he kept talking to Zhongqing. He said, don't be scared. As long as I'm here, no one's gonna hurt you again. Wang Kai looked at Zhongqing, who was coughing up blood nonstop. He could tell, Zhongqing's wounds were too serious for a normal person. He was on the edge. Wang Kai was thinking hard. The only thing that could save Zhongqing now was the rare fairy grass. Zhang was barely hanging on, sweating and gasping. Yifeng quickly gave him a resurrection pill from the system. But Wang Kai knew that pill only kept a little bit of life in the body. Fairy grass was all based on luck, and even Yifeng might not be able to find it in time. Yifeng looked at Zhongqing and told him to rest, promising he'd be okay when he woke up. Then Yifeng clenched his fists. He had made a promise, no matter what it cost, he'd make the people who did this pay. Meanwhile, at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, a guy was getting roasted. They called him useless for messing up a simple job. He said he didn't mean to blow their cover. The second Zhongqing saw they were trying to hurt Yifeng, he jumped in and started throwing hands. He took out several of their guys with just his bare fists. Mao Lin wasn't having it. He shouted that they were always making excuses. His son, Mao Yi, told him to chill and let him handle it. But Mao Lin had bigger problems. The rest of the board didn't want him to stay chairman. He figured that if he couldn't get Yifeng on his side, taking him out would solve everything. Mao Lin said he'd already done a lot, even giving up Yuna just to become president. Then 3 men walked in behind Mao Yi. Mao Yi told his dad not to worry. These 3 were martial spirits from the Explosive Heaven faction, and they were ready to handle Yifeng directly. When Mao Lin heard that, he got excited. That meant they didn't have to worry about Luo Li, a disciple of the Lu Qingshan sect. But he still felt uneasy. Yuna had told him something about how Yifeng felt off. Mao Lin just shrugged it off. He said, even if he's special, he's still just a regular dude. If he could actually beat cultivators, he wouldn't be working some basic job downtown. Mao Lin then asked how much it cost to bring those 3 guys in. Mao Yi told him not to stress. They didn't want money or treasure, just 100 pretty girls. Mao Lin was shocked for a sec, but then smiled and said, fine, take 200, just make sure Yifeng's gone. One of the men said that was cool, and after resting for a day, they'd take care of it. Later, over at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Yin was all smiles. He said he was glad, and that with Yifeng showing up, the place finally felt alive again. He quickly told someone to bring tea for Yifeng. When the tea was ready, Ying offered some to him. The room went quiet as Ying waited for Yifeng to speak. He started overthinking, wondering if he'd messed up or if his group had somehow done something to upset Yifeng. Then Yifeng broke the silence. He asked, can your Chamber of Commerce take someone out? Ying was totally confused. He had no idea why Yifeng would ask that. So Yifeng explained, he wanted to deal with whoever was behind the people that almost hurt Zhongqing. Ying was shocked. He couldn't believe that even with Yifeng's status, someone had still dared to mess with his disciple. He thought that if they didn't handle this carefully, and Yifeng went off on his own, the whole city could end up wrecked. Yifeng asked again if there was a way to handle it through the chamber. Ying started sweating, trying to think fast. Since it was taking too long, Yifeng said he was willing to pay any price if that's what it took. Ying quickly replied, there is a way. Then he asked who the culprit was. Yifeng said he thought it was someone from the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, but they didn't have proof yet. They needed to look into it. He added that his only condition was getting the person behind it all. Ying nodded and promised they'd do everything they could. As soon as the talk ended, Yifeng left. Ying told his butler to get the horses ready. They were heading to the Qingshan sect. When Ying met with Lu Qingshan, he explained everything. Lu Qingshan got so mad that a huge boulder near him exploded from the pressure of his energy. He was furious. He knew Yifeng must have been holding back a ton of anger if his disciple almost got seriously hurt. So Lu sent one of his people back to the city right away to investigate. He said the Qingshan sect would take full responsibility for the situation. Later, Lu gathered all the key members in the main hall. Once they arrived, Lan Shui stood up and spoke. She said Yifeng's heart was usually calm, like still water. But once he got mad, he could wreck everything in his path. She reminded them that even though Yifeng had the strength to destroy the whole continent, he held back because he didn't want innocent people getting caught in the mess. Lan Shui said it wasn't right to just let him swallow his anger and get walked over. Then Zhuyun stepped up. She said Yifeng had done so much for the Qingshan sect, but they had still let something like this happen in their own territory. And he didn't even tell them directly, he went through the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce instead. Zhuyun said if Yifeng had taken action himself, none of them would have been able to stop him. The disciples in the hall all started shouting, fired up. They believed if they couldn't stand up for what was right, then being cultivators meant nothing. Yifeng had always helped them when things got bad. Now it was time to return the favor. They all knew that if they didn't calm Yifeng's anger, the Qingshan sect might not even survive what came next. Lu Qingshan gave the final orders. No one who laid a hand on Zhongqing gets away. I don't care who they are. Then he told them to open the Great Mountain Shield, notify the 12 elders and 18 guardians, and send out the 36 heavenly deities and the 72 earthly demons. Lu Qingshan announced that all disciples from the 108 halls under the sect would head down the mountain, led by Zhuyun. He said everyone who messed with Yifeng would regret ever stepping into their world. That kind of mobilization had never been seen before, not even during the big clan wars in Jiangping City. Right after that, the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce shut down all its shops. Every door was closed, and they started sending out waves of intel agents. Outside the city, Lu Qingshan read a letter from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce that had arrived by pigeon. When he saw the words, Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, his face turned red with anger. The Qingshan sect crew could barely hold back. Their energy felt sharp and intense. Meanwhile, over at the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce, someone rushed in and told Mao Lin that something serious was happening. Mao Lin snapped at him for interrupting, especially while the three martial spirits were still drinking. The man explained that their spies had seen the Baofeng Chamber shut down and get ready to move against Pingjiang. To Mao Lin, that sounded like a full-on declaration of conflict. But before Mao Lin could react, one of the martial spirits told him it was rude to leave them hanging, especially when they hadn't finished their wine. Mao Lin replied, "No worries. My son will stay and drink with you guys." Still, he admitted that the tight connection between Baofeng and the Qingshan sect had him a little on edge, but the martial spirit shrugged it off. He said Lu Qingshan wasn't worth worrying about, claiming he'd already lowered himself to the level of a mortal servant. The martial spirit was sure Lu wouldn't dare challenge three martial spirits over a mortal and a small chamber of commerce. That was enough to convince Mao Lin, who decided to trust them completely. The martial spirit leaned back and said, "Let's just relax and wait. If your rivals show up, they're just asking to be finished." Mao Lin agreed. He said if Yifeng and his people came, they'd be sent packing for good. Then the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce could take over all of Jiangping City. He told his people to keep the music going and let the party roll. So they all kept eating and drinking like nothing was coming. They had no idea disaster was already flying their way. Not long after, massive winged beasts showed up outside the hall where they were partying. On top of the beasts were serious-faced members of the Qingshan sect, staring straight at the hall like they were ready to act any second. Lu Qingshan pulled out Yifeng's kitchen knife. His face said everything. Inside the hall, someone ran up to Mao Lin, saying, "Yifeng's people are at the door." One of the martial spirits laughed, saying Mao Lin's guy was being dramatic. Mao Lin snapped at the man again and said, "If they're here, let them in. With the three of you here, what's there to be scared of?" The guy replied, "It's not just a few of them. They've brought a whole army. We can't take this lightly." But before he could say more, one of the martial spirits finished him on the spot. The spirit turned to Mao Lin and said, "Your people don't seem to trust us much." Mao Lin quickly said the guy was just a clueless servant. He told the spirits that no matter how many people came, it didn't matter, they'd all lose. The martial spirit waved it off. "Forget it," he said. "The party's ruined anyway. We'll have fun again after clearing out these flies." Mao Lin agreed, and the spirit said, "When we get back, you'd better bring even more pretty girls to make up for this mess." Now both Mao Lin and the spirits were thinking this battle wasn't just about defending their turf, it could wipe out the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce completely. So the three martial spirits left the hall, excited to see who was bold enough to challenge them. But the moment they saw the Qingshan sect lined up and ready, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped. They stared for a second, then cursed under their breath. When the three martial spirits saw how stacked the Qingshan sect's lineup was, they realized this wasn't just a small fight, it was a full-on war. Everyone from the Qingshan side had power equal to or even stronger than theirs. Winged beasts flew overhead, and golden-armored warriors shouted as they got closer. One of the martial spirits suddenly felt a crazy strong energy, but couldn't tell where it was coming from. Then they saw Lu Qingshan holding Yifeng's kitchen knife, glowing with intense heat. Mao Lin was shaken by how many people had shown up, but he quickly pulled himself together. He figured as long as he had the three martial spirits on his side, there was nothing to worry about. He said, "In the eyes of these three masters, the Qingshan folks are just flashy but useless." He turned to the martial spirits and asked if he was right. The three clenched their teeth, wondering if Mao Lin was completely blind. They wanted to yell at him, can't you see what's going on? Even if there were 3 martial kings instead of them, they still wouldn't stand a chance. These guys from the Qingshan sect were way out of their league. Mao Lin noticed their silence and asked, why aren't you saying anything? One of the martial spirits smacked him. They were done with this. The 3 said they were leaving. They reminded Mao he still hadn't treated them to enough drinks and said they were taking the day off. One of them told Mao to hit up Mr. Zhao if he needed anything. Then he looked at Lu Qingshan like he was silently begging to be let off the hook. But just as they were trying to dip, Mao shouted, wait, who's Mr. Zhao? Weren't you guys gonna help me take out the Qingshan sect? The 3 didn't even look back. They just ran like their lives depended on it. But before they could escape, a blast of golden light cut off their path. They froze, staring at a deep blade mark carved into the ground in front of them. Lu Qingshan walked up and said, you 3 seem kinda involved in this. The martial spirits cursed Mao under their breath for dragging them into this mess. One of them admitted, yeah, we were part of it, and asked what Lu planned to do. Then he tried to flex, saying they were elders from the Nancha Explosive Heaven sect. Back when their sect was in its prime, the Qingshan sect couldn't even compare. He added, even if we've fallen off a bit, a skinny camel's still bigger than a horse. He basically warned Lu Qingshan not to touch them or it would spark a bigger conflict. Lu nodded and said, true, it might start a sect war. Then he gave orders. The 18 guardians were to stay put and hold the area, while the rest would head out under Zhu Yun's lead. Finish the Explosive Heaven sect for me, within 1 day, Lu said. The 3 martial spirits were speechless. One of them asked, you're seriously gonna go after our whole sect, for one mortal? Lu replied, why wouldn't I? Even if your sect was at its peak, if you messed with Yifeng, I'd still handle it. Love runs deeper than gold. Then Lu ordered his people to take the 3 into custody. Mao Lin stood frozen. The 3 martial spirits he bragged about so much didn't even fight back. They were taken down in one move. Lu turned to Mao Lin and Mao Yi. Just his gaze alone made them both fall to their knees. He walked toward them and asked, were you the ones who sent people to hurt Zhongqing? Mao Yi panicked. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that, he said. It was all my dad. Mao Lin couldn't believe what he was hearing. His own son just threw him under the bus. Tears streamed down his face. He coughed and said, I'm your father, Mao Yi. By then, Mao knew it was over. He looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, what is it about Yifeng that made you show up in person, even bringing your whole sect with you? Mao Lin really wanted to know who Yifeng was. Lu Qingshan looked at him with disgust. He said that without Yifeng, the Qingshan sect might not even exist anymore. Yifeng had hidden his power and came to their small city just to live a quiet life and understand the world. Lu pointed out that Mao had nearly hurt someone close to a person like that. He told Mao that today, both he and the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce would be done for. He reminded Moa how blind he'd been. Yifeng had given him so many chances, and if Mao had taken just one of them, he could have been way ahead of thousands of others. Mao didn't say anything. Even when Lu called him ungrateful, he stayed quiet. Deep down, he realized it was true. Yifeng really had hidden his strength and come to live peacefully, and Mao had completely messed up the chance. He regretted everything. He'd even had a head start and an easy opportunity to build a good relationship with Yifeng, but he threw it all away himself. Lu said, it's your turn now, and casually swung Yifeng's kitchen knife, sending a glowing blade of energy toward the 3 martial spirit masters. The 3 instantly used an escape move to dodge it. They laughed and said Lu didn't have what it took to finish them off. They warned him that their Explosive Heaven sect wasn't as simple as it looked, and dared him to come find them there. Then Lan Shui told Lu that the shady skills those 3 were using didn't look like anything from the Explosive Heaven sect. Lu agreed. He figured those 3 were just working with Mao Lin, not officially with the sect. He thought maybe they were trying to bait him into starting a war with the Explosive Heaven sect, possibly because something dangerous was hiding there, even something he couldn't handle. Lu started to worry about Zhu Yun and the others, who should have already arrived there. He told Lan Shui and Luo Li to personally hold on to Mao Lin and Mao Yi and hand them over to Yifeng. Then he said to get word to Ying, shut down the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce and don't let anyone leave. After settling everything with the 18 guardians, Lu Qingshan headed straight for the Explosive Heaven sect. That night, back at Yifeng's martial arts gym, Lan Shui quietly walked in. The place felt weirdly quiet, totally different from how she remembered it. Inside the house, Yifeng was checking on Zhongqing's condition. He was sure Zhongqing was no longer in serious danger, but he was still worried since she hadn't woken up yet. At the door, Lan Shui gave her report. She said the Qingshan sect and the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce had completed their mission. They'd confirmed that the head of the Ma family and his son were behind Zhongqing's injury. Then she asked Yifeng what they should do next. Just then, Yifeng calmly opened the door. As he stepped out, Mao Lin dropped to his knees. Mao admitted everything. He said Yifeng had a big heart and asked him to let his son go, since Mao Yi hadn't done anything wrong. He said he'd take all the punishment himself. Lan Shui and Luo Li were tense when Yifeng slowly raised his hand. Lan Shui wondered if Yifeng was really about to step in personally. Was he willing to blow his whole hidden strategy just to stand up for his disciple? Mao begged Yifeng to let him take the blame alone. Mao Yi jumped in and said it had all been his dad's fault. He swore he didn't know anything. Then Mao Yi spilled the truth. Mao had been scared that Yifeng's support of the Chamber of Commerce would shake his position as president. That's why he sent those people to go after Zhongqing. Qing. Luo Li told Mao Yi to watch his mouth, but when Yifeng raised his hand again, everyone went quiet. They waited for him to speak. Yifeng looked at Mao and said, "Your life and your dirty actions aren't enough to make up for hurting someone as pure as Zhong Qing." He said he had no choice but to return the consequences to Mao. Mao stepped in and begged him again. He said his son had nothing to do with it, but Yifeng replied that his feelings, good or bad, had nothing to do with Zhong Qing either. Then Mao Yi shouted at his dad, "Weren't you the one who always said there was nothing in this world you wouldn't do for me? And now you're just using me to clean up your mess?" Mao Yi pleaded with Yifeng, saying that if anyone should be held responsible, it should be the one who made the choices. Then, while everyone watched, Mao suddenly ran straight toward a tree, trying to end it all himself. Just then, Yuna showed up. She shouted at Mao not to hurt himself. Mao Lin and Luo Li were shocked to see her. No one expected her to come. Yuna got down and begged Yifeng to spare both Mao Lin and Mao Yi. She said she'd pay any price. Mao Lin asked Yifeng to show mercy for Yuna's sake, and then apologized to her for leaving Mao Yi in her hands. After saying he'd pay for all his mistakes with his life, Mao Lin slammed his head into a tree. Yifeng looked down at Mao's body with a tired, sad expression. Yuna went pale, totally shocked by what just happened. But Mao Yi, acting like Mao wasn't even his dad, turned to Yifeng and said, "Congrats on finishing off the real problem." Then he asked, "So, can I go now?" Yifeng replied, "I already told you. I wanted the one behind everything." He thought back to how messed up Zhong Qing had looked in that alley after the attack. Then he said, "Your dad's life wasn't even enough to settle that score." As he quietly stood over Mao's body, Yifeng wondered if Mao would have spared him if their roles were reversed that day. Yifeng closed his eyes, clearly bothered by everything that had just gone down. Thinking Yuna might still be upset, he said, "If you want to take revenge, I won't stop you." But Yuna replied, "My brother had nothing to do with what happened to Zhong Qing. And now that Mao's gone, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with our family either. The debt's paid. I won't come for you." Mao Yi, who was clearly losing it a little, looked at Yuna and asked, "Then, who's gonna buy me candy if we don't take dad with us?" At that point, the Pingjiang Chamber of Commerce was completely finished. Yifeng had gotten justice. Now, all he wanted was to wake up Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan and the 18 guardians had arrived at the gates of the explosive heaven sect. They stopped when Lu noticed a strange energy barrier. As they got closer to check it out, they were shocked to find Zhu and her group trapped inside. Zhu told Lu to back off. She said the explosive heaven sect wasn't as simple as it looked. Just then, a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He looked down on them and said, "You really brought your little Qingshan sect here to challenge us?" Lu Qingshan broke into a sweat. The pressure coming off this guy was insane. He and the guardians quickly realized the man was a martial emperor, way above their level. They were all immediately on edge. Trying to stay respectful, Lu asked, "What's your name?" The man said, "Yi Bei." Lu's eyes went wide. He remembered that name. Yi Bei was the genius who came out of nowhere in Nancha about 10 years ago. Back then, he reached the martial king level by age 20, then just vanished. A total legend. Now Lu realized, Yi Bei had been hiding inside the explosive heaven sect all this time, and in just 10 years, he'd gone from martial king to martial emperor. Lu couldn't help but wonder, who in all of Nancha could even keep up with this guy in another 10 or 20 years? Yi Bei looked at him and said, "Since you know who I am, you should accept your fate with some dignity." Then he suddenly attacked. Lu Qingshan barely held up a defense. He shouted, "We didn't mean to offend you. The only reason we came was because 3 elders from your sect messed with a senior." He begged Yi Bei to be fair, to not use power to protect people doing shady stuff while crushing those just trying to do the right thing. But Yi Bei snapped back, "You're the one who destroyed the bodies of my sect's elders and shook up our whole base just to provoke us at our own front door. So don't act like you're here for justice." Then he added, "By that logic, you absolutely deserve to be finished off." Lu Qingshan didn't back down. He said, "If you're just gonna take sides, then I'll fight you for the sake of my seniors." And as he pulled out Yifeng's kitchen knife, he said, "I hope you've really thought about the consequences." Yi Bei laughed and told Lu Qingshan that his attacks didn't work on him. But when a wound suddenly appeared on Yi Bei's face, that smug look disappeared. He was sure that someone like Qingshan couldn't possibly break through his defenses. That's when Yi Bei realized, Qingshan's kitchen knife wasn't just any regular weapon. It was a legit divine item. He told Qingshan straight up, "A weapon like that isn't for someone like you." Yi Bei said only he was worthy of using it. Then, in his ghost-like form, he dashed straight at Qingshan. Even though Qingshan had that powerful knife, his power level was still just at the martial king stage, just one step below a martial emperor. After a bit, Qingshan got hit hard and lost his strength. The kitchen knife slipped right out of his hand. He flew through the air, hit the edge of the array, and landed near Zhu Yun. With no one left to block him, Yi Bei casually picked up the knife. He said, "This is mine now." Qingshan warned him. He said the knife was a gift from his senior, and if Yi Bei took it without permission, the wrath of that senior could wipe out Yi Bei's whole explosive heaven sect. That made Yi Bei pause for a second. He checked Qingshan's memories to see if this senior was real. He found out the guy's name was Yifeng, but to Yi Bei, he looked like just a regular person. So Yi Bei figured, can't be that strong. Still curious, he wondered what would happen if he messed with someone like Yifeng. Thinking Yifeng might have more valuable stuff, Yi Bei decided to borrow the knife to help his sect make a comeback. He left the Qingshan sect folks locked up and called them a bunch of losers, telling them they were on their own. Later, around sunrise, Yibei showed up at Yifeng's martial arts gym. Thanks to what he saw in Qingshan's memories, he already had some idea about the place. As he looked around, his eyes narrowed. He was getting ready to cause some trouble. But inside the gym, something started to stir. In the well where Yifeng had sealed a skull, strange sounds came out. The lid lifted a little, and electrical energy rippled out across the whole gym. A huge array formation kicked in, covering the whole place. The skeleton's array cancelled out the paintings and other defense systems in the gym. Yibei stood there, unimpressed. He blamed Qingshan for not remembering things properly. The signboard didn't give off any kind of aura, and the paintings felt totally fake to him. No power, no martial intent, nothing. Just empty hype, or so he thought. Yibei looked around and said everything in the martial arts gym was basically trash. The only thing kind of interesting was the heaven-shattering stone, and even that didn't impress him much. He started thinking Lu Qingshan had just hyped Yifeng up way too much. In his eyes, Yifeng was probably just a paper tiger, scary on the outside but weak inside. Yibei stepped right into the middle of the gym like it was his own. He figured this place was full of weapons just waiting for someone strong like him to take. He liked the setup and said out loud that just stealing stuff felt cheap. He'd rather take ownership fair and square. So, he decided to kick the ring and challenge Yifeng directly. He started kicking around the place, saying he'd do whatever he wanted, mocking Yifeng for pretending to be some mysterious expert hiding behind a stupid martial arts gym. Wang Kai sensed Yibei's pressure but figured it was fine and just kept sleeping. Eventually, all the noise brought Yifeng out. Yifeng asked, "What are you knocking around for?" Yibei tried to skin Yifeng's cultivation but couldn't figure it out. Then he said, "I'm here to kick the ring." Yifeng asked if he even knew what that meant. Yibei replied, "Kicking the ring means it's an open challenge. We fight, and the loser gives up the gym." Yifeng looked at Yibei, saw the confidence in his eyes, and just sighed. Then he turned around and said, "I'm not gonna fight you. You're not my opponent. Just leave." Yibei took that personally. He got mad and said, "You've got some nerve talking to me like that." He added, "Since I came to kick the ring, I'm gonna make you get kicked." Yifeng thought to himself that if someone came to kick the ring, it just meant a normal martial arts match, nothing life-threatening. Since Yibei wanted a mortal fight, Yifeng agreed, thinking he was basically unbeatable when it came to that. Yibei had been a prodigy his whole life. By 30, he became a martial emperor. Across the whole continent, there were only a few who could even compare to him. So when Yifeng, a so-called mortal, looked down on him, it drove him nuts. Yibei yelled that Yifeng was pretending to be too cool while still holding a vegetable basket like he was just running errands. Then he dashed at Yifeng with full power, not planning to hold back. He wanted to finish the fight in one move to show who was boss. Yifeng saw Yibei charging at him. His eyes widened a bit as Yibei's hand came flying in, but he dodged it like it was nothing. Yifeng said, "That was flashy. But let me tell you something. Martial arts has just 3 rules: be quick, be smart, and don't hold back." Then Yifeng casually swung his arm and slapped Yibei so hard he went flying. He added, "All that flashy stuff? It's full of weak spots. You're all show and no substance." Yifeng looked at Yibei and asked, "Who are you even trying to show off for?" When the dust settled, Yibei was still lying flat on the ground. He couldn't wrap his head around how he lost so badly. He'd never been embarrassed like that before, so now he was even more determined to beat Yifeng. Yibei's eyes suddenly turned white, and a bright light shined from his forehead. He activated his ultimate move, Shadow Domain. His energy spiked, and he looked way more confident. He pointed at Yifeng and said, "You're done today." But the moment felt completely off when he got smacked by the vegetable basket Yifeng was holding. Yibei froze. He couldn't believe how all that energy he built up just vanished like that. Yifeng's expression darkened when he saw the weird look in Yibei's eyes. "Who are you staring at?" Yifeng asked. "And who told you it was a good idea to come at me like this?" Then he turned to him and added, "With your weak skills, you couldn't even beat Uncle Wang, my neighbor who sells cows." Yibei tried to say something, but it wasn't coming out right. Yifeng told him, "If you've got something to say, just say it." Yibei was beyond frustrated. He clenched his teeth, pulled out a glowing orb, a heavenly soul bead, and told it to go after Yifeng. He shouted, "You made me use this, and now you'll pay for it." But right as he said that, Yifeng casually stepped on the bead and crushed it. "You really thought this broken thing could finish me?" Yifeng said. That orb was a rare item from the explosive heaven sect, known to mess with people's spirits. For Yifeng to treat it like junk, that messed with Yibei's head. Yifeng looked at him and said straight up, "You're not winning this." And at that moment, Yibei finally got it. Yifeng wasn't someone you mess with. So, he turned to run. But without even looking, Yifeng kicked him hard and said, "I think people should be kind, just not to their enemies. Being nice to people who are against you? That's just being cruel to yourself." Even though Yifeng didn't see Yibei as a real threat, he couldn't just let him go, not in a battle where everything was on the line. Yifeng had never even hurt a chicken before, but now he was in a place where he didn't have much of a choice. He stepped on Yibei's back and pulled his arm. Yibei screamed, but Yifeng stayed cold. He had made up his mind. In In this world, if someone chooses to hurt others, they better be ready to get hurt too. Yibei used every bit of his power to try and block the attack, but it wasn't enough. The pain was too much. He finally gave in and said, "Okay, I was wrong. Just let me go." But instead of calming down, that made Yifeng even more annoyed. He stomped on Yibei's face, and Yibei yelled again. Then suddenly, they both heard a loud thud from inside the house. Yifeng paused and wondered, was that Yifeng King? Yibei took the chance and crawled away as fast as he could. While looking around, Yifeng noticed a token with the name Explosive Heaven Sect engraved on it. After telling him he'd let him go, Yifeng told Yibei that he'd show up in a few days and personally settle things. Yibei didn't waste time. He went straight back to the Explosive Heaven Sect. He was stressed, thinking if they just waited for Yifeng to come, their whole sect would be wiped out. Yibei wasn't about to let decades of effort go down the drain. He actually agreed with Lu Qingshan's take on Yifeng. This guy was dangerous. But Yibei didn't blame himself for not seeing it earlier. Yifeng had been hiding in the mortal world, living like a regular person just to learn about life. Yibei still had some hope, so he went over to the place where they were holding the Qingshan sect folks. Lu Qingshan saw Yibei coming and stared him down. Their group wasn't strong enough to fight back, and Lu Qingshan was sure their sect was done for. He sat there, waiting for the end, and thought about Yifeng. He wished he could tell Yifeng that he and the Qingshan sect had no regrets. But then Yibei showed up and said, "Brother Qingshan, it was all just a misunderstanding." Then, right there, he told his men to drop the barrier holding them. The Qingshan sect members just stood there, wide-eyed and shocked. After letting them out, Yibei rushed over and opened the main gate of the Explosive Heaven sect like it was nothing. With a chill smile, he invited the Qingshan sect in. That move was wild. Yibei basically put his own sect at risk by letting their rivals walk right in. Lu Qingshan and Zhuyan didn't really trust him, but with so many of their people depending on Yibei's mood, they didn't have much choice. Yibei hosted a massive feast, 10,000 tables deep. At the table, Lu Qingshan asked Yibei what he was really up to. Not wanting to look weak, he said, "If you're gonna finish me, just do it. No need for all this extra stuff." Yibei just said, "I'm here to honestly say sorry to you and everyone from Qingshan." To prove it, he even took the first drink. And yeah, the anger in his eyes was gone, but Lu Qingshan still wasn't buying it. That smile on Yibei's face looked too calculated. He couldn't tell what was real, so he stayed on guard. If something went wrong, his whole clan might suffer. For a second, Lu Qingshan thought maybe he should just accept his fate and go down with pride. But he shook off the thought. He figured real strength wasn't about dramatic endings. It was about pushing through and living for something. Seeing his doubt, Yibei said he'd clear things up. Then he told his men to bring out the 3 guys who had started all the problems. Just like that, 3 martial spirit masters were standing in front of Lu Qingshan. Without any warning, Yibei waved his hand, and finished all 3 of them right there. Then he turned to Lu Qingshan and said, "Sorry for the delay. I should have handed these guys over to you a long time ago. They were nothing after escaping the divine knife." Lu Qingshan knew this was more than just a peace offering. It was Yibei's way of making a strong statement. So he decided to wait and see what Yibei would do next. Finally, Lu Qingshan told Yibei, "Let's just end this whole feud. You clearly understand what's right. It's better to close this chapter than let it drag on." Yibei agreed with what Lu Qingshan said. Then he told him to eat and drink freely. No need to act polite. He even said he had a major treasure to share. With a flick of his fingers, Yibei signaled his crew to bring it out. The treasure Yibei gave Lu Qingshan was a special kind of smoky sandalwood made by the Explosive Heaven sect's top alchemists. It used all kinds of rare ingredients like hua root and xiling leaves. Yibei said it was called huazi tan, or just huazi for short. He wasn't bragging, but he told Lu Qingshan that only 20 pieces of huazi could be made in a whole year. Just one puff of it could make someone feel like they were floating. One piece was worth more than 10 days of hard training. Yibei asked Lu Qingshan to take it as a gift, so Lu Qingshan lit one and gave it a try. Right away, he felt stronger, and honestly, kinda proud. Yibei handing over something that rare so casually showed just how deep the Explosive Heaven sect's roots ran. Thinking back to how full of himself Yibei seemed when they first met, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but wonder, what made the Qingshan sect so special in Yibei's eyes? He said, kind of awkwardly, "I guess I didn't word that right. How can you even afford stuff like this?" Yibei replied, "If you say it like that, it sounds like you don't think much of my gift." They didn't say much after that. We just looked at each other for a while. Then out of nowhere, they both laughed and sighed like old friends who finally understood each other. Since Yibei didn't say anything else or suggest they head back, Lu Qingshan figured he'd just go with it for now. He figured Yibei would show his real hand eventually. At the same time, Yibei was thinking that if someone like Lu Qingshan could read him so easily, he wouldn't be the leader of the Explosive Heaven sect. The Qingshan sect folks ate and drank like there was no tomorrow. That night, Lu Qingshan got so drunk he couldn't even walk straight. Drunk and emotional, Lu Qingshan said, "Man, the whole world envies your talent. In just 30 years, you've become top tier, like a dragon or phoenix among men. Yi Bei didn't even try to talk to a drunk guy. He just told someone to help Lu Qingshan get some rest. The truth was, Yi Bei had only reached the level of martial emperor by using his clan's resources, not pure talent. He knew how complicated the world could be, people smiling at your face but thinking something else. At the end of the day, people who actually knew right from wrong were the real deal. Later, one of Yi Bei's subordinates handed him a scroll. It was full of info on Lu Qingshan, Zhu Yun, and a bunch of Qingshan sect elders, their personalities, hobbies, and skills. Then the subordinate leaned in and said, "Everything's good, except for Zhu Yun." Yi Bei asked, "What's up with her?" The guy replied, "He's not into pretty faces. He likes that White Lotus type, but we can't find anyone that innocent." Yi Bei laughed and said, "No need to rush. Innocence is basically written all over his face anyway." He also said, "There's a saying, if the villain's good looking, people will follow their heart over their brain." The subordinate asked, "Why are we treating this little Qingshan sect so seriously anyway?" Yi Bei said, "Because they're our backup plan. The Qingshan sect might just be the lifeline of the explosive heaven sect." That night, in his room, Lu Qingshan couldn't sleep. Even the divine weapon had been returned. The martial arts path was full of twists, and powerful weapons were insanely rare. Something still didn't sit right with him. Lu Qingshan figured it made sense that Yi Bei had taken the knife by force. But now that the knife was returned, he started to think maybe someone stronger than Yi Bei made him give it back. He kept wondering, why would Yi Bei grab the knife just to return it later? Then it hit him. When he was locked up, Yi Bei had gone somewhere. Lu Qingshan suddenly realized Yi Bei might have gone to meet Yi Feng during that time. That explained why Yi Bei's energy felt off. He guessed Yi Bei had gotten into a rough situation with Yi Feng and was now hiding his injuries. Lu Qingshan became sure of it. Yi Bei must have run to see Yi Feng and got wrecked halfway there. That's why Yi Bei was going all out to be nice to him and the Qingshan sect. He was just trying to survive. Lu Qingshan thought, if your life's on the line, there's pretty much nothing you won't give up. Now that he'd figured out Yi Bei's game, he started to feel a little smug. But then his mood dropped. He realized something bad. If Yi Bei couldn't stand up to Yi Feng, and the Qingshan sect got tied up with him, they'd be going down too. That meant his whole sect might get dragged into a disaster with Yi Bei's. He knew they had to get out, no matter what. He opened his room door, and the first thing he saw? Cat girls. He froze. The cat girls told him Yi Bei had sent them to serve him. Lu Qingshan silently prayed to Avalokha, the bodhisattva of compassion. He couldn't believe Yi Bei had somehow found out about his most hidden aesthetic preferences. One of the cat girls asked, "Why are you chanting Buddha's name if you're a cultivator?" The other one said, "Maybe he's just lost his true nature. Don't fight it, just let us take care of you." Lu Qingshan clenched his jaw and tried hard not to fall into Yi Bei's trap. He used all his strength to leap away from them, saying he was old enough to be their grandpa. He ended up flying into a freezing cold pool, cursing Yi Bei the whole way down. Meanwhile, Yi Bei's subordinate asked, "Looks like Lu Qingshan figured you out. What now?" Yi Bei replied, "Can't blame the law. He's good at keeping himself in check, but the rest of his sect? Not so much. He won't be able to control them this time." The subordinate asked, "Is that Yi Feng guy really that scary?" Yi Bei said, "Yi Feng isn't just a guy. He's not even human. No one knows what he really is, martial supreme, immortal, maybe even god level." Then Yi Bei laughed and said, "Yi Feng's power is just on a whole different level." The next day, Lu Qingshan couldn't keep it in anymore. His voice echoed through the main hall as he told the cat girls they were free to go. He said, "It's not that I can't handle both of you. I'm just putting the big picture first." Then he declared, loud and clear, that the Qingshan sect would never fall for Yi Bei's tricks. Some random guy fixing the roof shouted at him for not using the door, but Lu Qingshan didn't care. He stormed straight up to Yi Bei and called him out. "You're shameless," he said, "dragging me into your sinking ship just to face Yi Feng's wrath with you? No way. I'm not going along with this, and my Qingshan sect definitely won't be teaming up with your explosive heaven sect." Yi Bei replied, "You've been partying for 2 days straight and don't even know what's going on. Things aren't the same anymore." Then he dropped the bomb. "We're already in-laws. Even if you don't give in, someone from your sect definitely will." Lu Qingshan couldn't believe it. The entire Qingshan sect had basically fallen for Yi Bei's sweet-talking charm. He started wondering if he was the only one left still trying to hold on to some shred of purity. Just then, Yi Bei pointed out 2 people hiding behind the trees and said they were his brother and sister-in-law. He told Lu Qingshan that sometimes you just can't fight fate. Apparently, Zhu Yun, who'd been staying in their sect recently, had crossed paths with his 18-year-old brother, and boom, instant spark. When Lu Qingshan gave him a sharp look, Yi Bei's brother turned to Zhu Yun and asked if Lu Qingshan didn't like him. Zhu Yun asked Lu Qingshan why he wasn't happy for her. She said it wasn't just her. Tons of disciples and even some elders from the Qingshan sect had ended up connecting with people from the explosive heaven sect. She said from now on, the 2 sects would be linked through marriage and would help each other out during tough times. Lu Qingshan realized that everyone in his sect had already chosen their side. If he tried to stop it now, he'd lose everyone's trust, maybe even get hated for it. He'd basically walked right into Yi Bei's plan. Yi Bei told him not to be mad, it was already done. He suggested they talk about it later. Lu Qingshan just said he needed to go into seclusion for a day and took the 2 cat girls with him. Then he dipped, leaving Yi Bei behind. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was off in the Shanha Mountains behind Jiangping City. He was looking for a real healing spirit that could help Zhong Qing's injury, something super rare that only grows in places with strong spiritual energy, like deep canyons. At the same time, in another part of the Shanha Mountains, a girl was napping on a stone tablet with a book on her face and papers scattered around. Her sister, Mao, woke her up, telling her she needed to stop falling asleep reading that same guy's book. Mao even joked that she might actually be sick. Out of nowhere, the girl mumbled a line from the book. If I had a chance to start over, I'd say, I love you. And if that love had a deadline, I hope it's 10,000 years. Mao just stared, wondering what kind of person wrote something like that. Then someone knocked on their door, which was super weird because nobody ever came out there. Mao told her to go check who it was. At the door, Yifeng explained that he was collecting medicine from the mountain and asked if he could stay the night. Mao told her sister that he was just a regular guy looking for herbs and wanted a place to crash. The girl, by Piao Piao, said it was already risky enough for a mortal to be out here collecting herbs, so she let him in. Yifeng thanked her and then froze for a sec when he saw Piao Piao sitting there, lost in thought. He could tell right away, she wasn't just pretty, she had this calm vibe about her too. After the rain cleared in the quiet mountains, Yifeng looked around and said a poem. It talked about how the weather felt like fall, with a bright moon shining through the pine trees and a clear spring running over the rocks. The bamboo rustled, the lotus swayed by a fishing boat, and he ended it saying it was a place where someone could really relax. Mao gave him a sharp look and told him to come with her. Yifeng smiled and said the scenery was just too nice, he couldn't help himself. Piao Piao was surprised. She couldn't believe someone living in the mountains could write a poem like that. She looked at Yifeng closely, thinking maybe he wasn't just some regular guy after all. She thanked him for the poem, and Yifeng simply said, "You're welcome." Later, as the rain kept falling, Mao walked into Piao Piao's room and said it was done. But when she saw Piao Piao had written down the poem Yifeng said, she raised an eyebrow and asked if she had a crush on him. Piao Piao laughed it off and said she just thought the poem fit the moment. Then she asked Mao to decorate it and hang it up once the ink dried. Mao teased her, saying it sounded like love was in the air. But Piao Piao brushed it off, saying Yifeng was just a regular immortal and they were from two different worlds. She wasn't about to fall for someone just because of a poem. Truth was, her heart was already set on the author of her favorite book. Meanwhile, Yifeng was in the kitchen doing his thing. He chopped up some veggies with skill and tossed them into a pot. About an hour later, the dish started to smell amazing. After tasting it, Yifeng said it would go great with a pot of wine. He took a sip and looked super satisfied. Feeling the vibe, he recited a classic Chinese poem. In front of my bed, the bright moonlight. I thought it was frost on the ground. I looked up at the moon, then looked down, thinking of home. The peaceful moment reminded him of his younger days, hanging out with his friends. Suddenly, someone came up and complimented the poem. It was Piao Piao again. She said she was amazed that someone from the mortal world could come up with that. To answer her, Yifeng simply said the poet's name, Li Bai. But Piao Piao misunderstood and thought Yifeng was talking about himself. He was going to explain, but she jumped in and introduced herself and her sister Mao. Yifeng didn't feel like getting into it, so he just nodded and said hi back. When Yifeng offered some of his food to Piao Piao, Mao told him she probably wouldn't eat it, said it looked greasy and kind of gross. Piao Piao quickly scolded her, saying that was rude. She thanked Yifeng for the offer anyway. Even though Piao Piao didn't really need to eat anymore because of her cultivation, she still did it sometimes just to keep things normal around people. Piao Piao took a bite of Yifeng's food and instantly lit up. "This is amazing," she said. Mao, hearing that, got curious too. It wasn't every day that Piao Piao complimented someone. She rarely praised anyone, not even the top disciples in their sect. So when Yifeng didn't even react to her compliment, she was genuinely surprised. For a second, she even wondered if he was just acting cool on purpose. To Piao Piao, Yifeng seemed kinda interesting. Mao couldn't stop herself from swearing at how good the food tasted, but Piao Piao ignored her and turned her focus to Yifeng. She straight up asked him what he thought of her. Yifeng casually said, "You're as pretty as a fairy. Like, city-destroying pretty." Then Piao Piao asked, "Do you like me?" Yifeng didn't even blink. "Yeah," he said. She wasn't ready for that. Still shocked, she asked, "Why?" Yifeng replied with an old poem from the Qin dynasty. Something like, "On the river island lives a fair lady. A gentleman always longs for her." Piao Piao said the poem was nice, but asked, "If you like me, why won't you even look at me?" She then added, "Maybe you're just saying stuff to sound good." Yifeng simply said, "Even if I like the girl, she's not mine yet. And there's a saying, don't stare, it's impolite." That left Piao Piao totally speechless. She told him she actually learned something from him. Based on how he spoke and the poem he used, she guessed he wasn't from around here. When she asked about his background, Yifeng shut it down immediately. "I don't want to talk about it," he said. Truth was, he couldn't even explain it. His story came from another world, another civilization, and it was tied to a secret system he could never talk about. Piao Piao apologized for being nosy and told him to sit. "I won't bother you," she said and walked off. But before going too far, she turned back and asked, "Do you read books?" Yifeng replied, "Nah, I don't read." She looked at him, disappointed. In her head, she thought, that's a shame. We could have been real friends. The next day, Mao rushed over to Piao Piao. "After I said goodbye to Yifeng, I found a book in his room," she said. Piao Piao paused. She already knew Yifeng had left. That thought made her a little sad. But then Mao said something that caught her off guard. I think he tried to take your book. I saw it on his bed. They checked, and Piao Piao still had her original copy. That meant the book in Yifeng's room was an exact copy. She told Mao, looks like Yifeng left it behind. But Mao still looked unsure. Didn't he say he didn't read? Maybe he had some secret he didn't want to talk about, Piao Piao said quietly. She honestly hadn't expected to have so much in common with someone like him. Then she added, take care of the book. If he comes back, return it to him. Somewhere up in the mountains, Yifeng suddenly remembered that he forgot the book he used as a pillow. Meanwhile, behind Shanhao Mountain, two old men were checking in on Wu Yonghong, asking how he was doing. Wu Yonghong told them that the formation they were trapped in had not only sealed off their powers but also cut them off from any spiritual energy. He asked them why they'd go through all this trouble for someone like him. Even though he was pretty worn out, Shikuang told him not to say stuff like that. Sun Zhuge added that they probably didn't have much time left, but they still weren't going to leave Wu Yonghong behind. That hit Wu Yonghong right in the feels. Then Sun Zhuge said he was more worried about Yifeng than anything else. Just then, Shikuang noticed someone heading their way. When they looked closer, they got hyped. It was Yifeng. Yifeng also spotted them. Since regular folks can't see formations, Yifeng was confused why the old guys were just standing out in the rain. He figured he'd walk over and say hi. But right as he stepped toward them, the old men tried to warn him not to come any closer. There were formations around. Yifeng couldn't hear them, so he just waved and thought they were being super friendly. He had no clue why they looked so worked up. As Yifeng walked right into the array, the old men were like, "Welp, it's over for him." They knew this wasn't just one trap. Limo Xie had set up multiple layers of formations, and with all the ancient stuff buried in that area, it was a total maze. Even though Yifeng was strong, they figured he'd still get caught up in something serious if he wasn't careful. But to their shock, Yifeng just strolled right through like nothing was there. When he reached them, he casually asked what they were doing out here. That's when they realized they'd totally underestimated him. Watching him breeze through those traps, they started thinking maybe his cultivation level was way beyond anything they understood. After telling him how long they'd been stuck, Wu Yonghong thanked Yifeng for showing up. But all Yifeng could see was a few puddles, so he thought the old men were just being dramatic and making excuses. Still, since he was already there, he figured he might as well help out. He decided to get rid of whatever formation was holding them back. When Sun Zhuge said they were completely stuck and couldn't move, Yifeng got even more convinced that they were just overreacting. He asked why he had to drag them out of what looked like a weak puddle. That shocked Shikuang and Sun Zhuge. Only someone like Yifeng would call those dangerous formations a broken puddle. Then, when Yifeng casually pulled Shikuang out like it was no big deal, Sun Zhuge and Wu Yonghong were totally stunned. Shikuang couldn't believe what he was seeing. Yifeng not only ignored the formation, but anyone next to him didn't get affected either. He started wondering just how insanely high Yifeng's power must be to pull that off. After they were all out, the three old men thanked Yifeng again. Sun Zhuge then asked him to take a look at Wu Yonghong. But Wu Yonghong, already thinking he couldn't be healed, said they shouldn't bother Yifeng. He figured once the core inside someone breaks down, there's nothing that can be done. After checking out Wu Yonghong's injury, Yifeng said it was kinda serious. Wu Yonghong felt hopeless, thinking, dang, if even Yifeng can't fix this, I'm done. But to his surprise, Yifeng said, yeah, it's bad, but not beyond fixing. Then Yifeng did something weird. He spat on a herb he had prepared and slapped it onto Wu Yonghong's chest. He told him to hold it with both hands. Wu Yonghong was like, really? This sloppy remedy? But suddenly, he jumped up, spun around, and his eyes lit up. His dancing was totally fixed. Wu Yonghong dropped to his knees in front of Yifeng. He knew he could never repay this favor. He said, please let me serve you. I'm down to walk through fire or climb a sword mountain if you tell me to. Yifeng felt kinda awkward seeing him so serious and polite. Seeing how thankful Wu Yonghong was, Yifeng started thinking, man, people from other worlds really know how to show gratitude. He told him, alright, you can help me out sometime. There's a piece of empty land behind my martial arts gym. I was planning to plant something there, just casually. Wu Yonghong immediately said, thank you. I'm all in, even if it costs me everything. Sun Zhuge and Shikuang were super jealous. They figured Wu Yonghong just secured a spot with endless perks by sticking with Yifeng on this mountain journey. But Yifeng told the old guys to just head back to Jiangping City. Wu Yonghong suggested they all go together, saying they could help carry stuff. But Yifeng thought, these old dudes can't even walk over a muddy hill. They probably just want a free ride up the mountain. He knew bringing them would be a huge hassle. So Yifeng straight up dipped. He ran off, telling the old guys, just go back. You'll only slow me down if you come along. Wu Yonghong watched him leave with stars in his eyes. To him, Yifeng's back looked like a rising sun, calm, powerful, like nothing in the world could mess with him. Later that day, a crow named Hao went up to a centipede and asked how the true healing spirit grass was doing. The centipede said it had fully grown and was ready to be picked up anytime. He also mentioned their demon lord had been in seclusion for 2 days, but once he was out, he'd probably come get the grass himself. Hao reminded the centipede how important the spirit grass was and told him not to mess up guarding it. Suddenly, Hao noticed someone reaching for the spirit grass. Yifeng was relieved to finally find it since it was what he needed to save Zhongqing. Hao quickly flew at him to stop him. As the crow came flying at him, Yifeng moved to the side and casually swatted him away. Hao was stunned. He couldn't believe a regular human dodged him so easily. While Hao was still wobbling midair, Yifeng glanced at him and wondered where this random bird even came from. Frustrated, Hao used his move called Deadly Rising Tornado to hit Yifeng, but Yifeng wasn't impressed. He even thought something might be off with Hao's brain. Hao was shocked again. His attack straight up disappeared. So, he went all out and charged at Yifeng with full power. But Yifeng had enough. He just grabbed a shovel and smacked Hao with it. Hao's body fell off the cliff, totally knocked out. The centipede stood there, frozen, watching the whole thing. He couldn't believe Hao got finished off by a guy with a shovel. And since he couldn't do anything about Yifeng taking the spirit grass, he decided to go report it to their demon lord right away. Next up, Yifeng was planning to find a different kind of spirit grass, one that grows near water, called the water spirit grass. He saw a water cave on the map and decided to check it out. Meanwhile, deep inside a cave, the demon lord's voice echoed loudly. He just found out someone had taken his true healing spirit grass and was seriously mad. He asked the centipede who did it, and when he got the answer, his energy shifted hard, his whole vibe turned intense. He told the centipede to take him straight to the one who did it. At the same time, Yifeng was already making his way toward the water cave. Later, the demon lord stood near Hao's lifeless body and asked where Yifeng was. The centipede said Yifeng was still there when he left. That made the demon lord so angry that steam came out of his nose and he stomped the ground, yelling out words that were definitely not PG. Then, he transformed into a giant humanoid form, and the centipede looked like he was about to panic hard, worried he might get crushed by accident. Still heated, the demon lord shouted that a regular human had dared to take his stuff. Then he called for the 18 demon kings. Within seconds, a bunch of powerful figures showed up at the mountain peak. They asked why they were summoned. The demon lord told them someone had come to Shanhao Mountain, taken the healing spirit grass, and finished off Hao. He ordered them to find Yifeng within 30 minutes and bring him back alive. He made it clear he wanted Yifeng in front of him, so he could personally deal with him. The 18 demon kings quickly split up to follow the demon lord's orders and look for Yifeng. While the demon lord was thinking about what to do with the centipede spoke up fast. He offered to guard the water spirit grass since the demon lord was about to break through and couldn't risk anything going wrong. The demon lord agreed and told him to come back to the cave first. He wanted to absorb the water spirit grass's energy before dealing with Yifeng. When they got to the water cave, the demon lord noticed the grass had fully matured. He told the centipede to go back to his original form and build up his energy before entering. But as soon as they stepped inside, they heard someone say how lucky they were. It was Yifeng. He had just finished picking the water spirit grass and let out a sigh of relief. The demon lord froze. He stared at Yifeng with his mouth open, completely shocked. The centipede said, "That's the guy who took your healing spirit grass." The demon lord couldn't believe it. He had been searching everywhere and never expected Yifeng to show up right in his cave. When he saw Yifeng putting the water spirit grass into his bag too, his anger exploded. He jumped at Yifeng, ready to finish him, but midair, his power suddenly disappeared. Yifeng had stepped on him. Yifeng blinked and looked down at the giant tortoise under his foot, not realizing it was actually the demon lord. The demon lord, stuck in his tortoise form, was in shock. He couldn't believe a human was stepping on him. His energy flared up again, and he launched another attack. But Yifeng picked him up and slammed him into the ground. The tortoise was stunned. He couldn't believe his power wasn't working against this guy. He started wondering if Yifeng was some kind of top-tier expert like a martial supreme or something. He didn't know what to do. It was the worst situation he'd been in since becoming a demon lord. Then Yifeng turned around and saw the giant centipede lying there. He was totally surprised. The demon lord watched the centipede pretending to be dead without hesitation. Yifeng stared at the centipede and wondered how it could have just died like that. The demon lord, still on the ground, started thinking, should I fake being dead too? He figured, why not? Nobody would know. So he dropped down and played dead. When Yifeng looked over and seemed to believe it, the demon lord felt relieved. He thought the danger was over. But then Yifeng said, "Whoa, this big OL tortoise might actually make a great tonic. I'll take it back and make some soup. That should help Zhongqing recover." The demon lord got so scared, he just collapsed. Yifeng continued on his journey, now looking for the Yunlu flower. It wasn't easy to find, so he just wandered around hoping to get lucky. Later that night, the centipede, named Night Breeze, called the 18 demon kings together. He told them something really bad had happened. Their demon lord, Bogu, was about to be turned into soup. The demon kings looked at each other, confused. One of them asked Night Breeze what was going on. Night Breeze explained that the human they'd been hunting had somehow broken into Bogu's lair, grabbed the water spirit grass, and was now planning to cook Bogu into soup. He added that he had fought Yifeng for 300 rounds and lost both his legs in the process before escaping to warn them. The Leopard King didn't buy it. He said, "There's no way a centipede like you fought the guy who grabbed Bogu for 300 rounds. That just doesn't add up." Night Breeze quickly replied, saying that the reason he didn't last that long was because because he was already super tired after the fight with the Demon Lord. He barely had any strength left. The Leopard King and the Eagle King looked at him, a bit unsure at first. But then they admitted they were impressed by his bravery. The Leopard King said, "Alright, don't take what I said too seriously. You did your best." The Eagle King added, "Yeah, we all know you tried hard to protect the Demon Lord." The Leopard King told him to rest and let them handle the rescue. Night Breeze didn't argue. He quickly dipped out. The two kings watched him leave, slipping away real fast. Bogu's capture was a big deal for the 18 Demon Kings, so they knew they had to act fast. Based on what Night Breeze said, the Eagle King guessed that Ifeng was probably stronger than Bogu, but not by a lot. Otherwise, Night Breeze wouldn't have lasted as long as he did. The Monkey King agreed but said Ifeng still seemed way too strong for them to handle. He added, "Honestly, I'm more curious why Ifeng went through all this trouble to grab the Demon Lord and try to turn him into soup." The other Demon Kings felt completely embarrassed. To them, Ifeng's actions weren't just random. They felt like a straight-up challenge and a slap in the face to all the demons living in Shanhao Mountain. One of the Demon Kings said that humans were always super focused on revenge, and maybe that's why Ifeng wanted to turn the Demon Lord into soup. The Leopard King agreed, saying it didn't matter what the reason was, Ifeng clearly wanted to take them down one by one. He told everyone they needed to report this to the other Demon Lords in nearby territories and ask for backup. Since the situation was getting out of hand, the other Demon Kings agreed right away. Within a day, they had reached out to the rest of the Demon Lords across Shanha Mountain. Sure enough, all the Demon Lords decided to let go of their usual grudges and team up. The entire mountain came together and issued an extermination order against humans. Meanwhile, Ifeng was still out in the mountains, grumbling about how hard it was to find the Yunlu flower. At this point, he was pretty sure he was lost. He cursed the guy who gave him the map and even wished the guy would have a son with no butt. Then Ifeng noticed a bunch of people gathered ahead. He didn't know what they were doing, but figured he'd go ask for directions. Before he could get close, two cultivators riding flying swords stopped him. Ifeng said, "Hey, I'm just trying to find the way out of the mountain." One of the cultivators replied, "I don't know. Just get out of here." That attitude annoyed Ifeng. He said, "No need to be rude. I'm just asking a question." Just as the cultivator was about to do something about it, a woman named Li Renhao showed up and asked what was going on. The two cultivators quickly apologized and said they'd handle it. Li Renhao looked at Ifeng for a second and said she could tell he was immortal. She figured he had wandered into the wrong place by mistake. So she warned him, "If you want to make it out alive, stick to the mountain road. Don't go into the jungle." Ifeng thanked her and left right away. As he walked, he looked around and thought the mountain didn't seem all that bad, just a few wild animals here and there. He figured maybe the cultivators were just overly cautious by nature. Later that day, the demons officially released the order to take out all the humans in the mountains. The cultivators started running for their lives as a huge wave of demonic beasts came charging after them. Li Renhao noticed the chaos behind her and turned around, wondering what was going on. That's when the Eagle King showed up and tried to strike her, yelling that all humans had to go. She was shocked to see a demon lord but reacted fast. She drew her sword and slashed at his claws, then jumped back. None of this made sense to her. Sure, there were always demon beasts around here, but never this many all at once. When she looked behind her, she saw the cultivators being taken out one after another. She was even more stunned to see two more demon kings join in. All around her, cultivators were screaming and calling for help as they got overwhelmed by the beasts. A giant snake tried to bite her head while she was lost in thought, but she grabbed it and used her soul search technique. She was shocked by what she found. There was someone incredibly strong behind all of this. The demon kings, seeing her get distracted mid-fight, looked down on her for losing focus. Later that day, Ifeng was just happy he finally made it out of the mountains. He spotted a pond up ahead and smiled. It felt amazing when he dipped half his body into the water. A few moments later, he suddenly heard a splash. He thought it was just a rock, but then a woman floated up out of the water. Ifeng froze. His eyes got wide as he stared at her. He felt so confused that he literally asked the sky if it had just dropped her down for him. His hand shook as he reached out to touch her. Some time later, near a campfire, Li Renhao was lying on the ground, still unconscious. When she slowly opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Ifeng. She was surprised to find out he was the one who saved her. Ifeng offered her a fish and said it would help her body recover. But Li Renhao shook her head. She said, "That kind of stuff doesn't work for me. I'm a cultivator." Ifeng panicked a little, thinking maybe she was after the tortoise he had with him instead. But Renhao just thought to herself how ridiculous that was. As a cultivator from the Royal Sword Sect, she clearly didn't care about regular food. She asked, "Why'd you even come into these mountains?" Ifeng replied, "There's nothing here to be scared of." Renhao could tell he wasn't going to listen to reason, so she told him to finish eating and leave as soon as possible. "If you don't get off this mountain, you're not gonna make it. Something major is going on here, stuff regular people can't even imagine." Ifeng said he couldn't leave yet. He still needed to find herbs. But he was curious now, so he asked, "What actually happened?" Renhao wanted to ask why Ifeng was gathering herbs, but she let it go. She figured if he knew how dangerous things really were, maybe he'd stop before it was too late. She said, there are tons of demonic beasts in the Shanha mountain range. The strongest ones have reached the level of demon emperors. The most powerful of them are called demon lords. Then she explained, something happened to the demon lord who controls a huge part of the mountain range, Bogu. She added that Bogu had trained under the 8th king and had lived a long time, making his power really deep and strong. Yifeng didn't understand most of what she said, but he thought it all sounded pretty wild. Rinhao continued, but even someone like Bogu got taken down by a human, a seriously powerful human. He broke into Bogu's lair alone, grabbed all his treasures, and captured him. Yifeng's face went pale. He asked, what's he planning to do with Bogu? Li Rinhao told Yifeng that the person who caught Bogu said he was taking him home to make soup. Yifeng was stunned. He didn't expect someone that strong to have the same weird hobby as him. Rinhao explained that this was exactly what made all the demon beasts in Shanha Mountain freak out. With help from a bunch of other demon lords, they ordered every beast in the region to target all humans. But since they still hadn't found the person who captured Bogu, the disciples of the Royal Sword sect got caught up in the mess. Rinhao could tell Yifeng was just a regular immortal. She was sure that once the demon beasts found him, he wouldn't make it. She warned him again to head down the mountain as soon as possible. She said that since she was already being tracked by several demon kings, she couldn't protect him if he stuck around. Yifeng suddenly asked her to wait. Since she still had injuries, he offered her some herbs. Rinhao thanked him but said his stuff wouldn't help her. Yifeng thought about it and figured the mountain probably wasn't that dangerous anyway. He hadn't run into anything serious in the last few days. He did remember running into a few wild beasts, but he didn't think they were much of a threat. 2 days later, the forest floor was covered with the remains of demon beasts. Rinhao was running around, trying to find a place to hide and heal, but the whole mountain was blocked off by demon beasts. The only person missing was the one who started it all. Rinhao figured she was the only one left alive. She was almost sure Yifeng had already finished off, especially since even she, a martial king, barely made it. She thought, if Yifeng had run into even a low-level demon, he wouldn't have made it out. Then, out of nowhere, Yifeng strolled by, singing like nothing happened. Rinhao was completely shocked. Her eyes widened, and her jaw dropped. In the last 3 days, she only survived because of her skills and a lot of luck. But Yifeng? He looked totally fine. Not a scratch on him. Not even a speck of dirt. She started wondering if maybe the demon beasts couldn't use weapons or were just blind. Yifeng saw her and waved awkwardly. Hey, is that you? He asked. Rinhao looked him up and down, totally confused. She mumbled to herself, I can't believe this guy's still alive. Yifeng felt a little insulted and said so. Rinhao quickly apologized, saying she was just surprised and didn't mean anything by it. Yifeng started thinking Rinhao was kinda dramatic. The mountains weren't nearly as bad as she made them sound. But still, he appreciated that she tried to warn him. He handed her one of his homemade insect repellent pouches and said it worked pretty well. Rinhao didn't believe something like that would be useful to a cultivator, but she figured Yifeng had just gotten lucky so far. She still thought he probably wouldn't last much longer. But to be polite, she accepted the pouch. In her mind, it was like a final parting gift for someone who probably wouldn't be around much longer. Later that evening, around sunset, one of the demon kings said that under the extermination order, everyone on the mountain had been wiped out, except for one human, a martial king who was still alive. But then, a little demon reported that another human had been spotted. The Eagle King told the demonic beasts to find this person, whether it was the one they were looking for or not. Either way, he said, the human needed to be finished off. The beasts immediately spread out to search the area. The Eagle King took to the sky to scan the mountain himself, but then something unexpected caught his eye. It was Nightbreeze, the centipede. The Eagle King thought Nightbreeze was supposed to be recovering in the cave. He asked what he was doing out here. Nightbreeze was surprised to see the Eagle King too, but quickly said that after hearing their demon lord got captured, he couldn't just sit in the cave. So, he came out to look for any signs of Yifeng. The Eagle King asked if he'd found anything. Nightbreeze confidently said yeah, he definitely felt something and was pretty sure Yifeng was nearby. He figured as long as he stayed calm, the Eagle King wouldn't figure out he was trying to sneak away. The Eagle King didn't say anything at first, which made Nightbreeze a little nervous. But then the Eagle King told him he was loyal and worthy of serving the 6 demon lords. He also mentioned that, according to a reliable source, a human really was nearby, though they still weren't sure who it was. The Eagle King told Nightbreeze to come with him to check it out. Nightbreeze had no choice but to say yes. As they got closer to the spot, one of the demonic beasts told them they'd found the human, but they couldn't get too close because the whole area was poison. The Eagle King turned to the Snake King and said they'd probably have to handle it themselves. He also pointed out that since Nightbreeze had worked under multiple demon lords, his power had to be above average, so he should tag along too. When they confirmed that Yifeng was just a regular human, the demon kings and some beasts charged in. But Nightbreeze realized something was off. The poison wasn't normal. He started wondering how a regular guy like Yifeng had access to something strong enough to keep even lower level demons away. As they moved in, Nightbreeze saw Yifeng Yifeng's back and instantly recognized him. His face went pale, and he began to panic. Then, out of nowhere, he just dropped to the ground. The Eagle King and Snake King were confused and asked what he was doing, but Night Breeze didn't answer. So they ignored him and kept going, changing into their huge forms. They were locked in on Yifeng, but suddenly caught a strange smell. The Eagle King and Snake King both started shrinking and looked totally confused. They had no idea what was happening. A little later, right around when the sun started to set, Yifeng woke up from a good nap. Around him were the bodies of bugs and some animals. When he saw them, he cursed under his breath, surprised at how strong his homemade repellent really was. He'd only meant to keep snakes and insects away, but apparently, it worked on deer, pangolins, and who knows what else. His mouth was full of blisters from eating too much grilled food lately, so he figured, why not? Might as well make some snake soup. Meanwhile, the Eagle King was getting nervous about the Snake King. The poison was gone now, and he wasn't just gonna sit around and wait to be finished off. Then he spotted something and froze. It was the Tortoise Demon Lord, Bogu. The Eagle King recognized him right away but still couldn't believe it. Back on the ground, Yifeng was just excited to see an eagle, thinking it might make dinner even better. He still hadn't noticed the danger around him. Night Breeze, hiding in the bushes, slowly crawled away. Once he got far enough, he made a break for it, but ran right into someone. It was the Leopard King. Night Breeze knew he was in trouble. If the others found out the Eagle King and Snake King were gone and he was the only one who made it out, it wouldn't end well. So, thinking fast, he forced himself to cough up some fake blood and said, "Don't ask me anything. Just go. Yifeng's in worse shape than I am." The Leopard King asked what was going on. Night Breeze said that he, the Eagle King, and the Snake King had tracked the human down. They fought him together, and the other two didn't make it. Night Breeze claimed he'd used every bit of strength left to escape and come report, at the cost of 3 of his legs. The Leopard King believed every word. He said Night Breeze was loyal and should rest while they handled the rest. He then gave the order to attack and finish Yifeng for good, thinking he was already barely hanging on. Yifeng, still relaxing nearby, suddenly noticed movement in the bushes. He quietly picked up his shovel and kept an eye on the spot. A second later, the demonic beasts charged into the open. But before they could reach Yifeng, they spotted the demon Lord Bogu hanging from a tree branch with his tail tied up. The Leopard King was embarrassed. He told the others to save Bogu right away. But just as they got close, they caught a whiff of Yifeng's repellent. The smell hit them hard, and their tongues lolled out as they all collapsed on the spot. That night, Yifeng came back to the open area. It was already dark, and he still hadn't found the Yunlu flower. Then he looked to his right, and cursed again. There were more demonic beasts lying near his basket. He had never meant to make something this strong. All he wanted was to keep the bugs and snakes away. But now, all these creatures were down, and honestly, some of them looked like pretty tasty rare ingredients. He started thinking about how to carry all of it down the mountain. It just felt wrong to waste that much good meat. Out of nowhere, a system message popped up. It congratulated him for activating a new task. Yifeng asked what it was. The system had been gone for so long, he thought maybe it had finally grown a conscience and was about to give him something useful to help him become a cultivator. Even if it wasn't great, he hoped maybe it'd at least help him reach some kind of above top level status in this world. But nope. The system told him his new task was hunting and cooking practice. Yifeng was super disappointed. When the system asked if he had any complaints, he said yes. For once, the system actually listened and said it would change the task. Yifeng got super excited, thinking the system was finally about to give him a better task. But after a long wait, the system told him he had to practice the guitar until he was as good as an immortal. Yifeng wasn't feeling it. He looked disappointed again. Then the system added that the reward would be a mount. Yifeng totally lost it. He started yelling at the system, annoyed by all the random tasks it had been throwing at him. It always claimed to be useful, but even after doing stuff like boxing and learning to forge, he was still struggling to get by. He asked the system what the point of playing the guitar even was. Was it supposed to help him grow his spirit or something? Answer me, Yifeng shouted. Right before disappearing, the system warned him, if he failed the mission, he'd lose the martial arts gym. That gym wouldn't belong to him anymore. Left with no choice, Yifeng grabbed the guitar, grumbling about how harsh the system was. He sat down and started strumming, singing a random song just to get it over with. Meanwhile, up in the mountains, a woman told the guy with her that if anything happened to Renhao, the Lai family wouldn't let it slide. She was actually Renhu's aunt, Li Jiasen. The leader of the royal sword sect, Su Maju, was also there. He had only come to the mountain for a small task, but now he was on edge. His disciple, Renha, had run into something weird, and the Lai family was one of the top 3 elite clans in Nansha. The sect couldn't afford to mess with them. According to Renhao's message, the mountain was supposed to be full of demons and beasts. But so far, Li Jiasen has only seen some low-level creatures. The strongest one she ran into was a centipede she was holding, which had tried to fake being dead when it saw her. It made her laugh, but since it was a rare healing item, she brought it along. Suddenly, Su Maju spotted something on the ground, a ton of demon spirits, and over 10 demon king level ones, all down. He thought to himself, if someone really took all of them down, not even I could have handled that. Li Jiasen realized that was probably why all the demon spirits had disappeared from the mountain. But now she was curious, who could have done that? When they noticed Yifeng nearby, Sumaju instantly guessed he was the one responsible. But Li Jiasun wasn't so sure. She couldn't feel any kind of power from him. To her, he seemed like just a regular guy. Then they listened more closely to Yifeng's song. He was playing the Ultraman Tiga theme on his guitar. To their surprise, the sound had strong spiritual energy in it. Li Jiasun said, "If I had to guess, just from the energy in that music, he's probably at least on the level of a martial celestial." So they decided to go and talk to him. Yifeng stopped playing the guitar and looked at his fingers, expecting them to be sore. He knew he still needed a lot more practice. Then he noticed Sumaju and Li Jiasun standing nearby. He wasn't too happy to see more cultivators again. He thought, man, if this broken system actually worked right, I'd probably be flying around on a sword by now too. As soon as they landed, both Sumaju and Li Jiasun greeted him respectfully and even called him senior. That threw Yifeng off. Even standing that close, they couldn't feel any power coming from him, so they started wondering if maybe he wasn't just a regular person. Still, they didn't think it was possible for a normal guy to play the guitar like that and make it feel so powerful. Yifeng said, "You've got the wrong person. I'm just a regular guy out here looking for herbs." Sumaju looked surprised and started to question if they had made a mistake. Maybe this guy really was just super good at guitar. Then both of them suddenly shouted, "What?" when they saw the tortoise hanging from a tree. They could tell right away it was a demon lord with power equal to Sumaju's, and they were shocked that it was just dangling there like that. Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about taking my tortoise. I'm gonna use it to make soup to help my disciple recover." Sumaju and Li Jiasun were stunned. Just the idea of making soup with a demon lord made them realize Yifeng had to be on another level. There was no way a regular person would even consider that. They quickly replied, "No worries. We're not trying to take it." Yifeng looked at them like they were ridiculous. "Are these two serious? I already told them I'm just a mortal." So he repeated himself. But Li Jiasun leaned over to Sumaju and whispered, "A lot of the old masters hide their strength and live like regular people. He's probably one of those." Then they told Yifeng they weren't trying to bother him or anything. They just happened to pass by and got drawn in by his guitar playing. They said it was so good they couldn't help but stop and listen. Yifeng figured they must be guitar fans too, and maybe that's why they were being so polite. Since they were nice about it, he offered to play another song for them. They stared at him, kind of shocked but excited. Then Yifeng started playing again. This time it was the theme song from the Water Margin TV show called Hero. It was originally sung by Lu Huan. As they listened, the lyrics hit hard. "If you say march, we will march. If you have, I have, we all have. Through wind and fire, no retreat." The song sparked something in them. They felt a huge rush of spiritual energy. Right after the song, they both broke through their bottlenecks, saving them hundreds of years of training. They stood up and said, "Thank you. We won't forget this. If there's ever anything you need, just say the word. We'd go up to the peak of the mountain or dive into fire if you asked." Yifeng told the two of them to put their clothes on first. He didn't get why they were so thankful, like, all they wanted was to hear him play guitar. Then Yifeng mentioned how tough it was dragging all those beast bodies down the mountain by himself. He asked Li Jiasun and Sumaju if they had any way to help out. The two looked at each other, thinking, with Yifeng's strength, couldn't he just handle that with a wave of his hand? But since he asked, they figured he must have figured out Li Jiasun's real identity, and that she had her family's space ring. Now, this space ring wasn't just some regular storage thing. Normal space rings can only hold lifeless stuff, but her family's ring could even store living beings. That's why Li Jiasun looked a little shocked when Yifeng said, "If you can't help, don't worry about it." She felt kinda bad. He'd just given her such a rare chance, and she couldn't even offer something outside her body. So she stopped him and handed over the space ring, saying she hoped it could help. Yifeng took the ring and instantly started loading the beast bodies into it. Sumaju looked at Li Jiasun and asked why she gave up her family's most valuable treasure so easily. Sure, Yifeng was strong and had done them a big favor, but still, was that space ring really worth handing over? Li Jiasun sighed and said she was just taking a gamble. Maybe it'd be worth it. Then Sumaju noticed a shovel nearby and asked if it was a holy treasure. Both of them were surprised. Most people below martial saint level couldn't even touch something like that. It made them start wondering, maybe Yifeng was a martial saint. If that was true, Li Jiasun had totally made the right move giving him the ring. Sumaju was a little jealous now. He wanted to get on Yifeng's good side too. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Li Renhao was focusing her energy to heal. Not long after, Li Jiasun and Sumaju found her. Sumaju asked what had happened on the mountain. He was confused. Renhao was already at the martial king level, which should have been enough to keep her safe unless she ran into something major. Renhao said she had checked the mind of a low-level demon, then explained the whole situation. Basically, the demons under the demon lord Bogu got so angry that they put out a full-on hunt order to find the human involved. That's what made all the beast creatures go wild across the mountains. When Sumaju asked if the demon king she mentioned was a tortoise, Li Renhao looked surprised. She asked how he knew Bogu was a tortoise. Li Jiasun and Sumaju smiled and said they'd actually seen the tortoise, and they'd even met the person she was talking about. They told her the guy was insanely powerful. Li Renhao was shocked. She couldn't believe her aunt and master had really met him. Since Renhao wasn't hurt, Li Jiasun said they should head down the mountain right away. Both she and Sumaju wanted to see Yifeng again. They figured there was no downside to visiting someone that strong. They were also thinking maybe Yifeng would give Renhao an opportunity too, if he was in a good mood. But Renhao told them, I don't really know him like that. Let's not bother him. She also reminded them that she had more important stuff to handle. Li Jiasen and Sumaju disagreed. They said, nothing's more important than meeting Yifeng. If the sky falls and he's on your side, you might still make it through. They tried to make her see that if Yifeng even gave her a little guidance, it could save her a ton of time on her path. And if she gave him something valuable in return, the benefits could last her whole life. Suddenly, Li Jiasen grabbed Renhao's hand and took off flying down the mountain. She had clearly pinned all her hopes on Renhao. Sumaju watched and thought, Li Jiasen really knows how to push people. She's got just the right balance of force and charm. While flying, Renhao asked her aunt to slow down. She said she needed to confirm whether someone was still alive. She told her about a mortal she'd run into a few times lately, someone who didn't seem to take the danger of the mountain seriously. She said the last time she saw him, a whole wave of demon kings and spirits were heading his way. Li Jiasen just said, there's no point worrying. If he ran into those demons, he's done for. Renhao tried to argue that the guy had crazy good luck, but Li Jiasen replied, luck doesn't matter when it comes to life or death. Only real strength gets you through. A few moments later, Li Jiasen and Sumaju landed from their flying swords. They were surprised to see Yifeng still there. It made them think maybe fate really was linking him and Renha together. Li Jiasen warned Renhao not to mess things up. She reminded her that Yifeng was on a whole other level. His mind and power had already reached the realm of reversion. He even called himself immortal. Then, Renhao suddenly remembered the mortal she'd been looking for had been heading in this same direction. Right then, Yifeng recognized her and called out. Li Jiasen and Sumaju looked surprised that they already knew each other. They quickly greeted Yifeng with respect. Renhao, on the other hand, just stood there, totally confused about what was happening. At the same time, over at Yifeng's martial arts gym, Wang Kai was just chilling and yawning when he suddenly got a voice transmission. It told him to be quiet and come over. He instantly recognized the voice. It was the skeleton. That freaked him out a bit. Grandpa Skeleton, you need something? Wang Kai asked. The skeleton wasn't having it. Who are you calling Grandpa? Wang Kai panicked and quickly switched gears. Oops, my bad. I meant brother. You're totally handsome, charming, majestic, just straight up boss level, he said. Then there was a pause. Are you serious? The skeleton asked. Wang Kai had no choice but to keep hyping him up. Bro, even before you showed up, I felt that crazy powerful aura. I was like, who is this absolute legend? Then when you appeared, boom, lightning vibes, full-on main character energy. Your whole vibe, that flexible attitude, it's like you're the blueprint for the strongest beast in the game. He kept going. Ever since that moment, I decided I want to be just like you. You're my role model now. The skeleton was clearly loving it. Alright, you really get me, he said. From now on, you're my guy. If you ever need help, just hit me up. I got you. Wang Kai got all touched by that. Then the skeleton told him to lift the well cover. Since Yifeng wasn't around, the skeleton was ready to handle the folks who were about to show up. Wang Kai nodded. If Yifeng's not here, I'll just do what you say, bro. But the moment he cracked the lid open, a beam of light shot out and blasted both the lid and Wang Kai away. At that moment, the skeleton's bones, arms, legs, ribs, pelvis, all flew in from the different spots where Yifeng had sealed them. They started assembling themselves in the middle of the gym. Wang Kai just stood there, eyes wide, totally stunned. The bones snapped together, arms locked onto the ribs, legs onto the pelvis, and finally, the skull zoomed over and clicked into place. The eye sockets lit up with this intense glow. Wang Kai was impressed. Whoa, he said, just staring. But then the skeleton paused. It was missing its spine. Without missing a beat, Wang Kai ran over and grabbed this long thing Yifeng had been using to hang clothes. Will this work? Turns out, it did. Once the skeleton was fully rebuilt, it put on its robe. Wang Kai looked it up and down and said, dang, bro, you look awesome. If I wasn't a dude, I'd probably fall for that black robe look. Out of nowhere, the skeleton suddenly tried to kick Wang Kai. He just closed his eyes, thinking it was too late to dodge. Everything went dark for a second, and when he opened his eyes again, he was floating in the air, outside the busy city of Jiangping. Meanwhile, back in the Shanha Mountains, Li Renhao finally realized the guy standing in front of her was the same mortal she'd been looking for. When she saw Yifeng's face and familiar figure, she turned to her aunt and asked, wait, is he the senior you were talking about? Li Jiasen told her off for being rude and told her to greet Yifeng properly. While everyone was making a fuss, Yifeng just stood there quietly, watching. When Li Jiasen and Sumaju saw his face, they both thought, welp, this might be the end. Renhao was still unsure and wondered if her aunt and master had just been tricked by Yifeng. Then Yifeng smiled and said, you helped me out earlier, Li Jiasen. I totally forgot that a man should repay kindness. He thought to himself that Li Jiasen and Sumaju had probably dragged Renhao here on purpose, hoping he'd return the favor by helping her. But Sumaju and Li Jiasen quickly said, nah, no need to be polite. We're lucky you even cared about those small things. They added that Yifeng's song alone was worth way more than anything they gave him. Yifeng didn't really buy it, but he didn't argue. Instead, he turned to Renhao and greeted her. Renhao didn't say anything. She still believed he was just a regular guy with no cultivation. No way he could be some elite expert. Since she wasn't reacting, Yifeng gave up and left her alone. Then Renhao told her her aunt and master. I'm telling you, that master you guys met and the lucky mortal I ran into? Same person. She said maybe they were just too strong to notice, and she'd been too weak to see Yifeng's true strength. Li Jiasun told her to look closely at the tortoise stuck in the tree. While Su Maju was going on about how lucky the Lai family was, Renhao stepped in to check it out. At first, she was about to say it looked totally normal, but then she noticed something weird. Li Jiasun said, yeah, you're right. That tortoise in Yifeng's hand is Demon Lord Bogu, the one you were talking about. Renhao immediately started sweating. That's when it hit her, Yifeng didn't survive on that mountain by luck. The beasts there didn't see him as a threat, they just knew better than to mess with him. Suddenly, she dropped to her knees. Yifeng looked at her and asked if she was feeling sick or just tired. Renhao figured he thought she was just being weird, and honestly, she was relieved. She'd rather seem ridiculous than be as clueless as Bogu. She quickly apologized for being rude and finally gave him a proper greeting. Yifeng just said, no big deal. There's no danger in those mountains. I wandered around and came out just fine. Renhao felt super embarrassed, but Yifeng seemed happy. He thought to himself that he'd gained a lot from this visit and started getting a pretty good impression of Renhao. Li Jiasun and Su Maju noticed and figured this was a great opportunity. Li Jiasun suddenly jumped in and said, Yifeng, you really are kind and generous. Renhao's been gifted and sharp since she was a kid. She's been ahead of most people her age when it comes to cultivation. Su Maju told Yifeng that even though Li Renhao was his only student, her talent still surprised him. Yifeng nodded at the compliment but just said he had stuff to take care of and left. He was actually kind of annoyed. He felt like Li Jiasun and Su Maju were low-key mocking him since they all knew he was just a mortal who couldn't cultivate. To him, it felt like they were flexing on purpose. Li Jiasun looked disappointed. She knew someone like Yifeng was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter, and now that she'd finally met him, she wanted to pass that blessing on to Renhao too. Renhao tried to act chill and said there was no need to feel bad, Yifeng was just built differently. But inside, she was sad, thinking she might never see his calm smile or how he moved like someone playing 4D chess from miles away. Then it hit her, Yifeng had already given her something. She told Li Jiasun, wait, he gave me this bug-repelling sachet. But back then, she thought he was just some regular guy, so she didn't think much of it. Later, when a bunch of demonic beasts were chasing her, she must have dropped it without noticing. Li Jiasun and Su Maju instantly freaked out. They knew that everything Yifeng used was probably a holy level treasure, so even that little sachet could have been priceless. Su Maju got so mad, he nearly lost it, and Renhao just froze. She realized that while normal clan treasures could spark huge conflicts, holy treasures were on a whole other level, the kind of thing that could shake the world. Li Jiasun told Renhao, you didn't just mess this up for yourself, you messed it up for the whole Lai family and the royal sword sect. Renhao said she'd go find it, no matter what. She promised to bring the sachet back. But the problem was, holy treasures didn't give off any energy, so they were impossible to track. You had to spot them by eye. And with how massive the Shanha mountain range was, Li Jiasun didn't believe Renhao could find it on her own. Su Maju said he'd send out a command to all disciples of the royal sword sect to help search the mountains. Li Jiasun added that she'd alert everyone from the Lai family to scan the area and not miss a single inch. They were dead set on making sure that sachet didn't end up in someone else's hands. That night, groups from all over rushed into the Shanha mountains. Once word got out, every major cultivation sect jumped in too, but none of them really knew what they were chasing. The next day, Yifeng finally found the Younglu flower. With all the herbs he needed collected, he said his trip through the mountains was officially over. He was hyped to get back and see Zhongqing and Wang Kai. Back to the night when Wang Kai let the skeleton loose, he realized they had landed in the Qingshan sect, even though it felt like they'd traveled 1,000 miles in a second. He looked at the skeleton and said, bro, to you, even the edge of the world is just a thought away. The skeleton was chillin' in a rocking chair. As they waited, Wang Kai told him, your skills are unreal. You honestly remind me of Yifeng. Must be that next level aura or something. The skeleton told him to shut up and just wait for the show to start. A few minutes later, 3 figures riding a cloud appeared in the sky. One of them, Lu Qingshan, looked at Yi Bei and said, you already tricked my student into marriage. What more do you want now? Yi Bei told Lu Qingshan he was misunderstanding things. Zhu Yun and Xiao were just close, nothing more. But Lu Qingshan wasn't having it. He told Yi Bei to stop following him around, warning that even with his help, Yi Bei wouldn't stand a chance if Yifeng ever wanted him gone. Yi Bei didn't back off. He said that even if Lu Qingshan was right, he hoped Qingshan would still put in a good word for him when the time came. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan freaked out. A bright beam of light shot up from below, and it threw him off balance. Yi Bei also lost control of his body for a second. It felt like the light carried some kind of overpowering energy that couldn't be resisted. He wondered if the guy in the black robe ahead of him had done it and whether he'd come looking for him. But the second that strange energy vanished, Yi Bei snapped back to normal. He stepped forward and asked the man who he was and why he stopped him. The skeleton just let out a loud snort. That made Yi Bei mad. He was already annoyed by what just happened. He scolded the skeleton, saying he was the leader of the explosive heaven sect and deserved more respect. The skeleton clearly didn't care. He lifted a finger, and suddenly, Yi Bei's knees cracked. He screamed from the pain. The skeleton asked if he knew what he did wrong. Yi Bei quickly said, yeah, I get it, I was wrong. Even with his high-level cultivation, Yibei realized he couldn't even land a hit on this guy. So he asked if he had done something by accident to offend him. The skeleton said, "You didn't offend me, but you disrespected my master, and that's worse." He explained that since Yibei offended his master, it was his job to teach him a lesson. Yibei got confused. He thought, no way I'd ever disrespect someone stronger than this skeleton, unless I was blind. Then he remembered, he actually had been blind once. That's when it clicked. Yifeng was the skeleton's master, which meant Yifeng was way more powerful than he'd ever imagined. Yibei started panicking. He knew that if this skeleton wanted to end him, there was no way he could fight back. Wang Kai and the skeleton saw that Yibei finally understood. They told him it was already too late. He'd messed up, and now, even his servants and janitors were going to dish out the roughest punishment. Hearing that the skeleton was working for Yifeng, Lu Qingshan told Zhuyun not to get involved. But when Zhuyun asked if they should leave, Qingshan didn't answer. Yibei shouted again as the skeleton clenched his fist. He begged for another chance, saying that a fortune teller once told him he was meant for greatness and would live a long life. He even said he could cook, clean, and warm the bed if needed. Lu Qingshan and Zhuyun dropped to their knees too. At that moment, kneeling felt like the only way to stay alive. Wang Kai walked up and said, "Bro, you're honestly hurting my eyes right now." Yibei turned to Lu Qingshan and begged him to step in, but Lu Qingshan replied, "Nope, I'm not helping you." Zhuyun tried to say, "But Yibei's your brother-in-law." Before she could finish, Lu Qingshan slammed her face to the ground. "Idiot," he said. "That thing standing in front of us? That's death itself. If we go against it, we're all done." He told her that their only shot at surviving was to stay down and not move. Yibei had always been proud, even cocky. But now, facing this kind of unstoppable force, all that pride vanished. He lowered himself, cried, and begged for one last shot. The skeleton told Yibei that if he really wanted forgiveness, he should have shown some sincerity from the start. Wang Kai could tell that even if the skeleton forgave Yibei, that didn't mean Yifeng would too. Yibei quickly pulled everything out of his space ring, trying to offer whatever he had. But when the skeleton looked at it, he said, "This stuff? It's all trash." Then the skeleton told him to go find like 800 to 1000 rare treasures, specifically spiritual treasures. Yibei looked stressed. He said spiritual treasures weren't man-made, they were naturally formed and super rare. Some didn't even help in battle but had effects no man-made item could copy. Honestly, they were harder to find than a flying clam butterfly hybrid. But when the skeleton asked if he wasn't willing, Yibei quickly said, "No, I'm willing. I'll try to bring as many as I can." The skeleton could tell that getting that many treasures so fast wasn't realistic, so he started thinking of another option. Wang Kai, trying to be helpful, said, "What about beautiful girls instead?" The skeleton paused, then nodded. "Yeah, not bad," he said, and started laughing. He even praised Wang Kai for the idea, which made Kai feel kind of proud. Then the skeleton stepped up to Yibei and said, "Alright, I want girls. However many treasures you're short on, bring that many girls to make up for it." He gave Yibei 7 days to deliver everything to the martial arts gym. Yibei was actually relieved. Getting that many rare treasures would have been impossible, but finding 1000 girls? That he could manage. He promised he'd deliver. After that, the skeleton waved him off and said, "You can go." He also told Zhuyun and Lu Qingshan they could leave too, but warned them not to show up at the gym empty-handed. Up in the sky, Lu Dashing was flying along when Yibei almost crashed into him. He snapped at Yibei, saying he clearly didn't know how to fly properly. He was so annoyed, he even started planning to propose a whole set of air traffic rules for cultivators, complete with flight levels and time limits. Then Lu Dashing noticed a strong aura coming from an open area below. Curious, he looked closer and spotted the skeleton's back. That's when it hit him, he was in trouble. He turned and tried to fly away fast, but the skeleton casually raised a finger. Lu Dashing felt his whole body get yanked downward. He shouted all the way down before landing face first into the ground. Lying there, he groaned and thought he should have checked the almanac before heading out that day. Maybe even packed it with him. When the skeleton noticed him, Lu Dashing looked up and said, "Wow, we meet again." The skeleton replied, "So it's really you, huh?" He figured Lu Dashing had been spying again and said, "You've got some guts. Guess I didn't teach you hard enough last time." Lu Dashing panicked and quickly said, No, you've got it wrong. I was seriously just passing by." The skeleton looked at Wang Kai and asked if he believed Lu Dashing's excuse. Wang Kai just shook his head. Then the skeleton asked, "So what should we do with him?" Wang Kai stared at Lu Dashing and said, "He's gotta show some sincerity." With both of them looking at him like that, Lu Dashing started shaking. He knew he was in trouble. Meanwhile, up in the sky, a guy and a girl were flying along on their treasures. The guy asked his junior sister why she looked so down. She said, "I've been waiting a whole month for my favorite author's new book. I didn't even care about eating, and now it's delayed again." The guy replied, "Yeah, that's what we call a shift delay. Whoever delays a shift deserves to be cancelled." Then he tried to cheer her up by saying he'd take her out for chicken wings later at Drunken Fragrance restaurant. She perked up and said, "Okay, I'll turn my sadness into hunger." But before they could chill, Lu Dashing came flying between them, gritting his teeth and looking miserable. The two of them just froze, staring awkwardly as he zoomed by, yelling. Back below, Wang Kai was still admiring the skeleton and said, "You look super cool right now. I told you Lu Dashing's outfit would suit you." The skeleton snorted and said, said, let's head back to the martial arts gym. Then he told Wang Kai to start getting ready for the grand ball. The next day in Jiangping City, Yifeng's martial arts gym was lit. It sounded like a huge party. In the middle of the gym, the skeleton was chillin' in Yifeng's rocking chair, enjoying a show of music and dancing from a bunch of pretty girls. The girls moved to the beat, trying hard to impress him. The skeleton was loving it. Wang Kai leaned over and asked, you think this is the right vibe? The skeleton replied, couldn't be better. He tossed gold coins in the air and said, sing, dance, and go wild. The place was buzzing. One of the girls leaned close and said, you're cute. You've got such a light vibe. No wonder you're enjoying this. Another girl added, for a whole bucket of gold coins, I'll hang out with you all night. Wang Kai freaked out a bit and said, we should probably wrap this up. If Yifeng comes back, we're finished. The skeleton's face changed when he heard Yifeng's name, but he was too into the party and said, don't mention him right now. Right after that, he started sweating. The girls screamed when the skeleton suddenly pushed them away and jumped up. Wang Kai gasped and said, wait, is he running? And yeah, the skeleton tried to make a run for it, but it was too late. A hand grabbed him by the head. The skeleton immediately started making these bow bow noises, like he was trying to act all innocent. Yifeng was back. He looked at the skeleton and said, so you were having fun, huh? Then he kicked the skeleton and told him to get lost, knowing he'd been causing more trouble. Wang Kai hid behind the door, covering his mouth with both paws, shaking as he listened to the skeleton making those goofy sounds while getting scolded. Yifeng got even more annoyed by the skeleton's abba abba noises. While hitting it, he scolded the skeleton for stealing his gold coins and wasting them right in front of the martial arts gym. I've never been that bold, Yifeng said. You really think this is heaven or something? One of the girls nearby looked worried, but the girl next to her said, just forget it. The skeleton felt like its soul was slipping out of its bones. Wang Kai said, it's not that I'm not loyal. I'm just scared. The skeleton's the only one who can actually handle Yifeng's rage. Yifeng looked over to where the gold coins had been, but the basin was totally empty, and the girls had all bounced. He looked frozen, then his anger exploded. That time, the skeleton had really messed up. Yifeng bit his lip, held back tears, and threw a punch full of frustration. A loud boom echoed through the gym. Yifeng breathed out slowly, trying to chill. He knew if he didn't calm down, it might actually be bad for him. While wiping his face, he whispered to himself, just hold it together. He remembered the hard days, when his books didn't sell and the martial arts gym was barely surviving. Even getting 2 meals a day had been a struggle. Meanwhile, out on the street, a guy told his master, you should have listened to me. It was Lu Dashing talking to Lu Qingshan. He said, sure, being kind is cool, but when it comes to business and making moves, that's a whole different story. He added, no matter what you say, I'm still going for that flame orb today. Lu Qingshan couldn't believe how Lu Dashing could still act so confident after running back to the sect naked and scaring all the female disciples. But Lu Dashing said, look, you made this person sound crazy strong. I'm not dumb enough to underestimate them. Lu Qingshan warned, one more step, and you won't even get a chance to regret it. Lu Dashing brushed him off and said, you're talking too much. Then he walked straight into the martial arts gym and asked, hey, what's your name? Yifeng looked at the weird-looking guy and asked, who even are you? Lu Dashing pointed at the white flower on his chest and said, check this out. It should tell you. He added, fine, I'll say it again. I'm Lu Dashing. In his head, he thought, everyone knows I'm the top alchemist in Nansha. He figured showing off his status first would give him the upper hand before asking about the flame orb. But Yifeng said, never heard of you. He looked at the white flower and said, and what? You think wearing that's impressive? Then Yifeng told Lu Qingshan to come in and take a seat. As for Lu Dashing, he just told him to get lost. Lu Dashing got offended and said, I don't have time to argue. So he turned to Minji and asked directly, do you have the flame orb? Yifeng replied, totally chill, I don't even know what that is. Lu Dashing thought he was just pretending and got heated. If you're gonna act like that, he said, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yifeng just looked at him and asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Dashing threatened Yifeng, saying that if he didn't hand over the flame orb, he'd break his legs and wreck the whole martial arts gym. Yifeng and Lu Qingshan were both shocked at how suddenly aggressive he got. As Lu Dashing walked closer, he spotted the skeleton. Then he noticed the black robe. Once he realized it was the same skeleton that had messed him up before, his whole attitude flipped. He dropped to his knees and slid toward Yifeng. Yifeng asked, what are you doing? Lu Dashing said, I combined a MISB theory with dramatic kneeling just for you. Then he added, I'd like to give you a gift. He handed over all the treasures he'd saved his whole life, plus his last storage ring. Yifeng asked, what does MISB even mean? Lu Dashing said, it stands for the 3 major drama styles, Mandanfang, Stanislavski, and Breed. He begged Yifeng to accept his gift. After seeing how Yifeng had crushed that scary black-robed guy, Lu Dashing was totally convinced Yifeng was on another level. Lu Dashing swore he'd never step foot in Jiangping City again. again. In his head, he started singing some feel-good tune about freedom, energy, and hope, feeling like a weight was off his shoulders. But just as he was walking off, Yifeng said, "Hold up, come back." Yifeng said, "You rolled up here all full of yourself, then dropped a busted ring and knelt like something's wrong with you. What are you really doing?" Lu Dashing said, "I'm serious. I came here just to drop something off." Yifeng gave him a look and said, "Even with all this weird behavior, I can still tell you're not a good guy just from your face." Before Lu Dashing could come up with a new excuse, someone called out Yifeng's name. Yifeng turned and was surprised to see three old men. He asked, "Why are you guys here?" Even Lu Dashing was stunned. The martial emperor was already a super high-level figure in Nansha, and the martial ancestor level was even rarer, like finding a needle in a haystack at night. Yet here they were, three martial ancestors all standing outside Yifeng's gym. Wu Yonghong reminded Yifeng about the empty land behind his gym and how he wanted them to help clear it out. Lu Dashing looked even more confused. Qingshan thought, "Yeah, they're martial ancestors, but they're not that impressive anymore. Guess I've really grown up." When Wu Yonghong mentioned that his buddies wanted to tag along too, Yifeng figured the old guys were probably looking for work. Lu Dashing just stood there, totally lost. He couldn't believe these legendary elders were fighting to help with landscaping. Seeing these powerful martial ancestors offering to do regular jobs made Lu Dashing sure Yifeng was the real deal. No one else could get that kind of respect. Yifeng figured Sun Zhuge and Shikuang probably needed the money too, and he felt for them. He knew how hard life was for farmers in the cultivation world. Yifeng thought about all the regular folks out there just trying to survive. He looked at the big empty plot behind his gym and decided that if Wu Yonghong needed help, he might as well hire the other two old men too. As soon as Yifeng told the old men to come with him, they all quickly said thanks. Looking at their cheerful faces, Yifeng couldn't help but think there was probably some hidden bitterness behind those smiles. He thought to himself how aging in place was a tough issue in any society. Yifeng told them he'd pay 100 gold coins for the job, same amount no matter how fast they finished it. Even if it took just a day, they'd still get 100. The old men didn't really care about the money though. At their level, gold coins didn't mean much. But since they thought Yifeng was some super expert living low-key in the mortal world, the 100 coins felt symbolic, so they agreed. Then Yifeng asked, "Did you guys bring any tools?" The old men stayed quiet, clearly caught off guard. Yifeng figured they had forgotten, so he went to grab some tools for them. They just stood there awkwardly, wondering why Yifeng was giving tools to powerful cultivators like them. After a bit, Yifeng came back. He handed Wu Yonghong a rake, gave Shikuang a grub hoe, and gave Sun Zhuge a shovel. The moment the tools were in their hands, the old men suddenly felt something powerful. They were shocked. These weren't normal tools, each one gave off a glow like a holy treasure. Yifeng smiled and said, "These are for you guys." Wu Yonghong thought it had to be a dream. Yifeng told them not to overthink it. "Just use them for now," he said. "If they break, I've got more." All four old men were stunned. If even farming tools were this strong, they figured Yifeng had a crazy stash of holy treasures hidden somewhere. They were convinced there were so many, he could casually hand them out for yard work. Wu Yonghong shook off the shock and started mumbling questions to himself. He even wondered who Lu Dashing was again. Lu Qingshan also thought about it and figured it wasn't that wild. After all, even Yifeng's kitchen knives were probably holy treasures too. Then Yifeng said he had some stuff to take care of and told the old men they could go check out the backyard and start whenever they felt like it. They agreed and headed off. Once they were gone, Yifeng looked straight at Lu Dashing. He thought that if he wanted to deal with him for good, he had to make it hurt just enough that Lu Dashing wouldn't even think about messing with him again. Lu Dashing was caught off guard when Yifeng walked right up to him and said, "Tell me what you were really trying to do here." The pressure coming off Yifeng was overwhelming. It wasn't loud or showy like the black-robed guy's energy, but deeper, like nature itself pressing down. Lu Dashing felt like the whole universe was shrinking in on him. He started sweating and tried hard to think of something to say. Then, trying to spin things, he said, "Honestly, I came looking for some work. I heard someone needed help reclaiming land." Lu Dashing begged Yifeng to believe him. He said he was just joking earlier and that he liked to mess around like that. Yifeng thought about it and figured he had mentioned reclaiming land to a few neighbors before. And while Lu Dashing was definitely a little weird, the kneeling kind of made sense if he was just trying to get a job. Yifeng realized they didn't even know each other that well and hadn't had any real issues, so it didn't seem likely that Lu Dashing came to start conflict. That's how Lu Dashing managed to flip the whole situation around. Yifeng said, "If you came here for work, then don't kneel on the ground or make jokes like that again." Lu Dashing agreed and said he had rushed over and forgot to bring anything with him. Yifeng told him that wasn't a big deal and that he had supplies. Most of the work was already being handled, though, only one job was left. He asked Lu Dashing if he was still up for it. Lu Dashing said, "I'm in. I can handle anything." He was hyped. He thought if this got him a holy treasure, it'd be dumb to back out now. He asked Yifeng to let him know what the job was. What happened next could have come straight out of a quote from Dostoevsky. People get so used to being told what to do and handed everything, but when it really counts, their true selves show. Yifeng said, "The only job left is picking up dung." Lu Dashing froze. He hadn't seen that coming. Yifeng explained that the three old men were too old to be climbing around in a dung pit. He didn't want anyone getting hurt, but Lu Dashing, who still looked pretty strong, could probably handle it just fine. Lu Dashing kept repeating it in his head, picking dung. But then he remembered the 3 martial ancestors were already farming, so maybe this wasn't so wild. He tried to convince himself it was worth it. If a holy treasure was even maybe part of the deal, then dung or not, it was worth it. He told himself, watch, if word gets out, people will be fighting over this job. He looked at Yifeng and said, I'm great at picking dung. Yifeng nodded and hired him on the spot. He told him he'd get 30 gold coins once the job was done and asked if he had any questions. Lu Dashing just said, nope. Deciding to just go with it, he figured life sometimes needs a little ritual. Yifeng told him clearly, since you agreed, you can't leave until it's all picked up. If you work for 2 days and try to sneak off, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Dashing said, got it, I'll finish everything. Then he asked Yifeng to bring out the stuff so he could get started. Even though Lu Dashing looked pretty annoyed, Yifeng was happy to see him fired up. He told him to follow along, thinking, hey, maybe this guy really might earn himself a holy treasure. Lu Dashing couldn't help but wonder if that day would be the moment he finally reached the top of his life. But to his disappointment, Yifeng didn't head into the storage room. Wait, Lu Dashing asked, aren't you grabbing a tool from there? Yifeng said, nah, it's not in there. Just follow me. A few minutes later, an old man nearby commented, not many young folks want to pick up dung these days. Uncle Wang looked at Lu Dashing and said, if I ever need dung picked, I'll call you. I can't pay much, but I'll cook you a meal. Yifeng told Lu Dashing he'd be using Uncle Wang's gear since he didn't have a dung bucket at home. While Lu Dashing was still trying to figure out how things turned out so different from what he'd expected, Yifeng pointed to a huge pile of dung and said, that's your job for today. Lu Dashing muttered under his breath. He couldn't believe how long it had been since someone cleaned it up. Yifeng said, this batch looks good and fresh, while Uncle Wang reminded Lu Dashing not to spill any of it. So without wasting more time, Lu Dashing got to work. He wasn't happy about it, but he didn't want to miss the chance. While scooping, he told himself that life's meaning was just living it. After making sure Lu Dashing was set, Yifeng headed back to his martial arts gym. Lu Qingshan came over, trying to explain something, but Yifeng waved him off. You're an honest guy, Yifeng said. You're no match for that chunk of trouble. Then he added, can you help bring Zhongqing back from the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce? I've gotta finish prepping the medicine. Lu Qingshan said, on it. As Yifeng headed into the house, the skeleton quietly slipped away. Over at the Baofeng Chamber of Commerce, Lan Shui welcomed Lu Qingshan as soon as he walked in. She told him she'd been taking care of Zhongqing and hadn't left his side. You're amazing, Lu Qingshan said. Totally worthy of being my top disciple. Lan Shui said, but Zhongqing's not doing well. We called in every top doctor in the city, but no one could figure it out. Lu Qingshan was confused too. He had always believed Zhongqing was super talented, but after getting hurt, he couldn't even train anymore. His meridians were blocked. He couldn't understand why someone as strong as Yifeng would take in someone like Zhongqing as a student. It didn't add up. He said, forget it. That's not something we can guess. Then he added, let's just bring him to the gym. When they got back to the gym, Yifeng had everything ready. They laid Zhongqing on the bed, and Yifeng gave him the medicine. Time to wake up, Yifeng said. Right after that, Zhongqing started coughing. Lu Qingshan and Lan Shui were amazed. Lu Qingshan checked his pulse and was stunned. A completely new meridian had opened up in Zhongqing's body. It felt like everything inside him was shifting to make a path. Then Lu Qingshan realized, this wasn't just any meridian. It wasn't human. He was totally shocked. He never thought he'd actually meet someone with the ancient divine bloodline, a line that hadn't shown up in over 2 million years. According to legend, when the Xinjiang continent was first discovered, there were about 10,000 different races. To gain power, they all went to war for millions of years. Compared to them, humans weren't very special, except they reproduced quickly. Just as the human race was close to being wiped out, a powerful new group appeared. They stood up for humanity and believed people were the true children of the heavens. Their meridian structure was completely different from everyone else. In less than 10,000 years, they helped humans take over the whole continent and became the rulers of all races. People started calling them immortal. But maybe the world didn't want such a powerful group to exist forever. Over time, they disappeared, fading into legend. The continent shifted into balance, and over 5 million years, only a handful of these divine descendants ever showed up. Every time they did, even their breath could shake the earth. 2 million years have passed since the last one. Most people figured the divine meridian was long gone, lost due to evolution or bloodline changes. Even if someone had it, it stayed hidden and couldn't be activated. The only way to awaken it was to push someone to the edge of life, then use the best medicine to unlock it. Even then, it only worked once or twice out of 10 tries. All those years of studying the continent's history had paid off. He was lucky enough to witness the awakening of a divine meridian, something no one had seen in 2 million years. He finally understood why Yifeng had chosen Zhongqing as a student. Yifeng must have already known Zhongqing was a descendant of the Invincibles. Lu Qingshan started thinking that Zhongqing almost almost losing his life wasn't just some accident. It felt like Yifeng had planned the whole thing. Yifeng's moves were like a crazy chess game no one else could follow. Qingshan wasn't sure if he'd just gotten lucky seeing it all happen, or if he was just another piece being moved around. When Qingshan told Yifeng he was amazing, Yifeng just said, "I didn't do anything special." But in his head, Yifeng was thinking it took him forever to reach those mountains. He definitely wouldn't have come back if he wasn't sure Zhongqing would wake up. Qingshan thought Yifeng's calm smile was hiding a bunch of secrets. He even wondered if there were higher immortals above the immortal people talked about, and what it meant if heaven didn't care about people at all. He felt like what he saw that day was just the tip of something way bigger. He started getting curious about what else he'd see in the future, and what kind of stuff might change everything people believed. Then Yifeng said they should let his student rest. There was still about a third of the medicine left, but since Zhongqing was awake, it wasn't right to give him more. So Yifeng handed the medicine to Qingshan. "This stuff's got a lot of benefits," Yifeng said. Qingshan looked at the bottle and asked, "Are you sure I can have this? You helped out. Think of it as your reward," Yifeng replied. Right then, they heard a sound. Everyone turned as Zhongqing suddenly reached out and grabbed Yifeng's clothes. He was tearing up. "I didn't think I'd see you again after, Zhongqing said. Everyone froze. Yifeng was just about to explain he hadn't actually passed, but then Zhongqing panicked. "Wait, does this mean you're gone too?" He started blaming himself, saying he couldn't even protect his home. Out of nowhere, Yifeng flicked Zhongqing's forehead. "Ow, that hurt," Zhongqing said. "You're talking nonsense," Yifeng replied. "You're alive, and I'm alive. No one's taking your life without my say. I'm in charge of that." Qingshan stood there thinking, no wonder even descendants of the immortal trust Yifeng completely. It wasn't just about his strength or his brains, he had a pure heart and actually cared about people. Zhongqing, realizing what Yifeng truly thought of him, promised he'd do better next time. Then out of nowhere, Yifeng said, "Run." Zhongqing broke into a sweat. "Run?" Yifeng said, "Trying to climb a mountain with nothing but vibes and no plan? That's just reckless." He told Zhongqing to remember that next time, the real meaning of martial arts was knowing when to save yourself. If you're stuck in a fight you're destined to lose, the smart move is to survive. Zhongqing asked, "You really mean that?" Yifeng replied, 100%. Lu Qingshan felt genuinely moved. He thought Yifeng's deep knowledge didn't just help their group, it was helping the next generation too. As Qingshan started saying it reminded him of something simple his dad used to teach him, Wang Kai suddenly stepped on his face. Turns out, Wang Kai was clowning on Lu dashing for looking dumb. Yifeng was trying to push Wang Kai off and said to Lu Qingshan, "Alright, I won't keep you." Wang Kai was all fired up, trying to prove he wasn't going to lose to that old guy with the goofy face, as he called Qingshan. Lu Qingshan thanked Yifeng for the medicine, and meanwhile, Lan Shui was thinking to herself how Yifeng had been so cool and kind, honestly, kinda cute. Later, Lan Shui and Lu Qingshan returned to the Qingshan sect. While walking through the hall, Lan Shui asked, "So, what exactly happened with Zhongqing?" Qingshan suddenly stopped walking and said, "Congrats. You've just become one of the 2 luckiest people on the whole Xinjiang continent in the last 2 million years." Lan Shui blinked. "Wait, is the other lucky one my master?" Qingshan nodded and explained, "Zhongqing, Yifeng's only disciple, is actually part of the ancient immortal's bloodline. What we just witnessed was Yifeng awakening that bloodline." He went on to say that after 2 million years, the descendants of the immortal were finally back. Yifeng's whole plan was like a mix of fate and strategy on a massive scale. Then he showed Lan Shui the medicine and told her, to unlock the meridians of a immortal, the medicine has to be at least 9th grade or even immortal level. He took a sip. The second it hit him, Qingshan yelled, then straight up flew out of the hall, laughing like crazy. The guy fixing the roof shook his head and said, "Man, Qingshan's never gonna learn to use the front door." Just from that one sip, Qingshan jumped from Martial King early stage to Martial King mid stage. The medicine was wild. A little while later, Qingshan floated back down, grinning. Lan Shui looked at him like, "Okay, my turn." He handed her the rest of the bottle. "Drink it quickly before it loses power, and don't spill a drop." Lan Shui took it, and right then, Qingshan blasted off again. The power rush hit him all over again. The roof guy looked up, surprised. Again? Lan Shui didn't wait anymore. She drank the medicine in one go. When she opened her eyes, they lit up with this intense glow. She powered up like crazy, martial grandmaster mid-stage, late stage, full perfection, then all the way up to martial spirit perfection. She flew up and landed beside Qingshan. This feeling, Lan Shui said, eyes shining. "I've never felt anything like it." Lan Shui was feeling all kinds of things, like she'd lived 100 lives at once. She imagined herself as a warrior, a noble, a nun, and even a secret agent. When she got back to the hall, she noticed there was still a little bit of the medicine left at the bottom of the kettle. Thinking just one more drop might push her to the Martial King level, Lan Shui waited patiently for the last bit to drip into her mouth. Right then, Lu Qingshan stepped in. "Hey, let me get that last sip," he said. But Lan Shui drank it anyway and flew off. "Oops, already had it," she called back. Qingshan was crushed. He was just one step away from reaching Martial Emperor, and now it felt like the chance had slipped away. Refusing to give up, he started nibbling pieces of the kettle, hoping there was still some magic left in the residue. And there was. As the effects hit, Qingshan started saying stuff to justify his move. If you want to level up, sometimes you gotta put your pride aside and lick the last drop, he said. Disciples around the sect just stared up at the sky, mouths wide open. Two massive pillars of light shot up into the clouds. Everyone started cheering, saying the Qingshan sect had been blessed and was finally rising again. An elder got so hyped she stood up after being unable to walk for ages. The caretaker beside her was shocked and happy too. At the same time, deep in the sect, strange noises came from an old grave. Moments later, an old man climbed out, laughing. My Qingshan sect is back. I can rest easy now, he said. In the martial arts pavilion, one of the elders dropped his broom and took off flying toward the light pillars. Up in the sky, the clouds around the lights turned dark. People from the sect were chanting that their time to shine on the Xianjiang continent had finally come. But far away, in a hidden spot, a mysterious group was gathering. Someone gave a report. The house is cleared. There's no door left to the ancient tomb, one of them said. And that old man Feng, he's still aiming for something thousands of miles away. The next morning, at Yifeng's martial arts gym, things had a whole vibe. Yifeng was strumming his guitar and singing Happy Hometown by Chen Ming. Three old guys sat nearby, totally locked in. Every time Yifeng strummed a string, they felt something shift inside them, like they were leveling up just by listening. They figured this was why Yifeng had asked them to rake the fields. The music was boosting their martial arts understanding. Even Uncle Wang's cattle joined in, just vibing with the beat. Then Yifeng sniffed the air and made a face. Something smelled off. Turns out, Lu Dashing was out there racing to scoop up cow dung fast enough to ride the sound wave of martial enlightenment. People were dancing like crazy. Yifeng wondered if maybe his tuning was just off. He was glad the system only wanted him to master guitar, chess, calligraphy, and painting, not singing, dancing, rapping, or basketball. So, he shrugged and started playing another song. This time it was something by Kaizuken. As he played under the bright blue sky, the three old men and the cows started sliding across the ground like they were doing a perfect group dance move, all in sync with Yifeng's guitar plucks. Lu Dashing was grinning as he ran around collecting dung while jamming out to Yifeng's guitar. Over on the side, Wang Kai didn't join in, he was just napping. But then he started whimpering like he was in pain. Turns out, he was having a dream about his past. In the dream, the emperor was yelling at him, calling him an ungrateful and rebellious son. He asked Wang Kai, whose real name was Ao Qin, how he even had the guts to do something so disgraceful. For what you've done, the emperor said, you're no longer a prince. From now on, you're just a regular person. You're out of the clan. Ao Qin tried to defend himself. I didn't do anything wrong, he said. I was set up. But the others didn't believe him. A group of demons claimed they saw him sneak into the saint's room late at night. They begged the emperor to act fairly, saying Ao Qin had no respect for the rules and didn't deserve to be part of the clan anymore. Ao Qin looked over at Qingcheng, hoping she'd speak up for him. The demons freaked out when he said her name, calling it disrespectful to use the saint's name like that. Ao Qin ignored them. Tell them the truth, he said to Qingcheng. You know we were really in love. At first, it seemed like Qingcheng might help him. She reminded the emperor that Ao Qin was the son of luck, chosen by destiny to lead their clan into a new era. But then she changed her tone and flipped the story. She said Ao Qin had snuck into her room and tried to hurt her. As proof, she held up the Winchester key, a treasure that had been gifted to Ao Qin during a celebration for the clan. Everyone took it as evidence. Ao Qin couldn't believe it. You were the one who liked me first, he said. I gave you that key as a sign of love. He was furious and called her a stinky liar, but she just told him to stop making excuses. Then the emperor stepped in again. You don't deserve to hold the Winchester key, he said. Since you're being stubborn, I'll go through with the punishment. Ao Qin was sentenced to spend 10 years in beast form. He wouldn't be allowed to transform or return to the clan ever again. As he turned into a beast, Ao Qin swore to Qingcheng that he'd never forget how he was humiliated. Back in the present, Yifeng looked over at Wang Kai, confused about why he was whining in his sleep. Thinking maybe Wang Kai was just in heat, Yifeng said, don't worry, bro. I'll help you find a mate one day. Then Yifeng walked off, and Wang Kai woke up. He realized someone from his old clan had been trying to contact him. He flew out of the martial arts gym and headed toward the edge of Jiangping City. While flying, he noticed something. Just by staying with Yifeng, he had reached the level of Demon King without even trying. Now he was wondering if this visit from his clan was a good thing or a trap. When he landed, he transformed into a giant, intimidating wolf. Then he looked back and saw who had called him. He was surprised. Why are you here? He asked. The girl, Qingcheng, didn't answer directly. She just smiled and said, still obsessed with my scent, huh? You've always been such a flawless little pup. Ao Qin tried to brush it off. What do you want from me? He asked. Qingcheng smiled again and finally told him. She admitted that the whole setup with the Winchester key was planned. The key wasn't just a gift, it was actually the key to a secret realm tied to their demon wolf clan. Ao Qin looked shocked. Qingcheng said it was honestly honestly a joke that the old patriarch gave Ao Qing such a huge treasure, something that could literally decide the future of their whole clan, and even sealed it so only Ao Qing could use it, just because he was the son of luck. She laughed and told King no one expected the so-called son of luck to end up like some stray mutt. While laughing, Qingqing asked Ao Qing where all his luck went. Ao Qing started to lose it a little. He remembered how his clan once told him not to get obsessed with Qingqing, since she had such a high status that even his own dad had to show her respect. But still, thinking he might have a chance, he walked up to her. To his surprise, Qingqing straight up told him she had liked him for a long time. Then she said that if he gave her the most valuable thing inside him as a sign of love, she'd be really happy. And that's when Ao Qing's nightmare began. He got kicked out of the clan, called all kinds of names, trash prince, disrespectful, and worse. Remembering how she totally played him, Ao Qing clenched his teeth and stared her down. Qingqing just told him not to look at her like that, and said she'd give him a chance. She said if he helped her use the Windchaser key to unlock a secret realm, she'd help remove the seal on him and even fix his reputation. Ao Qing just stood there, silent. Qingqing asked if he didn't believe her or if her offer just wasn't good enough. When he still didn't say anything, she said she'd throw in a big reward too. She told him she had the Demon King pill, which could help him level up fast, something that would normally take 50 years of effort. She said people in their clan dreamed of getting their hands on it. But then, Ao Qing suddenly started laughing. That made Qingqing mad. She asked him what was so funny. Before he could even answer, everyone felt a strange energy in the air. Ao Qing let his power out. He turned her question back on her. Ao Qing said straight up, he was laughing at how clueless she was. She stood there shocked. She couldn't believe that someone like Ao Qing, someone who'd been sealed into an animal form and kicked out of the clan, had actually made it to the Demon King level. Ao Qing just told her he didn't care about something small like a Demon King pill. Just surviving after everything was already crazy, but reaching this level? That was the next level. Qingqing took a breath and smiled like nothing bothered her. She said it didn't really matter, because compared to her Demon Emperor level, being a Demon King was like an ant trying to flex. Then she made Ao Qing a new offer. She told him that once she broke through to the true Demon Lord stage, if he came back to the clan with her and helped open the secret realm, she'd personally use all the clan's resources to help him level up to Demon Emperor. She was super confident that, with her status and ability, she could make it happen in 10 years. When Ao Qing heard 10 years, he couldn't help but laugh. That clearly got to Qingqing, but she forced herself to chill. She figured she needed to make an offer he just couldn't refuse. So she said that once the secret realm opened, he could pick out a magic weapon that was basically just one step away from a holy weapon. Her crew even praised how good she was at keeping it cool and adjusting on the fly. They were sure no one in the clan could turn down that kind of deal. But Ao Qing still didn't look interested. He casually scratched his ear like he didn't even hear her. Qingqing finally asked why he wasn't excited about a near-holy weapon. She figured he'd never even seen one in his life. Then Ao Qing just started laughing, loud. One of Qingqing's guys looked like he was about to throw hands for disrespect, but she stopped him. She told Ao Qing that she knew he still had issues with her after everything that happened, and to make up for it, she'd throw in something else. She said she'd let him join her Red Sun lineage. That was a big deal. Even though Red Sun wasn't royalty, they were the strongest family in the entire clan, and even across the demon world, they were well known. She told Ao Qing that if he joined, he'd have the clan's strongest backing, and he, the guy everyone once looked down on, would become the future patriarch. She said with everything on the table, there was no way he could say no. But Ao Qing looked her dead in the eye and said, don't flatter yourself. He told her maybe she should rename Red Sun to something like, nice in public, toxic at home. Then he said even if he told her who his real backer was, she wouldn't get it with her level of thinking. Done with the convo, Ao Qing turned around and started walking away. Qingqing shouted at him not to walk away from her, saying he was just some nobody who got kicked out of the clan. She said there was no way someone like him could ignore the kind of benefits she offered or just act like joining Red Sun didn't matter. She told him to quit pretending, that it was all an act. Ao Qing let out a short laugh and said, it's not an act. Your offer just doesn't mean anything to me. Then he added, I already have a master, a human, way stronger than anything you could imagine. Ao Qing told her straight up that just by following his master, not even for 10 years, but maybe just half a year, he'd reach the Demon Emperor level. He said at his master's place, holy weapons weren't rare. In fact, he literally slept next to them every night. Then he looked at Qingqing and asked, you really think I still want your second-rate junk? Qingqing just clenched her teeth, clearly frustrated. Ao Qing kept going. He said that with just the backup he had, even if he stomped the true Demon Lord song into the ground in public, no one would dare say a thing. He made it clear that all her flashy promises, and Qingqing herself, weren't worth taking seriously anymore. Qingqing didn't know what to say back. She just pointed at him, clearly annoyed. To make his point even clearer, Ao Qing said that stuff like removing the seal, clearing his name, or becoming the third prince of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan didn't mean anything to him now. He said he and Qingqing were no longer on the same level, not in what they saw, thought, or aimed for. As long as he followed his master, he was stepping into a world way bigger than anything their clan plans could imagine. Then he told her she'd never be able to catch up. Qingqing snapped and told Qing to quit pretending. She said he should be ashamed for calling a human his master, and that it was basically impossible to move from Demon King to Demon Emperor in half a year. She also said there was no way she'd believe he was sleeping next to real holy weapons, and she figured both his so-called master and the skeleton guy were just weaklings like him. Then she said Qing was delusional if he thought he could disrespect someone like Song and still walk away. Right then, one of her men told her that Qing had already left. Qingqing was stunned, then furious. She couldn't believe that someone she used to look down on had the nerve to talk to her like that. While she was fuming, one of her guys asked what they should do. Qingqing told them to chase after Qing. She said she wanted to see this human master for herself and crush him right in front of Qing. She figured once Qing saw his hero get stomped, he'd come crawling back to her, begging to follow her orders. Meanwhile, over at Yifeng's martial arts gym, the skeleton told Lu Dashing not to spill a single drop and ordered everyone to keep working fast. The old guys working there didn't say a word. The energy coming off the skeleton was so intense, they knew they couldn't do anything against it. When Qing arrived, he started praising the skeleton right away. The skeleton, seeming chill, asked what the Qing wanted. Qing told him people were coming for him and asked for help. Under the sunny sky, Qing explained everything that happened. The skeleton just brushed it off, saying the people after Qing were a bunch of little trash. He said Yifeng would handle it easily, then told Qing to go back to watching the door because he had other things to deal with. Then the skeleton called out Lu Dashing. He pointed at the pile on the right and said it obviously wasn't full. He asked how Lu dared to slack off right in front of him. Knowing how harsh the skeleton could be, Lu didn't even try to explain. He just begged not to be hurt, but the skeleton kicked him straight into the dung pile anyway. Then he turned to the three old men and said they didn't need to worry, they were doing fine, but warned them not to start slacking. The skeleton suddenly heard Yifeng's voice. Yifeng scolded it for messing things up again. The three old men watched as Yifeng casually kicked the skeleton away. Their eyes went wide, and they were just standing there, speechless. While Yifeng bent down to pick up a rock, the skeleton landed on its feet and took off running. Yifeng quickly tossed the rock at it, trying to stop it from causing more trouble, but the skeleton didn't slow down. Yifeng was clearly annoyed but decided to just let it go. He told the old men to keep working and said they were doing a great job. Then Yifeng looked over at Lu Dashing. The guy looked pretty rough, so Yifeng tossed him another 20 gold coins to make up for it. Later that day, Yifeng was eating noodles to fix his hunger. After finishing, he said he felt amazing. Meanwhile, Qing was sitting there, unsure if he should tell Yifeng about his situation. He figured Yifeng had come to the mortal world to understand how regular people live. Since Yifeng was kinda treating him like a sidekick, the Qing felt like speaking up might ruin the vibe. He also remembered that the skeleton said he'd help solve his issue, and honestly, he believed that someone like Yifeng probably already knew what was going on and planned to help anyway. While he was patting his own head, Yifeng looked at him and said, "I know it's been tough, but since you followed me, I'll do my part as your master." He promised to help with whatever was bothering him. Qing was so moved that he felt like following Yifeng forever. Yifeng then started thinking about where he could find a female dog for him. Outside the martial arts gym, you could tell Qing's energy was spreading through the area. Qingqing noticed it and guessed Qing was inside the gym. She figured he must have gotten lucky and found a strong teacher, but after seeing the gym, she relaxed and thought she'd been overthinking it. She told her crew to come with her and take down the place. She said, "Don't leave anyone standing, except for Qing." Meanwhile, a wolf beast walking at the back of the group caught a strange scent. He freaked out when he saw the skeleton show up right in front of him. He tried to scream, but before he could alert anyone, he had already turned into dust. The skeleton just joined Qingqing's crew, acting like he belonged there. As they got closer to the gym, the skeleton suddenly let out this weird sound that shook the front signboard and even the paintings inside. As soon as Qingqing stepped inside, she noticed some weird paintings on the walls. She thought they looked kinda strange but couldn't figure out anything special about them. Qingqing wanted to see if Qing was still as fearless as before. After calling out Qing for lying, Qingqing told her crew that Qing was inside with a human. She ordered them to handle the human, and said she'd deal with the so-called Qing herself. Then the skeleton dude laughed and activated a spell. A bright light flashed toward Qingqing and her crew, and they all started feeling super weak. Within seconds, everyone except Qingqing had turned into dogs. She was doing her best to resist it, but then Qingqing saw something behind her, a mirror that could suppress demons. Not only that, it was also a holy treasure. The energy from it was so strong that even Qingqing ended up turning into a dog too. The skeleton laughed at them, which made Qingqing super annoyed, but she couldn't fight back. He said he didn't like being stared at by a bunch of weaklings, then straight up started kicking them around, making them yelp. Qingqing said it was embarrassing that a random human was out here kicking her butt. The skeleton told her not to stress, this wasn't even the end yet. Then he whipped her, and she started whining. All the dogs whined every time the whip hit them, but the skeleton just kept going, grinning the whole time. Their whining whining was so loud, it actually woke up Yifeng. The skeleton saw Yifeng coming and quickly shoved his arms into the dogs' mouths, started making abba abba noises, and shouted for help. Yifeng was totally shocked when he saw the skeleton. He grabbed a poop bucket nearby and ran toward the scene. He was like, where did these wild dogs even come from? Who let them in my martial arts gym? He said he liked dogs, but not wild ones who tried to bite people. The skeleton tried to stop him by hugging his leg, but Yifeng kicked him away and asked whose side he was on. Meanwhile, Aoqing had just finished eating and didn't even bother looking at the dogs getting smacked around. He was just thinking about how good Zhongqing's cooking had gotten. Then he realized one of the dogs was actually Qingqing. Aoqing couldn't help but smile, thinking, with Yifeng as my owner and the skeleton as my bro, there's no way I'm getting picked on. Yifeng looked at the dogs he had been dealing with and thought it was funny how they were the same type as Aoqing. He checked them all out and threw the male ones outside the gym, but when he got to Qingqing, his eyes lit up. The way he stared at her made her nervous. She had no idea what Yifeng was planning to do. Yifeng shut down the martial arts gym and told Aoqing it was his time to shine. When Aoqing gave a confused look, Yifeng straight up said to go after Qingqing. Aoqing grinned at Qingqing, clearly ready to make his move. Seeing Aoqing just staring, Yifeng nudged him, saying he'd wanted this for ages. Aoqing thought Yifeng somehow knew his secret wish. He'd always wanted to get even with Qingqing, and just ending her wouldn't cut it. He needed something more to settle the score. Qingqing got nervous and started to fidget, wondering what Aoqing was up to. The second Yifeng turned away, Aoqing lunged at her. Qingqing snapped, saying he was a prince and should act like a gentleman. She asked how he wasn't embarrassed to push himself on her. Aoqing replied that a perfect saint like her, all high and mighty, wouldn't get his messy feelings. Qingqing begged him to stop, offering to apologize or even grovel. But Aoqing didn't listen and went for it. Qingqing cried, unable to believe a saint like her was being ruined by someone she thought was a nobody. Qingqing swore to herself that Yifeng and Aoqing had to pay. Meanwhile, outside the gym, Qingqing's crew woke up, back to normal. Her screams were the first thing they heard, and they freaked out. They tried calling her name and yanking the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Peeking through a crack in the door, their jaws dropped. They saw Aoqing forcing himself on Qingqing. She was their clan's hope, the pure leader of the Red Sun lineage, meant to become a legend. They couldn't believe Aoqing had wrecked everything. The clan was gonna be a mess because of this. Qingqing's crew, who saw her as a goddess, gasped and pounded the door, but it didn't move. They could only hear her cries as Aoqing kept going. Noticing her crew watching, Aoqing doubled down, ignoring their tears. They told themselves they still loved their saint, no matter what. When Aoqing was done, he tossed Qingqing out of the gym. I don't even know what the hell I just explained. This was the most intense part of the manhwa I've ever covered. And yeah, this is a fictional story, so never, ever try anything like this in real life after watching this part. If you do, your ticket to hell is already booked. Then her crew wanted revenge, but Qingqing stopped them before they could storm in. Qingqing told her crew to take her back to their clan. Inside the martial arts gym, Aoqing flopped on the floor, stoked about what just happened. He wondered how much drama it'd stir up when word got out. He glanced at Yifeng, the guy who'd set it all up. Yifeng caught Aoqing's look and winked. Aoqing's face went red. Then a skeleton popped up, teasing Aoqing for being quick and weak. Aoqing just said it was no surprise, he wasn't on the skeleton's level. The skeleton, curious and never having done it, asked what it was like. I don't even know what the hell I just explained. Aoqing said it was like a vibe that wouldn't quit. The skeleton clearly wanted to know more. Later that day, in the Red Sun Hall on the Nancha Plain, someone announced the saintess was back with a surprise. Jiao Bifeng, thinking Qingqing had nabbed Aoqing, got hyped, believing their clan was about to level up. He told his guys to bring her in quickly. But when Qingqing walked in, Jiao Bifeng asked why she looked so rough and where Aoqing was. Qingqing stayed quiet. Jiao Bifeng, thinking she was bummed about failing, said not to stress, Aoqing would show up soon. After all, she was the clan's big hope. But then Jiao Bifeng noticed something was off. Qingqing, ashamed, started crying. Jiao Bifeng couldn't believe their saintess, the clan star, wasn't pure anymore. Jiao Bifeng demanded to know how their perfect plan turned into a mess. The clan had poured tons of resources into her. When he asked who did it, Qingqing gritted her teeth and said, Aoqing. Jiao Bifeng didn't catch it at first, so she repeated, loud and clear, that Aoqing was the one who ruined her. Everyone in the hall was shaken. They couldn't believe their saintess, destined for greatness, got wrecked by Aoqing, the clan's total loser. Jiao Bifeng asked if he heard wrong, but Qingqing explained that Aoqing was hiding in a regular-looking martial arts gym run by a mortal. She said it had a holy demon-suppressing mirror that shut her down with its power. Jiao Bifeng called the mirror a slap in the face to their clan and said he wanted Aoqing and Yifeng taken out. Jiao Bifeng called up two demon sovereigns, Fu Dao and Xiao Luo, and told them to hit the gym, grab Aoqing, deal with everyone there, and burn the place down. He handed them a heaven-shielding umbrella to block the mirror's power. Then he ordered everyone in the hall to follow him to the heaven-devouring hall. In the heaven-devouring hall, where Emperor Aozhong and the clan crashed at night, he told his wife, Yun Wanqing, that their 3 sons were pretty useless, so they should have another kid.
What the f*** is this piece of sh**?
Yun Wanqing slapped him and reminded him that Aoqing was her only son. She said she'd never forgive Aozhong for kicking Aoqing out of the clan, even though he was framed. Aozhong said the Red Sun lineage had been messing with them forever, and he had no choice but to make a tough call. He thought Aoqing was too soft and needed some real challenges to toughen up. Aozhong promised Yun Wanqing he'd bring Aoqing back once the clan settled down. Then he asked if she'd be cool with giving Aoqing a sibling. Yun Wanqing wasn't thrilled but agreed, telling Aozhong he better keep his word. Aozhong started to get ready, but someone outside the hall yelled for him to come out. Thinking it was the Red Sun crew stirring trouble again, Aozhong figured they were trying to mess with his family plans. He wasn't about to let them win. He wanted to show them he was the fastest in the clan. A few seconds later, Aozhong was done, but Yun wasn't happy. When the hall doors opened, Jiao Bifeng was there with a crowd. Aozhong said he was handling important clan business and asked why Jiao Bifeng was bothering him. Jiao Bifeng replied that nothing in the clan was bigger than Aoqing's shady actions. Aozhong didn't buy it, saying Aoqing couldn't cause trouble since he'd been kicked out ages ago. He told Jiao Bifeng to find a better excuse if he wanted to start something. Jiao Bifeng got straight to the point and asked if Aozhong knew his son had taken the Saintess Qingqing's purity. Aozhong, confused, asked if he meant Aoqing. When Jiao Bifeng said yes, Aozhong burst out laughing. He said everyone knew Jiao Bifeng was always scheming against them and told him to come up with a better story. Aozhong still didn't believe his loser son could have pulled that off with Qingqing. Knowing he'd probably annoyed Yun earlier, Aozhong decided it was better to smooth things over with her than deal with Jiao Bifeng's nonsense. Jiao Bifeng got serious, saying he wasn't joking. Aozhong started to sweat and asked if Aoqing really did it with Qingqing. Jiao Bifeng just clenched his teeth, saying nothing. When Aozhong realized it was true, he laughed again, saying Aoqing was definitely his son, carrying on the family legacy. Jiao Bifeng asked Aozhong how he could laugh about this. He said Qingqing was the saintess of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan, carrying their future. By taking her purity, Aoqing had crushed the clan's hopes. Aozhong didn't like Jiao Bifeng talking about the future while he was still emperor. He said Jiao Bifeng was hyping Qingqing too much and that everyone knew the Red Sun lineage was banking on her to boost their status to imperial level. Jiao Bifeng replied that the emperor's spot had always gone to the strongest, so it made sense for Qingqing, the top talent of her generation, to lead them there. Aozhong casually said Jiao Bifeng could wait until he was gone. Jiao Bifeng said they weren't here to argue about that but demanded answers about Aoqing. His crew chimed in, saying if Aozhong was protecting his son, the clan wouldn't buy it. They said they felt Qingqing's pain and loved her smile. Aozhong replied that maybe Qingqing had come onto Aoqing, not the other way around. Jiao Bifeng got mad, saying Qingqing would never do something so dumb. She knew losing her purity before reaching true demon lord status would ruin everything, and she'd already turned down tons of guys because of her looks and strength. Aozhong said Jiao Bifeng might be wrong. He admitted Aoqing wasn't the strongest, but with his genes, the kid had some charm. He added that if Qingqing was as tough as they said, Aoqing couldn't have forced her. Jiao Bifeng asked if Aozhong was brushing it off like it was no big deal. Aozhong didn't answer, just stared. He remembered when Aoqing swore he was framed, and Aozhong believed him. But the Red Sun lineage had been gunning for them forever, so Aozhong had to punish Aoqing to save their royal status. It was a tough call, and it broke his heart to ditch his son like that. Now, Aozhong was set on making it right. He asked Jiao Bifeng why he couldn't let it go. He said he didn't like the Red Sun crew, but for the sake of clan unity, he wasn't gonna push the issue, even though Aoqing got a raw deal. Jiao Bifeng was so mad his face turned red, but he held it in, deciding to get even later. He told Aozhong he'd remember this day and that it wasn't time to act since Aoqing's crime wasn't fully proven. Instead, Jiao Bifeng said Aozhong had handed them a chance to pin the blame on the Red Sun lineage. Aozhong laughed, amazed that his least talented son had pulled off something so slick. By wrecking the Red Sun's big plans, Aoqing had become a hero in Aozhong's eyes. Just then, someone excitedly shouted, "Father," to Aozhong. Aozhong glanced at the guy, snorted, and called him trash. The second crown prince, Aotai, asked why Aozhong called him that. He said he wasn't as good as Qingqing but was still the best of Aozhong's 3 sons. Aozhong replied that Aotai didn't deserve to be called the best and should take notes from Aoqing. Aotai was shocked. He said he was way ahead of Aoqing in talent, skills, and strength. He added that a kicked-out nobody like Aoqing could never compare to him. Aozhong told Aotai to shut it. He said if Aoqing was trash, Aotai was even worse, and if he wanted to compare to Qingqing, he should have been the one to get with her instead of chasing random girls. Aotai, stunned that Aoqing actually pulled it off with Qingqing, asked how it was possible and if Qing could make a comeback. The next day, Yifeng was chilling in his rocking chair, saying he had no plans. Then Qing started sneezing. Yifeng said when a dog sneezes, rain's probably coming. 3 old guys were surprised when Yifeng suddenly stood up. Yifeng said that even though the Old Westlake umbrella story was just a legend, rain always sneaks up. He told the old guys to check the sky. At the same time, Qing thought to himself that every time Yifeng put on that outfit and grabbed an umbrella, he acted weird and said stuff nobody got. Shirkwang looked up and saw dark, swirling clouds. Sure it was gonna rain, Yifeng handed Shirkwang and Wu Yonghong an umbrella, plus some homemade waterproof raincoats and boots. The 2 old guys said they didn't want to take them since Yifeng would be left with nothing. Yifeng said not to worry, he'd figure it out when he needed to. The old guys didn't get that Yifeng was just saying he'd buy another umbrella. They were shocked. Sun Zhuge asked if they really thought Yifeng didn't know about the 2 strong fighters watching them. He said Yifeng probably had a plan, and they should just go along with it. Meanwhile, up in the thick, dark clouds, Fu Dao asked Xiao Luo what he thought about the martial arts gym. Xiao Luo told Fu Dao the gym looked ordinary but they shouldn't underestimate it since Qingqing got taken down there. Yifeng grabbed his guitar and told the old guys that rainy days were kinda sad, so he'd play them a song. He picked Farewell, a tune by Li Shaong, a Hongyi master from 1915. When Yifeng started playing, the old guys were shocked. The guitar sound had a strong vibe that calmed their minds. They knew only by syncing mind and spirit could you hit the top in martial arts. The old guys felt like their best work lately must have impressed Yifeng. Lu Dashing felt lighter, like all his stress was gone. Fu Dao and Xiao Luo, watching from above, were confused. Ignoring Yifeng and some random guy chasing a butterfly, Xiao Luo asked what the martial ancestors and emperor were up to. Fu Dao said to forget it, humans do weird stuff. He pointed out Qing was definitely there, so they should just make their move. After the song, the old guys said they were blown away by Yifeng's skills. Hanging with him was awesome, especially with the holy weapons he gave them. Even his guitar boosted their souls. Lu Dashing thought to himself that the 3 martial ancestors had been working for Yifeng from the start, getting all sorts of perks. But he, doing the grittiest jobs, hadn't gotten anything. After hearing Yifeng's music, though, he finally felt clear-headed and stoked, almost to tears. Yifeng got a system message congratulating him on leveling up his guitar skills to world class. He was pumped. After days of practice, he was closer to finishing the system's task and keeping the gym. Fu Dao and Xiao Luo sized up the old guys, figuring they were early-stage martial ancestors. Being mid-stage demon sovereigns, they felt confident. Demon beasts were naturally stronger than humans, and with the semi-holy heaven-shielding umbrella, they thought the gym's fate was sealed. They locked down the area with pillars of light, trapping everyone inside. Wu Yonghong noticed the black umbrella was messing with their powers and sealing off the gym. Shirkwang raised his holy weapon, ready to fight, but Wu Yonghong stopped him, grabbing his arm. Shirkwang, embarrassed, said if Wu Yonghong didn't want to fight, he shouldn't hold him back. Wu Yonghong told him to look at Yifeng, who hadn't moved or said anything. He said it might be Yifeng's way of warning them not to act, since 2 demon sovereigns were lurking above. Wu Yonghong told Shirkwang this was Yifeng's turf, so they should wait for his plan. Yifeng thought to himself that switching up music styles would help him improve faster. He wanted a song that could hit a ton of emotions quickly. Fu Dao and Xiao Luo saw the old guys as no threat. Thinking the heaven-shielding umbrella had weakened them, they didn't wait. They charged up a massive energy ball. The old guys started sweating, knowing they'd get hurt badly if it hit, but Wu Yonghong still trusted Yifeng's lead. A loud rumble came as Fu Dao and Xiao Luo launched the energy ball at the gym. The old guys stared at Yifeng, begging him to do something. Yifeng said he had an idea and decided to play a guitar version of Ambush from 10 Sides. He wondered what kind of vibe he'd get mixing modern and classic. He told his buddies to listen close with their hearts. The old guys couldn't believe Yifeng was so chill. They grumbled they weren't like him, who'd barely felt the attack. Then they heard a boom. Yifeng started playing, and every strum caused an explosion. The guitar sound waves were crashing into the energy ball, making it blow up. The explosions kept going as Yifeng played. Soon, the sound waves overpowered the energy ball, and it fizzled out. The old guys thought about how much they loved the gym, getting all emotional. Lu Dashing wondered what kind of skills Yifeng had to pull that off while his powers were supposedly weakened. Lost in thought, he didn't notice he was stumbling. Yifeng said sorry when a guitar string snapped but said he could keep playing. Fu Dao and Xiao Luo, sweating, got hit by the sound waves and realized Yifeng was the real deal at the gym. After Yifeng's performance, the sky cleared, and rain poured down. Yifeng snagged the heaven-shielding umbrella as it fell. He reminded the old guys he said he'd have what he needed when it mattered. Sun Zhuge told his pals Yifeng had probably predicted everything before the demon sovereigns even showed up. Shirkwang said it felt like Yifeng was dropping hints about knowing the future. Since it was raining, Yifeng said they should chill inside the gym. He noticed Lu Dashing and told him to go enjoy the rain. Meanwhile, in the Red Sun Hall, the mood was super heavy. Qingqing had leveled up fast thanks to her unique build and a special Red Sun technique. She was just waiting for the secret realm to hit hit demon sovereign status and become the next in line for the heaven-devouring emperor's throne. Jiao Bifeng worried that since Qingqing wasn't pure anymore, she couldn't level up to demon sovereign. Years of hard work were ruined in one day. One elder said they had a backup plan. When Fu Dao and Xiu Luo returned without Ao Qing, they'd make him admit he messed with the saintess in front of the whole clan. Then they'd pull their old trick, putting pressure on the royal family to force Ao Zhong to explain himself to everyone. Jiao Bifeng, hyped, snapped the armrest of his chair and said it was their only shot to make Ao Zhong give up his throne. Suddenly, a guy ran into the hall and told Jiao Bifeng he had news about demon sovereigns Fu Dao and Xiu Luo. He said their destiny tokens were broken. The elders were stunned, and Jiao Bifeng was furious. In the heaven-devouring wolf clan, anyone who hit demon emperor status left a destiny token behind. If it cracked, it meant they were gone. Jiao Bifeng couldn't wrap his head around why his plan was falling apart. Even though the Red Sun lineage was strong, a demon sovereign was a heavy hitter. Losing two at once was unthinkable. He said he refused to believe Ao Qing could stop him. Jiao Bifeng ordered everyone in the Red Sun lineage above demon emperor level to follow him. He wanted to see if there was a real threat protecting Ao Qing. Meanwhile, at Yifeng's martial arts gym, the rain had stopped. Yifeng was chilling with some old men, sipping tea and listening to their stories. A little later, Lu Qingshan showed up and joined the group. After a while, they all decided to head outside. The ground was still damp, so Yifeng told the old men not to do any work yet. Since Lu Qingshan rarely came by, and there were so many people around, he suggested they make a hot pot to keep warm. Yifeng pulled out his space ring and asked the old men what kind of meat they wanted first. He brought out a few beast carcasses and said they could make roasted lamb, eagle stew, or even wolf casserole. The old men were shocked when they recognized the lightning eagle, the land snake, and the flying fox. They were amazed at how his ring had almost every beast from Shanhao Mountain. Most of them were high-level beasts, even beast kings. Yifeng thought the names were pretty cool. Then he remembered he had another carcass perfect for soup. He told the old men that when the soup was ready, they'd only be allowed one sip because he planned to use it to help restore Zhong Qing's body. The old men's eyes went wide when Yifeng brought out the tortoise, Bagu, who used to be a beast lord. Lu Qingshan, who had just reached the martial emperor level, couldn't believe he was about to drink soup made from Bagu, a beast that had hit the demon emperor realm years ago. He was shocked at how casually Yifeng handled such powerful creatures, but he figured it made sense, considering Yifeng's status. Yifeng then told the old men to pick whatever they wanted, saying all the options were great ingredients. They thanked him, and Wu Yonghong suggested making eagle soup and roasting some wolf legs. Yifeng agreed and said he'd be the chef. He told the old men to clean the beasts and wash the veggies. They got to work, their mouths already watering. In a corner of the gym, something was watching them. It turned out to be Night Breeze, a centipede that had survived the last big disaster by sheer luck. Later, when the soup started smelling amazing, Yifeng lifted the lid to check it. The steam hit the old men right in the face, and they started drooling. They realized this wasn't just regular food, it was something that could boost their cultivation. Even one sip would help them improve. To them, the soup was basically an elixir. Yifeng teased them, asking why they were drooling. He reminded them they could each take only one sip. The old men tried to thank him, but their over-the-top reaction made Yifeng cringe. When Sun Zhuge and Wu Yonghong looked closer at the ladle, they realized it was actually a holy treasure. Lu Qingshan patted their shoulders and told them to chill out and stop acting like they'd never seen rare stuff before. Seeing his calm reaction, the two old men figured Lu Qingshan had been around Yifeng's kitchen a lot and was clearly close with him. They thanked Lu Qingshan for the reminder, and he told them they'd just get used to it. Deep down, he thought that even though the old men might have stronger cultivation, they should still treat him with respect. After all, he had known Yifeng first. When Yifeng asked if they wanted the soup or not, the old men stopped wasting time and quickly grabbed bowls. Once everyone had a share, they all drank together. Right after, Wu Yonghong suddenly shouted. His cultivation was shooting up fast, and he thought he might even break through to the martial celestial realm. Yifeng scolded him and said he was disturbing Zhong Qing's rest. He told Wu Yonghong that if he was going to be loud, he should leave. Wu Yonghong quickly apologized, but even the way he stood up annoyed Yifeng, so he got scolded again. Not wanting the same treatment, Sun Zhuge, Shi Kuang, and Lu Qingshan all slipped outside too. Lu Dashing laughed as he watched the old men rush off. He said that once everyone else left, it would be his turn to shine in front of Yifeng. He was the only one who didn't drink the soup and felt confident that someone like him would have the last laugh. Lu Dashing decided he would handle all his duties without complaining and stay away from causing trouble for Yifeng. He swore he wasn't the same Lu Dashing as before. The old men didn't want to waste any time, so Lu Qingshan offered them a spot in his Qingshan sect, where a special formation could speed up their breakthroughs. Back in the gym, Yifeng thought the old men left because their stomachs hurt. Worried his soup might be off, he gave some to Ao Qing. Ao Qing licked the bowl clean, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Then he bolted out of the room. Yifeng wondered if the soup was so powerful that nobody could handle it. Remembering he gave some to Zhongqing to help him recover, Yifeng started worrying that Zhongqing might mess up the bed. An hour later, the three old men had already broken through from martial ancestor to martial celestial in one go. At the same time, Lu Qingshan jumped from early martial emperor to late martial ancestor. He said the feeling was like flying through the sky, something he'd never experienced before. Shirkuang and Sun Zhuge agreed, saying it was also their first time feeling something like this, and that not many people in the world got such a chance. They were grateful to Yifeng for giving them this opportunity. Meanwhile, outside Jiangping City, the sky suddenly tore open as a portal appeared. Birds scattered in panic, some of them getting caught in the distortion. A moment later, Jiao Bifeng and his strongest men stepped out of the portal. Jiao Bifeng said that one more step forward meant they'd be entering a conflict they had to win or lose. Back inside, Yifeng checked Zhongqing's sheets and felt relieved when he saw nothing had gone wrong. Later that day in the martial arts gym, Lu Dashing watched with jealousy in his eyes. He couldn't figure out how the four old men managed to break through so quickly after stepping outside. He worried that in Jiangping's territory, aside from Yifeng, those four might already be at the very top. Wu Yonghong noticed Lu Dashing's frustration but said that Yifeng wouldn't treat him unfairly for no reason. The three old men encouraged Lu Dashing, telling him not to lose hope and to believe in himself. Lu Qingshan reminded him that he had already warned him not to cause trouble. He added that since Yifeng hadn't said anything against him, he should just focus on his own responsibilities. Watching the four old men walk away, Lu Dashing wondered what he was missing. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Yifeng told them the eagle meat and roasted wolf legs were ready. He asked them to move the chairs and tables outside so they could enjoy an open-air hot pot. Soon, the group was cooking, eating, and cheering together. Yifeng raised his cup first and said that since they already knew each other well, there was no need for formalities. The old men were amazed by how relaxed and down-to-earth he was. They thought that if they had even a small piece of his mindset, they could have gone further in their cultivation. Meanwhile, in Jiangping City, people on the streets looked up at the sky. Members of the Red Sun lineage were flying in groups, releasing a heavy aura filled with hostility. The townsfolk whispered, wondering which Taoist sect was about to be wiped out. On the way, one of Jiao Bifeng's men told him that the tracker on Aoqing showed he wasn't inside the martial arts gym. Jiao Bifeng said Aoqing didn't matter, and the only reason he had gotten this far was because of the gym. He said they would deal with Aoqing later, but first they needed to handle the gym itself. Back at the backyard meal, Yifeng said the hot pot tasted even better with the breeze blowing. The old men suddenly sensed the Red Sun lineage arriving. They quickly exchanged thoughts. Shirkuang asked how Yifeng planned to handle them, but Wu Yonghong said he didn't know either, and it wasn't their place to interfere. Lu Qingshan, acting like nothing was wrong, just kept eating and told Yifeng they were lucky to share this meal with him. Jiao Bifeng, watching from above, wondered if the people in the gym had really not noticed them. He thought that after what happened to Xiao Luo and Fu Dao, they should have been on alert. He ordered his men to spread out into the wolf formation and wait. He told them that once he gave the signal, they would strike together and make sure to land a finishing blow on the martial arts gym. The Red Sun lineage nodded at his words and immediately charged up their strongest attack. Jiao Bifeng was sure that with such a strong lineup, nobody in the martial arts gym could stand against them, not even the ones he thought had half-stepped into the martial celestial realm. He said the people inside would be finished for sure and buried along with Xiao Luo and Fu Dao. But right as he gave the order to attack, the three old men stared at him and released their auras. Jiao Bifeng froze mid-command and cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe it. There were martial celestials among them, and not just one, but three. On top of that, there was also a martial ancestor whose strength matched his own. He quickly shouted for his men to retreat, but they didn't catch his meaning right away. Still fired up, they prepared to attack and said the martial arts gym and everyone in it should accept the Red Sun lineage's gift. Then they realized too late that Jiao Bifeng had told them to retreat. Don't just stand there, retreat now, Jiao Bifeng yelled. But it was already too late. His men had started their strongest attacks, and when they tried to pull back, the power rebounded on them. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood from the backlash, and crimson droplets rained down from the dark clouds. One drop even landed on Yifeng's cheek. He casually wiped it away and told the old men not to let a little rain ruin the mood. Let's just eat, drink, and enjoy, Yifeng said. Sun Zhuge laughed and replied, you're the boss, Yifeng. We wouldn't dare go against you. The old men thought to themselves that since Yifeng said so, they wouldn't act without permission. To them, the Red Sun lineage was nothing more than wild dogs. A while later, outside Jiangping City, Jiao Bifeng's men asked what had just happened. They were all shaken from the backlash and said they could have lost their lives. They wanted to know why he had called the retreat at the very last moment. Jiao Bifeng snorted. You guys are clueless. Among those 5 people, 1 was a martial ancestor at my level, and 3 were full martial celestials. If we had fought, the Red Sun lineage would have been wiped out today. He told them that as long as they stayed clear of the martial arts gym and focused on capturing Aoqing, their mission would still be complete. One of his men praised his wisdom and added that, according to the tracker, Aoqing was currently in the 100,000 mountains outside Shanhao. Jiao Bifeng felt relieved that Aoqing was far from the gym. Even though they had failed at the martial arts gym, the Red Sun lineage still believed their lineup, the best fighters they had, would be enough to capture someone like Qing. Later that day, when they reached the 100,000 mountains, everyone felt a heavy pressure in the air. Zhao Bifeng wondered who was breaking through to the demon celestial realm inside the mountain. One of his men asked if they should advance or retreat. Zhao Bifeng thought about it. He was already at the peak of the demon sovereign realm, just one step away from demon celestial. But that one step was like crossing a canyon. In front of a true demon celestial, he wouldn't stand a chance. Knowing his limits, he told his men to wait until the expert finished the breakthrough. It's not too late to capture Qing after that, he said. That night, the breakthrough finally happened. The moment the unknown expert advanced into the demon celestial realm, a powerful aura exploded out and spread through the entire mountain. Zhao Bifeng told the man next to him to check if Qing was still in the mountain. The man didn't waste time and quickly caught Qing's scent. A moment later he said, "Boss, Qing's in the valley ahead." "Good," Zhao Bifeng said. "Lead the way. Find him fast and let's wrap this up." He then announced the start of their hunt. Led by the man with the sharpest nose, they flew toward Qing. When Zhao Bifeng finally saw him, he said, "Didn't think we'd meet again like this." Qing didn't answer. Zhao Bifeng laughed, thinking he was just pretending not to be scared. "Break his arms and legs," he told his men. "But leave him one breath so we can drag him back." He started counting down from 3. Meanwhile, back at the martial arts gym, Yifeng and Lu Qingshan were playing a wine drinking game. Yifeng picked 3 knots, and Qingshan picked 5 chiefs. Qingshan lost, and after grumbling about it, he said, "Fine, I'll tell you guys a big story." He went on about how, back in the day, he was young and reckless, always flirting with girls. Even though he thought everyone loved him, he only had eyes for Chi from Yihong Academy. The old men told him to stop bragging, but Yifeng just thought Qingshan had a little wine and was drifting off. Qingshan pushed back. "I'm not bragging. Once, all 36 girls from Yihong house were around, and I made it through the night." The old man gasped and told him to spill the whole story. So Qingshan went into detail about his so-called glory days, from start to finish, leaving nothing out. But in the end, he said Chi was still the one he loved most. He added that Chi told him she loved her son, but he never stopped liking her. Just seeing her face made his heart race, and he even used up his dad's private money to impress her. Shirkwang cut in and said he didn't like that all of Qingshan's stories were about women. He said he was different because he trained in martial arts every day, and he was about to share his own training story. But the old men waved him off. "We all have cultivation stories," they said. Wu Yonghong even asked if Shirkwang was just being boring because he didn't like women. Then Qingshan asked Yifeng if he had any stories. The old men all turned and stared at him, waiting. "I don't have stories to tell here," Yifeng said. "If I did, they'd be from another world." The old men froze. "Another world?" they said, surprised. To Yifeng, it was just normal wine talk. But the old men whispered among themselves, convinced now that Yifeng was immortal. They thought even the strongest martial expert couldn't cross into another world. Only a true immortal could. They figured just meeting an immortal was enough to brag about for a lifetime. And even if they died one day, their families could still say they worked for one, and even ate and drank at the same table. The old men, along with Uncle Wang's cattle, felt honored just to be sitting with Yifeng. They quickly asked him to share more about the world he mentioned. Yifeng waved it off and said, "It's nothing special. Just treat it like a drunk man's story." He explained that in that world, there was another kind of civilization. The people there were crazy smart and had built things that could easily wipe out the whole continent. He even said they had stuff powerful enough to finish all life if they wanted. The old men broke out in a cold sweat. They were sure now that Yifeng was talking about an upper world, a place no mortal could even dream of. Their own continent was huge, and no one had ever heard of anything strong enough to erase all life. Wu Yonghong said, "Then you must have had a pretty high status there." Yifeng shook his head and said, "Not really. I was just average." The old men were stunned. To them, Yifeng already felt like an immortal, and yet he called himself average. They started wondering how powerful the people in that world really were. Maybe they were all immortals. Maybe compared to them, their own lives were nothing. Lu Qingshan leaned in and said, "Can you tell us more of your legendary story?" Yifeng said, "There aren't legends in that world, just stories. Back when I was young, I relied on my looks. I was juggling a few girls from different cities, thousands of miles apart, all at the same time." The old men stared at him in disbelief. For them, traveling 1,000 miles was a big deal. But talking with several girls across that kind of distance at once? They thought it had to be some powerful martial skill that twisted space. Yifeng just thought to himself that the habits of his old world were still stuck deep in him. The old man whispered, "Yifeng is terrifying." Yifeng laughed and said, "There's nothing terrifying about it. Back there, everyone had these things called mobile phones. It was just basic stuff." But the old men were convinced. They said, "If that's the foundation of that world, then everyone there must be immortal." Yifeng sighed and said, "Honestly, I was considered a scumbag back then. I'd stay up all night, holding my phone, waiting for a reply, refreshing the circle of friends, trying to guess what a girl was thinking without messing it up." He added, "Everyone went through that stage. Scum is still scum, but hey, it was youth. Wu Yonghong asked, what's a scumbag? Yifeng replied, just take it as a compliment. Wu Yonghong nodded and said, then you're definitely a scumbag. Yifeng froze. Realizing he had just set himself up, he could only laugh at his own mistake. Meanwhile, the skeleton that was chasing butterflies suddenly froze when it heard the word scumbag. Its empty eye socket lit up like a lamp. For so long it had searched for a word that matched its vibe, and now it finally found it. That one word made it feel like it had an identity. From then on, it decided that in the name of scumbag, it would live up to the word. Back in the mountains, Jiao Bifeng gave the order to attack Ao Qing. He was confident this time there'd be no surprises. But the moment Ao Qing opened his eyes, he released a heavy aura that shook the air. Jiao Bifeng looked closer and cursed when he realized what he was sensing, the aura of a demon celestial. He couldn't believe it. How did Ao Qing suddenly become that strong? Gritting his teeth, he ordered his men to retreat. But the Red Sun lineage experts didn't listen. They had already charged up their spells, and instead of backing off, they pushed forward. Before they could even land their attacks, Ao Qing thrashed them. Their eyes went wide when they realized Ao Qing really had stepped into demon celestial level. That meant the mysterious breakthrough on the mountain was him. Ao Qing then chased after them, saying he'd entertain them since they liked to play. The Red Sun members panicked and ran, screaming, but it was useless. Ao Qing stomped them one by one. Jiao Bifeng grew furious. His supposedly strong lineup couldn't even put up a fight. He stared at Ao Qing, baring his fangs, and thought back to how everyone had once called Ao Qing a waste. Now here he was, a demon celestial. Jiao Bifeng felt gloomy at how unfair the world could be. Unable to figure out how Ao Qing had grown so fast, he could only laugh bitterly. He never imagined the one thrown out of the clan would rise this high. Then Ao Qing raised his paw. Jiao Bifeng froze as a massive energy paw slammed into the ground, tearing through trees like they were toys. Sweat poured down his face as he realized most of his demon sovereigns had been finished in one strike. Only two barely made it out alive. As Ao Qing slowly walked toward them, Jiao Bifeng pulled out a scroll in secret. Ao Qing noticed right away. The scroll lit up, and Jiao Bifeng tossed it into the air, saying they would never forgive him. Ao Qing snorted. He knew that if his breakthrough weren't still unstable, Jiao Bifeng wouldn't have escaped at all. But then Ao Qing's mood shifted. He remembered the giant pot of tortoise soup Yifeng had given him. At that moment, he became certain Yifeng really cared for him. Looking back at the timing of Jiao Bifeng's attack, Ao Qing realized everything had been set up perfectly by his master. Once, he had been nothing but a failure in his clan. But because of Yifeng, he not only flipped his fate, he also became someone his whole clan now had to look up to. The stronger Ao Qing grew, the more he admired his master, and the more he felt Yifeng's strength guiding him. Not long after, a glowing magic circle appeared inside the Red Sun lineage. Everyone got hyped, knowing Jiao Bifeng was returning. When he stepped out, they noticed fewer people with him, but they just assumed he had crushed the martial arts gym on his own. One man confidently said Ao Qing must have already been caught by Jiao Bifeng, but his words backfired, cutting right into Jiao Bifeng's pride. Jiao Bifeng then told everyone the truth. Ao Qing had grown beyond their control, and he had been forced to use a teleportation scroll that had been treasured for thousands of years. As Qing Cheng tried to process what she'd just heard, Jiao Bifeng told everyone to follow him back to the main hall. Once inside, he immediately ordered someone to bring him the celestial breaker pill. An elder asked what he planned to do. Jiao Bifeng said that if they wanted to survive, they had to take down the royal family before Ao Qing returned. The pill wouldn't make him a true demon celestial, but it would push him into half-celestial level, which he believed was enough to defeat Ao Zhong. Another elder warned that if he used their only celestial breaker pill, then no future genius in the clan would be able to break through to demon celestial. But Jiao Bifeng shut him down. He revealed that Ao Qing was already in the demon celestial realm. He said if they didn't split up the royal family and grab the secret realm's resources fast, they would all be finished. Even though Qing Cheng was shocked at Ao Qing's sudden breakthrough, she steadied herself quickly. Meanwhile, Jiao Bifeng went into seclusion. With the help of the pill, he successfully reached half-celestial level. When he came out, he wasted no time. He led the Red Sun lineage into a full-blown conflict against the royal family. The fight spread like wildfire, and in less than half a month, the vast territory of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan was split in two. The night after Ao Qing fought Jiao Bifeng, Ao Zhong went to visit the seer Jin Lao. Ao Zhong explained the civil war and told him about Jiao Bifeng's new half-celestial strength. He said that if things kept dragging on, the Red Sun lineage would eventually crush them. Jin Lao had been in seclusion for centuries, and his divination skills were the strongest in the clan. So Ao Zhong asked him straight, how could they get out of this crisis? When Jin Lao started snoring, Ao Zhong yelled at him, thinking he had just fallen asleep. But then Ao Zhong noticed the old man's aura and realized the divination had already started, so he had no choice but to wait. 3 hours later, Jin Lao suddenly howled and said the results were out. Ao Zhong stared at him, wondering if this was even the same man he knew. Jin Lao told him the only person who could save the royal family was his son. Ao Zhong was stunned. He thought none of his 3 sons could handle something like that. Assuming it was his eldest, he asked if Jin Lao meant him. The old man shook his head. Ao Zhong asked about his second son, but again Jin Lao shook his head. Deep down Ao Zhong already knew the answer, but he still asked if it was Ao Qing. When Jin Lao hummed in agreement, Ao Zhong gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept that his weakest son would be the savior of the clan. He stepped forward and punched Jin Lao across the face. "What are you doing?" Jin Lao asked. Ao Zhong said he wasn't dumb enough to believe his most useless son could save them. Jin Lao tried to explain, but Ao Zhong ignored him. He said even though Ao Qing had exposed the Red Sun plot, he wasn't strong enough to solve their current crisis. Then Ao Zhong compared Jin Lao to his own foolish father and ordered the guards to lock him up. As they dragged him out, Jin Lao warned that if Ao Zhong refused to believe him, he would bring disaster on the whole royal family and be remembered as a sinner. He said one day Ao Zhong would regret this and come back to apologize. Ao Zhong just said if that day really came, he'd write his name backwards. After Jin Lao was gone, Uncle Yun spoke up. He said even if Ao Zhong didn't believe the prophecy, Ao Qing was still royal blood, so he should return and face the situation with them. Ao Zhong couldn't argue, so he just left the matter to Uncle Yun. The next day at Yifeng's martial arts gym, Yifeng was practicing calligraphy. Out of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he only had calligraphy and chess left, and he was confident he'd finish them soon. Suddenly, the system chimed with a new task. Yifeng turned pale, then pouted at it. "Do you always greet me with that face?" the system asked, bragging that anyone else would treat him like a dad. "Just think of me as a digital AI. To me, you're nothing but a fart," Yifeng said. Ignoring the insult, the system told him his next task was to master culinary, wine, tea, and sculpture to god level. The reward was a halo, but the punishment was losing his martial arts gym. Yifeng complained, but the system told him to let go of his prejudice and feel the deity's love. That just made Yifeng mad, and he swung at the system until it disappeared, saying, "Do your best." From the start, the system promised to make him a peerless expert, but instead it gave him a cracked skull. Yifeng could tell the system had terrible taste. He said a halo didn't sound exciting at all, but deep down he was still curious. Later that day, he said everything in life could be solved with snacks, and if not, then with a pack of spicy strips. He called Ao Qing over and tossed him one. Ao Qing was so excited his mouth watered as he ate it. Then his eyes went wide. Somehow, his unstable cultivation became steady, and he even felt like he could stand toe-to-toe with a mid-stage demon celestial for a short time. Yifeng was shocked too. He thought the spicy strip really lived up to its reputation, a god-level snack, a masterpiece of flavor, dancing on the tongue. Yifeng decided he would use his cooking skills to spread his name across the whole continent. Just then, someone showed up at the martial arts gym, calling out to see if anyone was inside. Ao Qing instantly recognized the voice. When he opened the door, Yifeng asked the old man who he was. But before Uncle Yun could answer, Ao Qing quickly told him to leave, saying the gym wasn't a place for him and that they'd just talk outside the city. Taking Ao Qing's words seriously, Uncle Yun left, saying he must have come to the wrong place. When Yifeng told him not to hang around and to mind his own business, Ao Qing thought Yifeng already knew about his connection with Uncle Yun. A little later, outside Jiangping City, Ao Qing met with Uncle Yun. Out of everyone in the clan, Uncle Yun was the only one who never looked down on him and still called his name with warmth. Ao Qing asked why he had come. Uncle Yun said their clan was in huge trouble. He explained that Jiao Bifang had led the Red Sun lineage in open rebellion, and soon the royal family would be defeated. Then he asked Ao Qing to come back home with him. Ao Qing replied that the clan wasn't his home anymore. The martial arts gym was the only place he considered home. Trying to calm him down, Uncle Yun shared how impressed Ao Zhong had been when he heard Ao Qing had messed up Qingcheng. He told Ao Qing he was welcome back in the clan and didn't need to stay in some rundown gym. That set Ao Qing off. He ordered Uncle Yun to shut up and warned that if he dared insult the gym again, he'd regret it. Uncle Yun quickly admitted his mistake once he realized just how strong Ao Qing's cultivation was. Ao Qing pulled back his aura and casually said being a demon celestial wasn't a big deal. Uncle Yun said Ao Qing was already the strongest person in the whole clan. Ao Qing explained that training under his master had lifted his mindset so much that he realized a demon celestial wasn't really all that powerful. That's when Uncle Yun understood why Jin Lao had said Ao Qing was the true savior of the royal family. He begged Ao Qing to return, saying that if Ao Qing stepped in, the Red Sun lineage would collapse instantly. But Ao Qing glared at him and reminded him he had already said he wasn't going back. Even so, Uncle Yun insisted, saying he knew Ao Qing had a good heart and still cared about his people. He said Ao Qing was different from the rest of the clan and that he could never fully let go of his home, especially not his mother. Even after hearing all that, Ao Qing still had no plans to return. But he told Uncle Yun that he would get something from Yifeng to help the clan survive the disaster. Later that day in the martial arts gym kitchen, Yifeng noticed the way Ao Qing was looking at him. He figured Ao Qing wanted more spicy strips, so he tossed him a few. When Ao Qing came out, Yifeng reminded him that the strips had to be packed in a bag so their effect wouldn't fade. Not long after, Uncle Yun stared at the spicy strips in his hand and asked Ao Qing what they were. Ao Qing didn't answer. He just told him to let Ao Zhong know that if things got really bad, he should eat 2 of them. Uncle Yun tried one himself, wondering if something like that could really turn defeat into victory. After finishing it, he suddenly felt a rush of warmth, almost like comfort food for the soul. Then, out of nowhere, his power jumped from demon spirit level straight to demon Ao Qing. Shocked, Uncle Yun looked at Ao Qing. Ao Qing just said not to be surprised, since it was only one of Yifeng's little tricks. He also told him again to keep the strips in a bag, just like Yifeng had explained. Uncle Yun nodded quickly, thinking to himself that he was now holding the future of their clan. He rushed back home, went straight into the main hall, and found Ao Zhong. After greeting him, Ao Zhong asked why Ao Qing hadn't returned with him. Uncle Yun explained that Ao Qing had important business and couldn't come back, but he had sent this treasure instead. He presented the spicy strips. Ao Zhong gave him a doubtful look. He said it was fine if Uncle Yun wanted to protect Ao Qing normally since they were close, but lying in front of the emperor was too much. Uncle Yun insisted the strips were real and said Ao Qing had reached demon celestial level with the help of great teachers, but Ao Zhong still didn't buy it. He said he hadn't expected his loyal housekeeper to start pulling tricks on him like that. Even with the pressure, Uncle Yun didn't back down. He said Ao Zhong would see the truth if he just tried them. Ao Zhong warned him that if the strips weren't what he claimed, he would be finished on the spot. Uncle Yun clenched his teeth and said he was ready to face the consequences. Ao Zhong bit into one, thinking that if Uncle Yun was really seeking his end, he would have granted it. But the moment the strip hit his mouth, he froze. A wave of energy and emotion surged through his body. The flavor was so powerful it stunned him, and he couldn't stop himself from shouting. After a single bite, the energy pouring out of him was impossible to contain. Everyone in the hall froze when a giant dragon burst out from under Ao Zhong's seat and smashed through the roof. Ao Zhong quickly looked for his wife, and Uncle Yun said she was in the queen's chamber. Without a word, Ao Zhong flew out and straight into the chamber, breaking through the walls in his rush. Yun was shocked and asked what was going on. Ao Zhong didn't explain. He just told her not to ask and to lie down. That whole night, the palace was restless. Along with Ao Zhong's rising energy, people could hear walls collapsing from time to time. By morning, everything calmed down. The spicy strips had pushed Ao Zhong past the half-celestial level, making him even stronger than other demon celestials. Ao Zhong admitted he couldn't believe Ao Qing had found such a treasure and broken through before him. He wondered what kind of master could create food with that kind of power. Then he realized he had forgotten something important. When he looked back and saw the state his wife was in, he quickly called for help. The doctor later said she was fine and just needed rest. Relieved, Ao Zhong went looking for Uncle Yun. The royal family was overjoyed to see Ao Zhong's breakthrough, believing it meant they could survive this crisis. Soon after, Uncle Yun entered the hall and handed over the rest of the spicy strips. Ao Zhong praised him, but Uncle Yun said the credit belonged to Ao Qing. Right then, a soldier rushed in and reported that the Red Sun lineage was on their way. Ao Zhong scoffed, saying the traitors must really think he was still the same weak man from a few days ago. He ordered everyone to get ready for battle. On the battlefield, the Red Sun clan and the royal family each gathered 100,000 troops across the shore. Under pressure from Ao Qing and the martial arts gym, Jiao Bifeng couldn't afford to wait anymore. He wanted to end things in one strike and take over the royal family completely. Jiao Bifeng shouted across the field that he couldn't believe Ao Zhong still dared to face him, reminding him how he ran away like a coward just days ago. He told Ao Zhong that if he surrendered, maybe he'd let him live. Ao Zhong was surprised, realizing Bifeng was trying to finish him in one move. A loud boom shook the entire battlefield as Ao Zhong blocked Bifeng's punch. Jiao Bifeng asked Ao Zhong how he had also reached the half-celestial level. Ao Zhong said if Bifeng could break through, then so could he. Ever since they were kids, neither of them wanted to fall behind the other. But in a pack of wolves, there could only be one leader. Ao Zhong bragged that from the moment they were born, it was decided he would be Ao Qing and Bifeng would be the servant. He said Bifeng wouldn't be able to stop him today and would end up buried there instead. Bifeng gritted his teeth and pulled out a small box. Ao Zhong's eyes went wide when he realized it held a berserker pill. He couldn't believe Bifeng was willing to use the Red Sun lineage's core treasure. Ao Zhong warned him that even if he won with the pill, he'd lose half his lifespan. Bifeng said he didn't care. As long as he could unify the clan under the Red Sun, it was worth it. He said that since Ao Zhong had already broken through, if he didn't finish him today, then once Ao Qing returned, the Red Sun lineage would be done for. Bifeng suddenly appeared behind Ao Zhong. The royal family shouted warnings, but it was too late. Bifeng struck Ao Zhong and sent him crashing into a rock, knocking soldiers off their feet. He rushed Ao Zhong again, not giving him a chance to breathe. Struggling, Ao Zhong tried to form a shield, but before it was complete, Bifeng broke it with a kick and landed another hit. Ao Zhong coughed heavily and complained about Bifeng having no honor. Bifeng chased him and said honor didn't matter because they were natural enemies. The berserker pill's boost would last half an hour. Ao Zhong thought if he used the Vajra shield, he could tank Bifeng's strongest attack. He'd be badly hurt but at least survive. He didn't want to eat the spicy strips because he was saving them for his family to rise again. The Vajra shield was a last resort defense, a technique for survival. Ao Zhong set it up and challenged Bifeng to hit him. As he formed seals, Bifeng told Ao Zhong the shield was useless. He said Ao Zhong had to feel pain, accept pain, and understand pain, only then would he know true peace. The royal soldiers panicked, realizing they couldn't escape. Some tried to run, but most froze. Bifeng raised his hands, and a massive fireball formed above him. It was his strongest move, atomic fusion. When he hurled it toward Zhong, many soldiers just stood still, thinking everything was already over. Jiao Bifeng declared that from that day on, the Red Sun lineage would become the new royal family, and that Zhong was just a stepping stone for their rise. He said not even the Vajra shield could block his attack. Uncle Yun told Zhong there was no shame in retreating for now, saying he didn't have to face an opponent he couldn't beat. Zhong paused, clearly annoyed, then pulled out the spicy strips. He said he would never run away. Moments later, Jiao Bifeng noticed Zhong's aura shifted. He couldn't understand how Zhong had suddenly reached the demon celestial realm. His own berserker pill had cost him half his lifespan just to get close to that level. So he asked what kind of treasure Zhong had used. Zhong just teased, saying he had hot spicy yum and that it tasted amazing. Bifeng kept saying it was impossible, but Zhong replied that nothing was impossible. He told Bifeng that today would be his end. Zhong casually fired an energy beam that shattered the massive fireball and hit Bifeng right after. With his last breath, Bifeng begged to know what Zhong had eaten. Zhong said it was the heavenly item Qing had gotten for him from a powerful master, spicy strips. Bifeng shouted in disbelief until he completely vanished. His troops looked up at the sky, but there was nothing left, not even ashes. The Red Sun soldiers immediately begged Zhong for mercy, saying they would surrender and serve him forever. Zhong said only people who understood the flow of time and acted smartly could be called true heroes. After that battle, the inner troubles of the heaven-devouring wolves were settled. Now united, they were ready to grow stronger. Still, Qing Cheng kept wondering when things had gone wrong and where their plans had failed. Meanwhile, back at Yifeng's martial arts gym, a pair of couplets hung by the entrance. The old men standing there said they looked ordinary, but they didn't mean it. To them, Yifeng's calligraphy was a masterpiece. Each stroke felt simple, yet each character carried a different energy. Shirkwang said the most amazing part was how the meaning changed depending on the reader's state of mind. With good intentions, one could gain a lot. With bad intentions, one could lose control. Shirkwang even joked that his mom didn't need to worry about his studies anymore. Hearing their praise, Yifeng said if they liked it that much, he'd write some more for them. At that point, his calligraphy was already on par with the divine. But the old men politely declined, saying Yifeng had already given them more than 10 pieces. They admitted they hadn't even fully understood the first one yet, so more would only overwhelm them. Yifeng said he understood and wouldn't force them. The old man felt like he had seen right through them. Just then, Zhong Qing showed up, saying he had recovered and could help with the farm work. Yifeng told him their gym didn't have disciples yet and lacked a signboard, so he asked Zhong Qing to come with him. He promised to turn him into a truly extraordinary martial arts warrior. The old men were jealous, saying they also wanted to be blessed and become extraordinary. Not long after, Yifeng told Zhong Qing that his sword style, which only had 3 moves, was already on par with the gods. Zhong Qing asked what the 3 moves were. Yifeng said, cleave, slash, and chop. Zhong Qing thought about it. He couldn't say they were exactly the same, but he also couldn't say there was any difference. Yifeng explained that all the variations came from those 3 moves, and as long as Zhong Qing mastered them, he could swing his sword freely. He said if Zhong Qing moved fast enough, opponents wouldn't even realize he was repeating the same tricks. Realizing the secret, Zhong Qing said, then you must be the fastest in the world. I'll aim to be the second fastest. It sounded kind of weird, but Yifeng just said he believed he could do it. Then a group of women showed up, clearly wanting to talk to Yifeng. He recognized the woman leading them. She was from Yong Academy. Yifeng asked if they were there to team up against the landlord, and said he would have helped, except her money kept disappearing like a ghost. Annoyed, the woman said they weren't there for that. They were there to collect a bill. She explained that someone from his martial arts gym, calling himself Skull Great, ate and drank at their academy, invited groups of girls, and then vanished without paying. Confused, Yifeng asked if they were mistaken. But the woman insisted, saying the guy even mentioned Yifeng's name. They said his surname was Skull, and because he claimed he could do great things, he called himself Skull Great. Yifeng wondered why these women were so worked up. Zhong Qing said there was no one like that in their gym. Yifeng backed him up, saying kids didn't lie. But the women accused Yifeng of trying to dodge the debt, asking if he thought it was easy for them to run their business, and if he really believed he could just walk off after doing all that without paying. Yifeng and Zhong Qing were stunned. Yifeng quickly explained that their gym was proper, so there was no way someone like that came from there. Just then, the women pointed at a figure nearby. That's Skull Great, they said. When Yifeng turned, he saw a skeleton already sprinting away. He cursed under his breath, realizing it was his old broken bone enemy. Furious, he yanked off his shoe and hurled it at the skeleton, hoping to finish it with nothing but footwear. The skeleton quickly jumped onto the wall and dodged Yifeng's shoe. Since the suspect escaped, the woman from Yong Academy asked if Yifeng was going to pay or not. Just like that, half of Yifeng's money was gone. He almost cried, thinking he needed a drink. Most of his savings had already been wasted because of the skeleton. When he went looking for his shoe, a pair of glowing eyes appeared inside the wall it had cracked. Nightbreeze, who was hiding there, almost had a heart attack. He thought he could sneak out of the space ring, but he didn't expect the martial arts gym to be full of overwhelming martial intent. Barely hanging on in the gaps, he was forced to watch high-level battles from afar. Nightbreeze wished the people there would pity his legs, which felt like they had been scared stiff. But then he realized this was actually a chance. The shoe itself had a hidden space inside, strong enough to block the martial intent waves in the gym. Nightbreeze crawled in, thinking if he stayed alive and safe, he could live long and easy. After a short while, the skeleton let out a loud scream as it was whipped non-stop. Yifeng asked the skeleton if it still planned to cause trouble again. The old men watching couldn't believe a creature that strong was being beaten down so badly by Yifeng. Seeing a being with godlike power unable to dodge even one of Yifeng's strikes, they became certain that Yifeng was truly unstoppable. Sunjuga said he admired the skeleton's spirit for not backing down. Then, something unusual happened. The sky rippled with a powerful aura that spread across the land. Shirkwang said either an ancient tomb had appeared or a great treasure was born. Sunjuga asked what they should do. Wu Yonghong told them there was no need to rush, since they were already following Yifeng. But the two worried they might miss out on big rewards. Wu Yonghong groaned and said even the man carrying a bucket looked smarter than them right now. He asked what treasure could compare with what Yifeng already had, and reminded them of Yifeng's big chess game. He said storm clouds were rising, but what they needed to focus on was not some tiny prophecy, but Yifeng's mindset. At the same time, in the blowing snow mountain sect, a man announced that the martial saint's tomb had appeared. For this once-in-a-thousand-years chance, their young master Changkong would personally go, and his followers were told to clear the way. A group of girls cheered for Changkong, telling him to fly with confidence and that they would always support him. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Sword sect, a disciple was shocked that their sect master chose to send a newly promoted female disciple. Another disciple explained it was normal, because Peng Xiener was the most talented in the whole sect. In Windcloud Valley, things were moving too. A woman asked a man she called Uncle Lin how the preparations were going. Uncle Lin said they had already notified the Qingshan sect and would probably get a reply the next day. The woman he was bowing to was actually the Holy Maiden. The vision in the sky lasted for 3 days. Over in the Qingshan sect, Lu Qingshan sat at the top seat, frowning as Zhu Yun gave her report. She said the light haze marked the tomb of a martial saint named Jiang Yu, who lived 10,000 years ago. She also said that many forces had already rushed into Nansha, and Jiangping City was now full of martial masters, one practically every 10 steps. Zhu Yun reminded Lu Qingshan to watch out for a few in particular: Chang Kong, the young master of Blowing Snow Mountain, Yun Xianwang, the holy maiden of Windcloud Valley, and Peng Xiener, the Heavenly Sword sect's newest prodigy. She added that Yun Xian had sent a letter asking the Qingshan sect to cooperate with Windcloud Valley, offering them 20% of whatever they found in the tomb. Lu Qingshan said the treasures in a saint's tomb were enough to turn Jiangping City into chaos, and if they weren't careful, their sect could be wiped out. Not sure what to do, Lu Qingshan decided to ask Yifeng. Later, in the martial arts gym, Yifeng mentioned how Jiangping City was a little unsettled lately, and he'd heard the vision in the sky came from some kind of tomb. Just then, Lu Qingshan arrived. When Yifeng asked his opinion, Lu Qingshan said Yifeng probably already knew why he came. He admitted he didn't have any strong opinion of his own and just wanted to hear what Yifeng thought. Yifeng casually said those tombs were just good for some fun and excitement, since places like that always drew a lively crowd. Lu Qingshan thought Yifeng really didn't care about those kinds of tombs, but he also knew his sect couldn't just sit back or they'd fall behind. So he admitted he wanted to go and asked again what Yifeng thought. Yifeng didn't answer, he just shook his head. That startled Lu Qingshan. Ever since meeting Yifeng, things always seemed to play out the way Yifeng predicted, like moves on a giant chessboard. So when Yifeng shook his head, his heart sank. He felt like Yifeng was warning him, but he couldn't understand. So he asked Yifeng to explain, saying he was too dumb to get the hint. Yifeng told him straight he should just forget about the tomb. He said Lu Qingshan was just a weak old man, and if he went there, he'd only get himself hurt. Lu Qingshan was shocked. He thought Yifeng was hinting that the tomb was dangerous, maybe even deadly, even for someone at the half-celestial level. Seeing Lu Qingshan's gloomy look, Yifeng thought to himself that the man really didn't understand how high the sky was. The tomb was for cultivators. If someone weak like Lu Qingshan went there, he wouldn't even know how he got finished. Lu Qingshan thanked Yifeng for the reminder and said he'd leave first since he still had business to handle. Yifeng also thanked him for the wine. Outside the martial arts gym, Lan Shui was waiting. She told Lu Qingshan their guest had already arrived. A little later, they returned to the Qingshan sect, where they were greeted by someone calling them future allies. It was Yun Xian, the holy maiden of Windcloud Valley. She told Lu Qingshan she had come to make a deal, and since he'd already read her letter, she wanted to get straight to the point. Lu Qingshan asked her to wait, saying he had already thought about it, and suggested they sit inside before he gave his answer. At that moment, Uncle Lin released his aura and asked if the Qingshan sect planned to refuse Windcloud Valley's kindness. The elders of Qingshan sect grumbled, while Lu Qingshan thought Uncle Lin was bold to show off like that in front of him. He told Uncle Lin there was no need to act polite since they came offering a big gift right away. Realizing Lu Qingshan was in the half-celestial realm, Uncle Lin was shocked. Lu Qingshan bragged that even though Qingshan's sect was small, he was only one step behind Uncle Lin. Having someone at his level in a place like Nancha was already huge. When they realized Lu Qingshan had really reached the half-celestial realm, Yun Xian became more cautious. Lu Qingshan thought to himself that Jiangping City was basically Yifeng's home, and without Yifeng's permission, nobody could push others around. In this world, no one was above Yifeng. He believed that with Yifeng's help, even someone talentless could rise. So it wasn't strange that he had become half-celestial. Even so, Yun Xian kept trying to convince him. She said if they joined forces, they'd have a much better shot at winning treasures from Jiang Yu's tomb. Lu Qingshan told her clearly that Qingshan's sect wouldn't be getting involved. When she asked if he had already teamed up with someone else, he said no, they just decided to stay away from the tomb. Since Windcloud Valley had taken care of his people before, he even advised her to stay out of it too. Thinking he just wasn't happy with the deal, Yun Xian raised his share from 20% to 30%, then to 40%. But Lu Qingshan stayed unmoved. Finally, she asked if he wanted to be on equal footing with Windcloud Valley and take half. Lu Qingshan said if she wanted to come in as a guest and have tea, she was welcome. But if it was still about Jiang Yu's tomb, she should just drop it. Yun Xian clenched her teeth and said he was a coward. She told him that even as a half-celestial, he was still just a country bumpkin. Meanwhile, outside Jiangping City, Night Breeze spotted Yun Xian and Uncle Lin. Knowing that Jiang Yu's tomb had drawn the attention of all the top forces in Nancha, he figured another messy conflict was coming. He thought about staying far away, but then the ground cracked open, and after some time, a structure slowly rose up. Night Breeze cursed under his breath. He panicked, thinking the structure had to be Jiang Yu's tomb. Right after, he felt the aura of a ton of strong cultivators rushing that way. He couldn't help but wonder if he was just the type of guy fated to spark chaos no matter where he went. Deciding it was too risky to stay on the surface, he used his earth escape technique to move underground. After a while, he suddenly popped into an open space. His eyes went wide. He had accidentally broken straight into Jiang Yu's tomb. The moment his feet hit the ground, traps activated. Arrows and axes rained down everywhere, and Night Breeze had to sprint like crazy just to make it through. He barely managed to hide in a corner, thinking about how close he was to being finished. He had already burned through 18 of his billion body doubles. That scared him, because if he lost the rest, he'd be out of luck for real. So he decided not to move an inch, saying even if he had to rot away there, he wasn't taking another step. Meanwhile, outside the tomb, Yun Xian and Uncle Lin arrived. Yun Xian said she didn't expect they'd make it there first, but Uncle Lin told her others were already around. Those others were Peng Xianer and her crew. Peng Xianer told Yun Xian she was surprised the Holy Maiden would sneak in alone. Yun Xian ignored her, but Yu Wuji jumped in and said she was just pretending not to care while only chasing profit. Then he mocked her, saying she had no man to love so she had to act like she mattered. Uncle Lin flared his aura and told Peng Xianer to control her dog. But before things went further, Chang Kong stepped in. He told Uncle Lin to save his strength since the tomb door wasn't even open yet. When Yun Xian saw Chang Kong, she wondered why the Royal Sword Sect hadn't shown up. Chang Kong said the Royal Sword Sect was always prideful, and with so many people gathering, it was normal they didn't want to play along. He added that one less group meant one less rival. Yun Xian, Peng Xianer, and Chang Kong exchanged looks. The other masters nearby all locked their eyes on Jiang Yu's tomb. Their intent was obvious. Uncle Lin asked Yun Xian when they should make their move. She told him not to rush and to just let the impatient ones go first. Right on cue, a cultivator leapt forward and slammed his cloud-flipping palm into the door. But the door didn't budge. He realized even the full strike of a martial emperor wasn't enough. Soon, more people tried hitting it, but no matter what they did, the door stayed shut. Yun Xian felt a bit relieved since, at least for now, there was no danger. Peng Xianer said there had to be a formation guarding the door. She mentioned that the Blowing Snow Mountain sect specialized in formations, especially Elder Duhan. So Peng Xianer asked Duhan to check it out. Duhan looked at Chang Kong first, and when Chang Kong nodded, Duhan began studying the door. After a while, Yun Xian asked Duhan what he had figured out. Duhan said it wasn't going to be easy to get inside. He explained that there was a yin-yang formation, a heaven gate on the surface and an earth gate underground. He said there were only two ways in. The first was to smash through it with pure force, but since the formation was set by a martial saint, no one there was strong enough. The second way was to sneak in through the earth gate. If someone managed to trigger the mechanism inside, the stone door would open. But there was a catch. Only one person could go in at a time, and the earth gate was full of traps. Plus, only people who knew the earth escape technique could even find the entrance. The problem was that hardly anyone practiced it, since it wasn't very useful in fights. Meanwhile, inside the tomb, Night Breeze was chilling in a corner, half asleep and mumbling nonsense. Back outside, Peng Xianer suddenly remembered that Wuji had learned the earth escape technique. Wuji broke into a sweat, since with his weak level, anyone out there could end him in seconds. He only came to watch the fun, never thinking he'd actually get dragged into opening the gate. When the crowd started pressuring him to go, Wuji almost cried. He said no one had the right to force him and begged Peng Xianer to back him up. Even though she thought he was pathetic, Peng Xian'er told him he shouldn't have refused, reminding him that she still kept him around despite his past. Wu Ji was stunned that she admitted she still liked him. He never expected she'd keep him close once she had moved on. But then he thought, what was the point of being liked if it just got him killed? Peng Xian'er told him not to let her down, saying if he wanted to be her man, he had to show some skill. Wu Ji asked what she meant, and she told him not to question it. It was exactly what he thought. Even though Wu Ji suspected she was just using him, he agreed anyway. He said cheerfully that he'd come back as her man, not realizing she was only treating him like a fool. When Peng Xian'er asked Duhan what Wu Ji's chances were, Duhan just shook his head. The Earth Gate was nothing but traps. Yun Xian and Chang Kong both worried Wu Ji would be finished the second he stepped in, but they still thought it was worth letting someone take the risk. Meanwhile, deeper inside the tomb, Nightbreeze was celebrating. He had finally completed his 1 billion body double technique. Since he was the only one inside, he wondered if the tomb raiders would think he was some kind of ancient fossil, or worse, if the cultivators would use him as a sacrifice or turn him into a pill ingredient. Not wanting to wait around, Nightbreeze decided to try messing with the buttons he found, hoping they would shut off the traps. Nightbreeze sent out 100,000 body doubles to test his theory, letting them get wiped out one after another. His chest hurt just thinking about how many doubles he had left. When his doubles pushed the buttons at the same time, the mechanism reacted, and a deep rumble shook the tomb. Outside, the stone door slowly opened. The cultivators were stunned. They couldn't believe Wu Ji had done it so fast, and even Peng Xian'er was left in shock. Without hesitation, everyone rushed toward the tomb. Their greed took over, and chaos broke out as they fought each other for the first chance to get inside. Chang Kong asked Duhan if they should wait or go. Duhan said it didn't matter since most of the serious traps were under the Earth Gate, not in the Heaven Gate. Hearing this, even the cultivators who were hanging back decided to head in. Inside, it was madness. Conflicts broke out at the entrance, even before anyone got deeper. Someone explained that the first hall only had a handful of royal and imperial treasures, and the real treasures were deeper inside, past a corridor filled with endless traps. Chang Kong suggested working together. He told Peng Xian'er and Yun Xian that if the three of them teamed up, they could pass through with fewer losses and then split things evenly. Both agreed, so they ran into the corridor together. Many cultivators had already fallen, but the three moved quickly, dodging every trap until they made it through. At the end, they entered the treasure room. Chang Kong's eyes lit up when he spotted a holy treasure, the heavenly spirit rope, famous for thousands of years. Legend said it could tie down not just a martial saint, but even a martial supreme would struggle to break free. Yun Xian found another treasure she knew, the wind and cloud pestle, passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was once the signature weapon of the wolf tribe's emperor. The last treasure caught Peng Xian'er's attention, the divine magic scissors. Its history was even older, and rumors claimed it once took down a martial supreme. Peng Xian'er said, Jiang, you must have reached the level of half a martial supreme to own all three holy treasures. Duhan added that the chamber ahead had to be the true core of Jiang Yu's tomb, and the others agreed. From the way the energy was moving, everyone could tell the core chamber had something even better inside. A group of cultivators rushed toward the holy treasures, saying they'd be happy with even a little. Chang Kong and Yun Xian wanted to move too, but their elders held them back. Peng Xian'er reminded her partner that their rivals were from Blowing Snow Mountain Sect and Windcloud Valley. She wanted to use the reckless cultivators as test dummies, knowing that even if they grabbed the treasures, they'd never make it out of the tomb alive. Not long after, a wave of dark energy exploded, and screams filled the room. The cultivators who got close to the treasures turned into smoke, begging for help, but no one stepped forward. Duhan said the chamber had to be full of energy. Over the years, the treasures had absorbed so much of that energy that it burst out whenever someone got near. Yun Xian asked what they should do, and Uncle Lin said the only option was to wait until the energy faded on its own. The group surrounded the treasures and watched more cultivators turn into smoke. Peng Xian'er said that once the energy cleared, the real fight would begin, and what people got would depend on their own strength. Meanwhile, in the Earthgate Hall, Nightbreeze was frustrated. The buttons hadn't given him the results he wanted, so he started crawling around, pushing multiple buttons at once. This time, he triggered a mechanism, but instead of finding the exit, he activated the traps. Arrows shot from the walls, and lava burst from the ground, sealing off any escape. Nightbreeze went pale as arrows flew at him. Terrified, he even called out for his mom. Then, outside, a huge pillar of light shot into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. People rushed toward Jiang Yu's tomb to check it out. Lu Qingshan and Zhu Yun were shocked when they saw who had arrived: martial kings, martial emperors, even martial ancestors. Lu Qingshan wondered what could have happened. Zhu Yun told him that almost every cultivator inside, about 99%, had been wiped out. Before they could process it, a massive black shadow rose out of the ground and flew straight at the cultivators rushing out of the tomb. It went for Yun Xian, but Uncle Lin shoved her aside and took the hit himself. She cried out as she watched him get bitten. The moment the shadow let go of him, Yun Xian ran to his side to check on him. Uncle Lin, weak but still aware, told her he was just glad she she was safe. The elders fought the shadow, but all they managed to do was stop Chang Kong and Peng Xiener from being seriously hurt. Lu Qingshan froze in shock as the huge black shadow faded away. He felt relieved he had asked Yifeng for guidance earlier, knowing he might have fallen too if he hadn't listened. Lu Qingshan admitted that Yifeng really lived up to his reputation. When Yun Xian asked if he knew this tragedy was coming, Lu Qingshan said he did and reminded her that he had already warned her. She asked how he knew danger was inside the tomb. Lu Qingshan replied that a senior had told him, but he couldn't explain more and told her not to push it. After that, everyone pulled back to recover their strength. News of the tomb spread fast, and soon even more cultivators were pouring into Jiangping City. The three big sects were determined to win, so they sent in even more disciples. Everyone knew that once the traps wore themselves out and the Yin energy faded from the three holy treasures, grabbing them would be easy. But until that happened, no one dared step too close to the martial saint's tomb. The treasures sat there without an owner, and tension around Jiangping kept building. The next day, two brothers were talking. One said the tomb seemed way too dangerous. The other laughed and said the gold inside was worth enough to keep them living at Yong Academy for 3 months. Just then, Aoqing noticed something forming near him. A black shadow appeared, saying it would take him out since he didn't value his life. But the skeleton brother casually stretched out his arm and cleared it away. He said everything in life came down to money, and with money, he could get a girl. Then he added that as long as he had a girl, he didn't care if Yifeng beat him up every day. And that's the end of this episode. If you want the next part, make sure to hit that like button and help us hit 1,000 likes. And I'll drop the next part as soon as we reach the goal.